enough for the ball. All the push
The
against.
outside, not the outside of the ball, the inside. They're pushing a lot of people to concave. Or
Yeah, I see that too, but I still feel like there's no real evidence for, and the people who are bracing against flat Earth are just like mentally
well,
suffering.
well, I mean, there's compelling situations for the inside of the ball. Like the thing, like if you're inside of a ball spinning, that would be the bucket complexity, right? Instead of saying I'm on the outside of a ball, and you know what I mean. If you're on the inside of a ball, it's not gravity holding you to it. It'd be centripetal force. It would be an actual fucking force of you being held on the outside of a ball, right?
Right? But still, me
But you can
personally,
be on the inside edge, walking around microscopically, right? And it's spinning, and that's what I'm just saying. That's their terminology of it.
yeah, I understand. All I can do though is just track that.
The
If
only
I can
thing,
call it logic, that's
right
all I can
now,
do.
now put
Track
yourself
it.
right now. Put yourself at the North Pole of that, on the inside of the bottom of the ball, on the inside of the ball, looking down, or put your self on the South Pole, on the inside of the ball at the bottom, looking up, or at the inside of the ball at the top, looking down. Either way. So if you look down and there's a sun in there and you're rotating, you're going to get like that would give you a 24-hour sun in the north and the south, being on the inside of a fucking ball, man.
Yeah, all I can do is check the logic. That's it. Because I
Yeah.
have to actively ignore.
But then you still have to prove that the ground is actually the thing moving and not the sky.
Precisely. It's, yeah, hasn't been done.
And I don't know, man. I just, same with the curve going down and away. It's like the idea of a curve going in and upward. Like, where the fuck would that point be if nobody can touch that point or see it? Like, where's the point where you're looking, like, where you're standing on the ground and you look out down on a boat? Like, I don't, yeah, I don't, I'm just,
Nowhere.
don't work. Like, if you're on the inside edge of a sphere and down away from you is a boat, on the globe idea, it's supposed to be down behind the other part of a curve. But on the inside of a ball, it would be right there bent up to you. Like, you'd just be looking straight down at the top of it. Like, you look over like this and you'd be looking down at the top of a building or a boat, like looking at the helicopter pad, just looking straight down at it. You see what I'm saying? Just by
Yeah,
walking.
I don't get it.
Yeah. Yeah, by walking forward and looking back, you'd look back at an angle. See, yeah. So we don't notice.
Oh, I get it. I get it.
Right,
Like,
right, right, right. On the inside of a ball, walking around, and there's buildings everywhere facing towards the center point. That would be like the center of gravity towards the inside of the ball instead of or the actual just surface of the dirt itself. Just you just use that as your reference. But yeah, if you're looking around and you look behind you and you're walking up and you're up on side like you're up at 9 o'clock and you look back, you should be seeing the top of the 6 o'clock towers and buildings and shit. The tip of the building, not the face of it. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. But it does explain You stick it to the inside of something, if they spin it, then it would explain. I mean, I don't fucking know. It would explain for them. It wouldn't like, it's not a, there's no demonstration yet. So it's just a word thing. Like, do you understand this concept idea? But the concept of looking down from the top and seeing a rotating sun over your head that way, while the guys over there still only see it in a straight line going at the same time as you see it rotating, being on the inside of a ball would explain that, weirdly enough. Because, like, think about it, the sun's close to the edge, not to the other edges. That's where it's all going to be dark around the whole part, except where the sun's closest to. And when it gets up towards a certain point, as the world's like rotating, as the sun's sitting there or whatever, like the way it's rotating, when you walk up to a point, that's what you look down to see.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So yeah, if you had two observers looking down towards the center, and if the sun's up towards your part, you're going to see it for your 24 hours while you're moving in the area you're at on the inside of a ball while it's spinning. So if you go down to the bottom and you're spinning, that's what you would see too, as the sun went down to your part. You know what I mean? As the ball's spinning. Yeah. But in this model, I think the sun and the fucking globe would have to be moving. Like the inside of the ball would have to be moving, and the sun would have to be traversing on the inside of it while it's spinning. That's weird. So the Earth would have to be going east to west, and the sun would have to be going west to east, or whatever. No, the east to west for the sun, west to east for the Earth. Yeah, they'd both be moving in accordance. That's crazy. One would be moving that way, one moving this way. Not 15 degrees per hour, but each 7.5. Holy fuck. That'd be crazy. Yeah, but there's still things, man. I don't know. I don't know, man. Horizontal water doesn't jive with it. The attribute of how we're seeing shit doesn't jive. And I just can't imagine boating up on the inside of a fucking ball. Like a Hot Wheels racetrack, man. And if the Earth's moving one way, how would anything roll forward against that? Like if you set an object down that was round, it should just start rolling on its own the same way. But that doesn't happen. So that's like the key, I guess. The key is a round object being set on something, a particular point of balance. Like, now the ball would have to be big enough inside the gravitron machine. You got a little ball, it's going to just be stuck to the wall like you when you're fighting to what it's pulling. Then if you have a big enough ball, shouldn't that spin? Because it's not actually going to be enough to hold it to the wall, and the ball won't have any resistance going around in that circle and trying to be pulled to the wall, but at the same time being too fat. So it would actually just roll around like a bearing or something, like zoom, 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 zoom. Or would it just stay in its spot? That's the question. Would the big weight just stay in its fucking spot as the thing spun? Or would it spin freely around as it's spinning? Yeah, how does a sphere react inside of a spinning thing, does it spin or does it sit still while the other thing spins? Or do they both move in unison with each other while they're spinning the other one? Yeah. Might be a magnetic effect. Damn, centrifugal and centripetal might just be magnetic effects. Same. Because you're building up a big ass current right there. It's like a static kinetic.
About to jump on the road.
On the road again. But then, but then when you're standing in the center of the damn gravitron, you don't notice shit. It's not messing with you. It's weird, right? The very part of gravity that's supposed to be hurting you the most, the center part, it's not messing with you at all. That's the part that should be getting squeezed in this gravitational gravitron. The guy in the booth should be getting squeezed and everybody else should be having fun. Everything's got to break down, huh? Like what? And then break down to what? What's energy break down to? If you can't create or destroy the energy, doesn't that, like, what is it breaking down to if you can't destroy it? How can you entropy energy? Usable energy. Supposedly it's everywhere, forever, never ending in an abundance. That doesn't mean breaking down. So, like, they got us in an air bubble falling in a vacuum. When we see air bubbles rise in the ocean, that's weird, don't you think? Hey, you guys are falling in a vacuum. Why wouldn't we rise? Why wouldn't we be rising in a vacuum? The vacuum of water, we rise. Which gas fights its way under the water? Is there a magnetic or diamagnetic gas or type of thing that pulls to the bottom of water to make it have to react crazy at certain times once an amount builds up? I'm just saying for the fake gravity type situation.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hello, guys.
What kind of level of qualification? Is it a degree? Yeah, I'm 33rd.
Philosophy when you think about it, but like, what they do give the globe Earth a kind of push. You know, got people that are in the occult, like Galileo and all them guys. You know, Newton, like people that are in the occult, and then they tie that into a lot of stuff that they're doing. So that you have to do your research on that. But yeah, it's got its roots in Catholicism for sure. It does have that. Make no mistake. But yeah, it's propagated as like a hierarchy of learning. So the authorities were the ones that had this information, and that's where you got it from. Like, and so now that's how it's handled these days. You go to school, and you know your teacher tells you the Earth's a globe and so forth, but you can't question it. You just have to accept it as that's the true way. You know, so there's no critical thinking involved. When you learn about,
Damn. Yeah, they just show you a video on TV in class of the ball, and now that's how you know.
But you guys can show a video of the flat Earth to other people and get them the same way the globalists are getting people.
No, you can just go outside and look at the flat Earth, so
We
you
show
can't do
flat
that.
Earth all day long, and they don't believe it. We show them that it's perfectly flat, and they say, "Nah, that's not true. Water's not flat." We tell them water's flat and level when it rests, and they absolutely refuse to believe that, like it's a belief system.
yeah, there's
Yeah.
a guy.
And that's
that-
not something you need a video for either. You can just go outside and see that for yourself. Go ahead, Miggy.
No, I was gonna say there's a guy that was in here that said there's mountains of water. You didn't hear him earlier? He said that. You think that any logical thinking human would say that there's mountains of water? And then he shifted it towards like, well, no, I meant waves. No, you
Did he
didn't.
mean it like there's tons of water? You know, sometimes you say mountains as in quantity, not like.
Well, he never tried, but he did say that it was so.
I suppose he's claiming from like one point to another point. There is because I've heard what's his name said it as well. Fucking is it not Dr. Bob? It said there was a hell of water. Was it Dr. Bob? I think it maybe was.
Bob, this guy.
He said there was a hell of water in between like one point to another point. Because the other guy, there was a guy in 24/7. I think it was Dogs, Gods Are Dogs or something, and he was saying, "Nah, Bob wouldn't say that." And somebody pulled up the clip. I don't know if it was Clipcord or something.
Yeah, I pointed out to them that that's what they, you know, some Globers are saying that, some aren't. So there's a lot of inconsistencies with people that what they say in here. And, you know, a lot of people would say like, well, you don't know what you're saying. You don't know what you're talking about. There's a lot of feelings that are involved here because a lot of their egos are getting stung at the moment. When they come into an argument or a discussion like this, they don't know how to defend it. And basically, the claim on the table is not one that we're saying. We're actually just saying, look at the claim. It's what the people that advocate for the Earth being a globe are saying, that the Earth is a globe. It's spinning in the vacuum of space. So we're just telling you guys, how is it possible that it is what they're saying it is? Who has verified it? Because it doesn't seem like anybody in here can do that. The most fundamental, easy to answer, supposedly, right? Questions.
But what I can verify is like basic stuff on my own. Like,
Wait, what?
if I can look up at the sky, see things there, look down on the earth, see things here. Like,
But I mean,
Yeah,
when you talk about the sky, bro, I mean that's fucking.
What can you tell us about the sky?
Muddy
Like-
the well. Like it's
I
fucking.
mean,
poisoning
it's a
people's
place
brain.
you cannot access. Right? I
Exactly,
can fly.
that's the point. So none of that shit up above us can verify anything on the ground. Might be anecdotal or whatever, but like
I mean,
people
like you
get
can see
confused
there's
by
light
that.
coming from there. At least that. Like,
Well,
Yeah.
we see bodies of light, for sure, but what these things are, and to say that we are related to them in some way, that we are one of those lights in the sky, like we're a light in the sky on Mars, for instance, like I think that's quite ridiculous to say.
Yeah. Or any other thing, you know? But yeah.
there's-
Yeah.
I don't
Go
know
ahead.
if like there are basic things, right? Oh, what's up, Foxy? There's basic things like you know that whatever, like the sky is blue, the earth is like steady, it doesn't necessarily move, right? Like, there's barely any earthquakes. You know that when you jump, you have to come down, like you cannot just float. You know that.
So that's just common things. But what we're describing here is the reason why people have the indoctrination that they live on a globe that's spinning in the vacuum of space. So very specific to why people think they live on that globe. What you get into is basically more common things that everybody can agree upon. But that's neither here nor there. The thing on
Sure,
the
they
thing
can
is
both exist on flat or globe Earth.
right.
These things.
So the thing at hand is the reason why people are disagreeing that the physics that work on this Earth work a specific way are because it's a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. That's why the disagreement happens there. And so if you don't get them to root themselves into what they know, they're going to go all over the place with speculation. So you have to get people to actually think about what's being said. How do they know what's being said? Can they verify it? Or if they're just saying wild speculations because they just believe a story they've been told. You get me now? Like that's what it's all about.
I get the point, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So it's not just let's just have a conversation about like jumping up and down. Like we know why we go down because we just do. Like that's not going to be useful or helpful in this scenario. Or getting somebody to critically think. We want people to engage with the conversation. How do you know you live on a globe?
I think that like people need explanations for phenomena, right? Like some people think it's God, other people think it's theirs. So people just come up with some explanations using like deriving everything from some sort of logical system, right? Like the laws of logic or
philosophy. I mean, it's philosophy when you think about it. But like, what more can we know other than what we can discover? You know, like if you jump up and down, you will come back down, right? On Earth, if you're on Earth. But the thing is, though, like you can call it gravity, you can call it whatever you want, but the effect will remain the same, right? I can say that magical fairies are pulling you down, or whatever the case, right? But it's still the effect that you see. It will still remain the same. You'll jump up, you'll come back down.
Sure, yeah.
Whatever explanation I give, it's not going to give it merit. The only thing that matters is how the effect, what we see happening, and then when you think of the cause of that, what gives things the propensity to move in a directionality, that is a whole other subject. That is the cause for the effect you see. And that is why people have this mindset that they can say, I know what gravity is. And then when I ask them, well, what is it? Well, just drop a pin. I'm like, yeah, that's the effect. What is the cause of that effect?
I don't think people know, even scientists don't know exactly what generates gravity. Like the claim is mass attracts other mass, but why exactly, right? Like,
That's not the claim. That's a rhetoric that's been outdated for over 100 years. The current rhetoric,
whatever it is, just
well, it's specific. See, the thing about words and what we use here, they have to be specific because we get okay. So in this arena, you're not very used to this, but we have to be careful for what we say because we get called out for every specific thing we say, and then they're going to be like, remember you said that? No, you said. So we have to be careful. You might use your words colloquially, kind of more freely. We can't afford to make a misstep. When we do, we get called out on our missteps. And believe me, the people do catch them. Oh, you said globe. What do you mean? But you believe in the globe? You said globe. Like that. Yeah, it's super. And when you say things like experiment, when you say level, like all these words have these fundamental understandings, right?
Yeah.
Did someone said globe? Nonsense.
Yeah, nonsensical. Hey, what's up, Jimsy?
The sky is up.
I thought you were
heaven above that.
Usually say heaven.
Yeah, the sky, the ceiling, heaven. Yeah, go ahead, bro. My bad.
Well, yeah, but I'm just showing Moisture the importance of that. So we have to specify things that we say, and specificity in this arena is really important. And so that's why we can't just talk about just random things and say, let's just find some common ground as if there's.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
No, he started off like functionally normal, and just over time, just got progressively more belligerent and irate. It was a clear. I mean, it's like one of those things that we can show, like that marched into madness. Where once they realized the Earth is not a globe, what they thought was not true, they just starts grasping at anything possible to try and maintain the delusion.
You guys got to be part of the faith.
I tried warning you. You are gonna get mad if you go. Oh, he deafened himself. Anyway, I warned him he was gonna get mad if he goes down this road with me.
Yeah, you told him trigger warning. You gave him a trigger warning, and it still wasn't enough. It's like, dude, this content is going to challenge what you think. Are you prepared to have your worldview challenged? And he unilaterally said no. He's not mentally, physically, and spiritually equipped to have anything he believes challenged. To the point where he started contradicting. He said, basically said, Chris is a liar, and then started to ask me a bunch of questions. How do you do that? If I know someone's lying to me, the last thing I do is ask him anything. I already know they're liars.
Yeah, so it's pointless to move forward anymore with him until he proves any of the shit you just claimed prior to the whole thing when he started with that gravity talk. He didn't post any fucking proof of that. No citations, nothing.
No, and most of the maths, when we get into science, they start dealing with concepts, right? Like, this is imagination shit. Like, this stuff's not real. It's like making a video game, man.
Had to give us a warning. I'm recording you guys. As there's a bot with a red circle around it. And then when he's like, well, where's the recording? I want to go clip it. Couldn't find it. Everyone's like, dude, yeah, click on the bot. It says right there, there's a link. I don't see it. Are you telling me this is what you want me to do? No, motherfucker. I don't want you to do anything. I don't care what you do or what you don't do. You are irrelevant at this point. If you want to find something, I told you how to do it. I'll hold your hand, but I'm not going to walk you all the way to the store and back. Like, you get one shot to get it right. I said, click on the bot. You didn't do that? Then fuck you. Like, how am I going to add more content when the first thing I said you didn't even do? What's the point of adding anything else if I already know you're not going to do anything I tell you? It's not something dangerous or immoral. Click on the big red circle to find the live stream you're looking for. No, you didn't do it? No problem. I got nothing more for your dumbass.
I want to know what Newton's experiment was, like what his main experiment was, and what Einstein's was.
His main experiment was that he took head trauma and started to see stars, and then later drank mercury because he was going to shit gold. Because God did it.
Oh, okay. So he fell asleep and woke up, and lo and behold, we had these cool words. REM science, it's the best, right? When you reach REM sleep, you'll be able to science just like Newton, just like Einstein. An apple will be on a tree. You'll do so much science. Your experiment, an apple hit the ground. It was so great. All the little kindergartners are going to be amazed by your brilliant fucking prowess. Einstein, he fell asleep while he was writing on a chalkboard. And then they found gravity's formula. What the fuck? He shouldn't have fell asleep with that chalk in his hand rubbing down that board all crazy.
Hey guys.
What's up? FaceTime? We got space time in the house, baby.
Interesting concept. Yeah, he's the two concept guy.
Space time. I don't know what it is, but I'd like to have a ball of it. Maybe get a shot. We do shots of that space time, barkeep. Don't go heavy on the space.
Yeah, hand me some space time. Come on.
And I want it shaken and not stirred. Shaken, not stirred.
Why'd you mute paternalism?
He started getting rude.
He was drinking space time. He had a little too much
You
to
can be
drink.
unmuted if you
Globe got to his head.
Yeah, went to his head.
He was a bit dizzy. No, I think you should give him another chance.
Yeah, after he undeafens himself. So you might want to tell him that.
He went to go get some space time for us. He wanted to figure out what weighed more, nothing in a vacuum chamber or the vacuum chamber. It's like the idea of a vacuum. You know what I
But
mean?
right now he's in space timeout.
Well, he did that on his own.
Space timeout. Nice
He
pun.
muted himself.
Well, you can see he's not listening, right, bro? His headphones are turned off.
Yeah, he turned himself off, but he did that, not us.
Well, that's not the icon I was talking about. I was talking about the little red one. The one that
I get
looks
it.
like a...
We get it, but we're pointing out the other one.
Right. What do you call those? Are those like earmuffs?
We can go with that, brother.
Space time holders.
What do you think space time is, Demok?
Me?
Yeah. What do you think it means?
Hopes and dreams.
Something made up.
Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs don't exist. Come on.
They exist and bend the space time.
You guys.
Everyone knows the Earth is 3,000 years old.
No, space time is in your dream. That's when you can fly, not be afraid of heights, do flips and have the dirt flip around you too. You can be a bird. You can be a piece of corn.
A plane?
I don't know. I'm just saying, in your dream, you can be in space time. That's the only place.
Is that like wait, bend? Like, you know, like water when water bends, or like when fire
No,
bends?
bro, I'm going to tell you what it's like exactly. It's like imagination, imagining something.
Wait, are you familiar with water? Wait, are you familiar with like water bending?
Yeah.
Water. Yeah, if I pour it in my cup.
That's water bending, yeah.
Yeah, too bad it's supposed to do it at rest.
But apparently air can bend too, but I personally haven't seen air bending. I heard there's only like a few people, maybe even just one person.
Air can toss pebbles too, but I don't see it
I
tossing.
think there's only like one airbender left, but I just haven't seen it.
Might be him. Anyway, what's a vacuum weigh? What's the stuff weigh in a vacuum? Versus
Like a vacuum cleaner?
No. Listen to what I'm saying. When you fill a vacuum with the gas, it weighs an amount. They say there's an amount of gas in there. Now, what's it weigh after you turn that motherfucker on?
Wouldn't it be filled with dust? Like, where does how can it fill with dust if there's air?
Crazy questions. Use your.
Well, I'm thinking if I turn it on, won't dust go in the little pocket thingy? Do you know what I'm talking about? Am I crazy?
Yeah, you're a troll. We get it, dude.
Brother. I think you are.
I'm sorry, Pookie.
A vacuum chamber is like a sealed
chamber that you put a pump on and it pumps out everything in there. So they say, hey, we filled this helium container with this much helium, and they told you that was in there, that weight, that density, that amount, whatever, right, the volume. So now when you turn the vacuum on, what's it weigh? What's the volume? What's the amount?
What happens if you turn the vacuum off? Does it like implode?
Why do you keep asking questions about nothing without trying to answer the fucking question?
I'm just thinking because I'm not really a big physics person.
So you ask the opposite shit and think of the opposite shit from what I'm saying?
I'm somewhat of a critical thinker.
About stuff that we're not talking about. I'm asking you the weight of it, brother. And you're saying...
So are you asking if you had a vacuum chamber on like a set of scales, would it weigh different if there was a vacuum on and there was not a vacuum?
I don't get what it means to turn on a vacuum. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. I want to know if the medium in there weighs more when you turn it on. If it's more dense now or less dense. The vacuum. I want to know, like, what that medium is in there. There's something in there. What's it weigh? What is it? What is that called in there?
You mean the air and the oxygen and the nitrogen and
No, I mean, what's in the vacuum?
Well, a vacuum's empty, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Oh.
No, there's no such thing as empty.
What's in it? What's it called? The substance that's in it. Is that like the ether? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I didn't say that fucking word. I'm asking you. I'm asking you guys to think for yourself.
I was thinking it might be like are you familiar with actually never mind, it's too complicated.
Do you think the vacuum actually sucked the walls of the container in itself and there's nothing in there like that? Or do you think that the container's still there and there's still something in that container?
Well, there's space.
What space?
Well, the space defines the container.
Oh, so the area of the container would be your space, not the stuff inside of it reacting or acting.
Yeah, I think the idea is that all the particles are out.
So, no, they're not. God damn it.
What do you call the space around particles?
You can never get everything out. That doesn't even make no sense.
Why?
I wouldn't know if you could or not.
What do you mean why? Because you have a container there and it's not going to pull itself in unless you pull the container through the vacuum. You're not getting everything out. Do you understand this?
Well, what if one day all the particles just killed themselves?
What is a particle?
Well, you used the word. I was just talking about the particles you were talking about.
No, I didn't say particle.
Yeah,
I was listening to the other guy.
I said what's in the chamber 50 times.
Okay. Well, they'd say that they suck the air out.
Well, do you believe them? Do you always believe everything when people jump off bridges and don't come back and say it was fun? What are you talking about? Do you want to do it too? Do you want to jump off this bridge too with me? You're going to live. It's fun. It's only 8 million stories in the air. It's great.
Do you think airbending might come in here?
No, I'm just saying stop believing people, brother. That's all.
No, but could the airbending keep the air out?
Brother, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We're asking what's in the chamber, brother. Just remember this.
So would you say that there was air in the chamber, there was gases?
I'm not saying anything. I want you to use your brain. You got to figure that out, Einstein.
Could there be love? like in a divine sense? Could God's love be in the chamber?
Dude, I'm just gonna get rid of you for just talking nonsense bullshit in here. Because you want to talk about love and dumb shit, okay? Is that okay?
Could it be rainbows and unicorns?
Could it be that I can't contribute anything to the topic, therefore I gotta just troll?
So he's gonna ignore me and not... Oh, there he went. Okay, ready? Here we go. Go ahead, answer my question. Was
So
air pressure,
before we Thank you,
or was
thank
it
you.
gravity
Before we
pulling the
continue, I
water?
was muted for a long time. I want to continue where I left off. So before we continue, do you think, and Radwin, I want you to basically clarify, do you believe that Mikaku said something that showed gravity does not, quote unquote, pull things together?
I posted it for you again. Quote, there is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
Yeah, and I told you
What
how
does
you
that mean?
misrepresented that. So do you
That's
think
not
that gravity...
misrepresented. That's a
Yep.
quote from him saying it.
Okay, yeah, and in the same way I can quote Biden saying we need to put a bullseye on Trump.
We don't care about Biden. We're talking about
Dude,
your
it's an
gravity.
analogy. So Radwin, I have
Not
it on
an
record. Hold
analogy.
up. Calm down. 1 second. Let me just restart this.
Oh, you're on a short leash, mate. A very
Cool,
fucking short
amazing,
leash.
short leash.
You're fucking an idiot.
Please
ask
do not
for
put-
proof of
do
your
not put- do
claims.
not put
You
your
have provided
fetishistic
none.
desires on
Why
me
you
and
hang
lower
up
your
on
volume
this
so I can
fucking
continue
shit of
talking
a video clip
uncontested?
someone talking?
Yeah,
And why you
whatever,
talking
dude.
over
You have
people
a-
when
you
I'm
have a
talking?
poor
You little shithead. It's a fucking trash head, man. Come on. Who gives a shit about the quote of the clip? Keep it for yourself. Now prove your fucking claims. This is what the VC is for, not your fucking bitching and whining about a fucking YouTube clip. You fucking trash head. Do you get that?
He wants me to divine Michio Kaku's thoughts on something different than what he said with his mouth. He wants me to pretend that he said he was thinking something different and we're all supposed to get it.
Does anyone here have any? Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say basically it's just this circle jerk where he just wants to go on endlessly about how we are misinterpreting someone's words, which in itself is fallacious because we can only take for granted what comes out of the mouth of a human being. If you have any different standard, then you yourself would disqualify any words that you say, because according to your standard, everything can be reinterpreted a different way. Therefore, whatever anybody says is just bullcrap at the end of the day. So esoteric, your standard at the moment is very confusing and unnecessary, actually. So now go ahead and prove your spinning wobbling tilted space ball. Thank you.
And this dude came in talking about all flat earthers are Dunning-Kruger. It's quite interesting because he Dunning-Krugered the Dunning-Kruger effect. He thinks he's better at science because these flat earthers over there. And he doesn't even like the lack of self-awareness. I guess you guys bounced him out of here so I can get a chance to like grab the stuff he had posted.
He's not bounced out.
No, you're talking about Ardian? You can just DM him, he can send you that probably. I think he would do that gladly.
I'd be curious to see, like, so where are you?
Requirements.
Because Dunning-Kruger is supposed to be an internal self-assessment, not an external where you point at other people. That's how you get the Dunning-Kruger effect, by thinking you're a better driver than all the other drivers.
Which fits where the guns can be carried. It's like as a political demonstration.
Rather than you hot micing some TV or something playing in the background.
Hold on.
I think the new UG wanted to say something. Maybe he can prove a spinning ball that doesn't exist.
I was just going to ask if any of you had any formal scientific qualifications at all.
What does that mean in your world?
Yes. Yeah. So there's your answer. Yeah.
What are they?
I'm not giving any personal information.
Okay. What kind of level of qualification? Is it a degree?
Yeah, I'm 33rd degree.
Why do you think this is a scientific topic?
Sorry?
Well, so you come in here and say, well, why the random? Like, this is. Do you think this is a science question, or is it like geometry question?
It seems to be quite science-based, a lot of the argumentation.
Okay, what was your cause and effect then? What do you think that is? If you come in here and completely, like, you're not that you're off topic, but like just coming into, like, say, another room and just asking people what's their scientific credentials. And they're like, what does that have to do with anything?
It seems like a lot of the argumentation is around scientific principles and whether or not you understand them or the other person understands them.
So if you understand this stuff, then that would be a good place for you to start.
I don't claim to have a perfect understanding of everything that everybody says in here. Absolutely not.
The claims are from the globe side when you talk about the scientific part, which hasn't not been shown or proven here by anyone.
Okay.
That's why.
So
that's why I keep asking Esoteric about the proofs of the claims he made earlier, but he refuses to do that. I asked him, do that or concede. He won't budge, so he'll stay on mute until then.
Okay, so the debate topic would be this house believes.
No, this is how it goes. Like right there, Flat Earth, ask me anything or make a claim to debate. So if you've got a claim that you want to debate, present when ready. If you're just curious what flat earthers think or what flat earthers do, AMA, ask me anything.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What would be the sort of flat earth model then, I suppose, if that's the right question?
Yeah, then you have to say, what do you mean by model? Are you talking about scientific model, colloquial model?
Yeah, how would you describe it to a 5-year-old?
Yeah, so the earth is flat, and down is the ground, and up is the sky.
Okay.
And the only time you see a globe is on TV. You've seen Sesame Street, right? The new UG.
Yeah, of course.
And their space traveling worm.
Yes, it's been a while.
You tell a 5-year-old not everything on TV is real.
Mm-hmm.
So when we start talking about space and how it got there and all these other things, like, do you think that's a story or is that like real life, like to you?
Why can't it be both? I mean, God's narration created reality. We are just part of his story.
But I'm talking about the story that we have, about the Big Bang and how space got to be the way it is, right?
Well, that's not a story. That's called blatantly lying.
You think that's a lie?
Obviously, because it contradicts the word of the true God.
Is it fib, not a story?
That's your opinion, right?
Yeah, hold on. We don't go into that because on the globe side, they have the word of God in spades. They brought a Bible to the moon. The current director of NASA says he personally speaks to God. Big Bang, George Lamontre, an ordained Catholic priest. I mean, you could just go on and on. Newton, Copernicus, deep inside the Catholic religion. Last year, one of the astronauts wrote a book about how he found space Jesus.
Right. So, I mean the Pope is woke, right?
Go into space and if we're going to go into the space religion, is deeply entwined with the Catholic Church creation myth. So as flat earthers, stay away from that because they can just always go back to God did it. How do you have a globe? God did it. How do you have space flight? God did it.
So you would
That'd be pretty frustrating, I agree.
Yeah, they just keep slamming that God did it. God picked America, found space Jesus, read from the Bible. Apollo 8, I'm not sure if you know this. This is what really triggered atheists.
The Bible verse?
Yeah, no, in Apollo 8, they went to space. We told you they went to space. And the first time humans have ever been to space, they decided they're going to stop the mission, turn the ship around, face Earth, and read from the Bible. Now, this really triggered a lot of the atheists from the 1960s, and they took NASA to court repeatedly, over and over again. Prove it. Prove that shit. And that's kind of where the first people who called out the Apollo program were the atheists, because the government entwined their space trip, their space flight, with state-sponsored religion.
Right.
And the atheists were like, prove it. Let's see your proof. And they never brought the proof. The cases just kept getting dismissed because the court said that, you know, a lot of different mumbo jumbo, but basically like that's outside the purview of government. Space travels over there. Your human rights are God granted. So even though if an astronaut is in space, God granted their human right of free speech, so they get to say what the fuck they want to say.
So in terms of the flat Earth, you'd say, Crit, that there was a naturalistic explanation for it.
I would try to make a causal claim.
Do you believe the Earth looks like a snow globe, or is it more like a cylinder? By the way.
Yeah, I would know which way. From an orthographic view, no clue what it looks like.
How do you imagine the Earth, bro?
I don't think the projection matters. It's just about the geometry of it.
So how do you imagine the geometry?
The surface. Let's just stick right to the surface. It really is level. No need to. If you invoke any sort of space flight, you deeply entwine with state-sponsored religion, which is not a topic a flat earther can win the debate on. Because you've got God.
Right.
When they say "Make America Great Again," they're talking about the space flight. This is why when a lot of MAGA people come in here, they call us Antifa or communist sympathizers. We're un-American. You're un-American if you don't think that astronauts went to the moon in the 1960s. 55. Actually, this week is the anniversary. So 55 years ago, they went to the moon for the betterment of all humanity because God loves America.
What's your count of the moon? Like, is the moon also flat?
It's not Earth. I would say the moon is not the Earth.
But is the moon flat?
It's not the Earth.
Do you know the geometry of the moon?
I would say the moon is a light in the sky, and it's not the Earth.
Like a flashlight?
Do you, Todd?
How do they land on the light?
Girl.
Do you think this?
If you want to talk about the moon mission, can you show your God? How about this? Don't tell me about how they did it.
Sure.
Show me this divine inspiration that you got. Where do you prove your God? How do you got that?
Sure. So I'm a New Age spiritualist, and I'd love to talk to you about spiritual vibrations, cosmic energies, and dimensionality.
Show me your observation. Where did you observe this creator?
So when I was on LSD, the universe spoke to me.
Yeah.
What the hell was that? That guy's never even had a Bud Light.
Yeah, dude, your hallucinogenic experience is not something you're going to be able to share with other people.
Yeah, bro. So let me put this in a logic form. When my mental faculties were inebriated, I trusted them to tell me that what I was experiencing was actually the truth.
That's a pretty funny Bud Light too. That's a good reference. Good throwback.
It was perfect.
Yo, I'm pretty high. Can y'all explain to me how the Earth's flat?
You sound low.
I'm genuinely curious. Please.
You sound genuinely low.
Yeah, it's like
Low
you don't got a very good buzz.
Oh, like I'm quiet?
No, not high.
You're not high. You got a down. Are you taking downers or uppers?
No, it's just weed.
Okay, so from a very simple point of view, describe the surface of the Earth.
Okay. A crust around, or in my opinion, or in your opinion?
Just what do you see?
In reality.
A bunch of fucking trees and like big bunches of dirt in the ground that goes down really, really far.
Like how far?
Like I have no idea how far because I've never seen how far. You said what I've seen, right?
Oh yeah, I mean just to try to qualify or quantify.
Like I live near mountains and they're pretty fucking tall, so I'm imagining pretty
far. How about water? What does water look like?
Oceans are really choppy with waves and shit, and like lakes are pretty flat.
Well, there you go. I think you got a good start.
Yeah.
You guys see the news today that I posted? Strange garden sprinkler jets are erupting from dead vampire star.
What?
Let me post it again. They always talk about flat earthers. It's word soup. What you guys are saying, word soup. Now read this and tell me that's not word soup. Strange garden sprinkler jets are erupting from dead vampire star. If that doesn't sound schizophrenic, I don't know what does. I really don't. Scientists have seen a cannibalistic neutron star spraying X-shaped jets like a cosmic garden sprinkler as it feeds a companion star. Like, this is literally like, that dude is whacked. Like, dude, put down the narcotics. Okay, you are not functionally speaking right now.
No, and they give a full color picture too, right?
Oh yeah, there's like a full image and everything.
This is what we saw.
So you heard the muddying the waters, the new UG after it was explained to you as if you were a 5-year-old.
I think
you heard those. Well, is his icon still here?
Oh,
Yeah, hi. Yeah,
Talking to me? Oh, no.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Yeah, you heard everyone come in and spaz out after it was simplified to you.
Yeah, I don't think I got the full explanation. I got
not everything on TV is real.
Yeah, not everything on the TV is real.
Is this the guy that was asking for the qualifications?
Yeah.
So, brother, like I was getting at this story about this Big Bang, right?
Yeah, okay.
So you're told a story, everybody memorizes the story, and then you take tests on the story and you get gold stars and so forth. Is that your idea of intelligence? Like whoever knows the story better?
No, that would be education by rote.
So do you think that that's kind of what's happening here?
No.
No?
No.
So we don't have a story and everybody knows the story and you get good grades so long as you memorize this story, right?
I think for a lot of people, their understanding of the world would come down to received knowledge, yeah, like you describe, yeah. But I don't think that's what's happening here. When you say here, I mean this chat.
Well, I'm talking about space, right?
Okay, yeah.
Like that, you agree with me? That's all a story, right?
It's a description of phenomena that we can observe, yeah. Whether it's accurate or not, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'm not a scientist. I don't have the data. I haven't collected it. I rely on other people to do that.
So did you hear the news story that Crit just posted?
Yeah, it sounded like that they had observed a star, some kind of neutron star, doing something weird.
So what do you think they really saw?
I think they've observed something through radio telescopes that they would say is a neutron star, and it's doing
Like,
something.
do you know how close the nearest star is that they say?
I think it's 4 light years, isn't it?
So, do you know how many miles that would be?
I don't know how many miles it would be. It's a lot.
I think there's like 6 trillion miles in 1 light year.
Yeah, would it be? Well, yeah, it'd be 24 trillion miles then.
And they're observing it like it's a sprinkler spraying shit all over the place, acting like some kind of vampire, right? Like, and then they give us a picture. You see that picture they give us right beside it?
Yeah, the picture on the left was definitely CGI. The other 2 pictures seem to be colorized versions of radio telescope imagery.
Right. So like when we're making a video game and you can make images like this, and then you can use the math to describe and make this image do whatever the fuck you like it to do, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like how you'd have an image of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but we've obviously never seen
So
that.
now we have mathematical concepts and we turn them into real life, right?
Well, mathematical concepts are abstractions from reality, yeah.
You sound pretty smart, man.
So do you think that that's kind of what's going on? That we have these mathematical constructs or concepts and that we're turning stuff into reality?
I think reality is reality as it is, and then we use...
I get that part, but I'm just asking you for a specific thing here, right? Like, I'm not trying to get you to jump out of your reality or anything.
Yeah, okay. So is this in regard to the neutron star that they were talking about, or?
Well, this is in regard to all the space mathematics, right? Like E equals MC squared and all these other equations that we have.
Yeah.
That are concepts, right?
Yeah, for me, they are hugely conceptual. I'm not a scientist. I don't go out and measure things and take data, so I take it on faith that other people do that.
So they know the story better than you, therefore they're more intelligent.
Not necessarily more intelligent, but they would certainly have a better grasp of the information available because they're the ones that have gathered the data.
So what you thought was science is actually just a religion. That's interesting.
Well, we take on faith what scientists say. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. And you're singing the hymns. Hallelujah. Holy shit. Where's the Tylenol?
So you think one person is more qualified than another person because they've looked at these stars that are 24 trillion miles away and they know better?
If they were talking about stars, yeah.
But why would they lie about this? What do they gain from this? I don't understand.
We always get this question, right?
Wow. Your naivety is noted, Dookie.
Okay.
Yeah, if you know somebody's lied, do you need to know why they lied, or are you is that good enough that you know that they lied? You busted them.
I mean, sometimes I can assume, if I know the person.
Why? Does it matter? Suddenly, if you can't think about why they lied, does it mean that they didn't?
No, it doesn't mean they didn't lie. I mean, I would still want to know why.
Because they can
Have you ever asked the liar why they lied?
A couple times. I mean, sometimes they just have something
how do you know
wrong.
they weren't lying to you?
That's true, I guess. That's true.
It's a very simple question to answer. Have you actually at some point realized why you lie, or I lie, or everyone else sometimes lie? Why do humans lie? What is the advantage of lying? Come on, don't lie. Just say the truth.
I mean, I don't know. What the advantage of lying is not hurting someone's feelings.
If you would know what the 1 second, if you wouldn't know the advantage of what lying is, you wouldn't lie. Therefore, don't lie and say the truth.
Most of my
So what is the
lies
advantage?
are about not wanting to do work or something, being lazy, I guess.
So yeah. So the point is, humans lie. We lie because we take an advantage out of it, right? It's at some point serves us. Yeah. So maybe there's some people who have great power and somehow lying to the people that work for them and maintain their wealth and power. They see a good reason and why they should continue lying to them, because they want to have them put in a certain position. Maybe there's
not
an advantage
answering
to it.
what they gain exactly. I'm looking for an example.
Oh, bro. It could be so many things.
They gain, I'll tell you one, I'll give you one. So in the grand interdimensional transient nexus, there's entities that give out what's called Uber points. Not like Uber, the taxi service, but Uber as in the greatest. And so the more you lie about the nature of the Earth, you get more Uber points. So there you go. That's perfectly valid speculation.
That's so sick, dude. That's honestly
I know, huh?
a cooler explanation than probably what you guys have.
Well, the thing is I could make up a trillion explanations, and they're all just as valid. Because you don't need to have a reason that convinces you why someone would lie. It only has to convince them. If they're motivated to do it, whatever their reason is sufficient.
That's valid.
I mean, if it comes to simple thing, just for what lies are, we just all gotta look in a mirror, or you yourself just gotta look in a mirror. You realize why there are lies out there, and there can be big lies, there can be small lies. We all do it, even in our small radius, right? I mean, it's just the human heart condition, unfortunately. To which scale you would say something is a big lie or a small lie, that's up to you. That really doesn't matter. It's up to the individual. But the truth is, we all lie. And why? Because sometimes it benefits us. But it sure does have a consequence also. Most of the time.
Yeah, so notice how this took the steam out of the conversation? Because we're going down an avenue. No, fair enough. I'm not accusing you. I'm just explaining that when you go into an infinite speculative point, right? There's no end, or there is an end. People realize it's hopeless and fruitless, or they just go down the track of infinite variance in what they're guessing is the reason.
Yeah. That's why science is like, it's an outlet.
For example, in antiquity, in the human condition, and in various systems of thought and metaphysical claims, there's 3 good reasons to lie about the nature of reality, right? And they all have metaphysical implications, which is, the great questions like who we are, where we come from, what is meaning in life, those types of questions, right? So if somebody was trying to skew any of those great metaphysical questions, then controlling the narrative of the reality in which you live in would be very important, right?
Yeah.
Right, so that's a perfectly valid answer. Now, the very minute specifics of it really aren't relevant. It's just that broad category is sufficient.
All right, I got something. Trump or Biden?
Well, what is this? Is this a game of where you have to bang one and shoot the other?
Sure, if you want. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll pass because I don't want to bang.
I pass too. I mean, honestly, Trump probably be kind of fun. I feel like he'd make some jokes about it.
Well, at least you probably wouldn't get pooped on.
Yeah, probably not.
Another reason why they might lie is that there's more land, right? If the Earth isn't a fixed size with a fixed distance that you could travel, then it's possible there's more land, right? And we know that last time in our history, when there was a new world to discover, what happened? It upset empires, right?
Yeah.
Changed the dynamics of the entire power system. So to maintain a current power system, not allowing people to understand that there's more land might be valuable, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Another reason is a direct spiritual agenda. For example, majority of the world's spiritual systems posit the idea that humans are not the only sentient agents. In fact, we're not even at the apex of the tier of the list. There's greater agents than us who have designs on humanity. And so they will influence the world into a deception for their goals, right? So we got on the table 3 categories of why they would lie, which are very in tune with history, very in tune with the human condition, very in tune with the intuitions of spiritualists and religious systems throughout antiquity, right?
Sorry,
So now that we've established that,
sorry,
go ahead.
Just to be clear, that last speculation, was that demons?
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be. Some people in some religions say it's demons, some say it's demigods, some say it's actually just separate eternal consciousnesses that are all part of the monad. You know, it's all different variations.
Yeah, just so I was understanding. Thank you.
Yeah, so for example, in the Christian worldview, that would be demons, and like what's another one? Hindu worldview, it might be like a demigod. And guess what? Guess what, friends? Oh, you thought I was just going to talk about religions? Oh, no. In the evolutionary materialist worldview, these greater sentient entities also exist. Okay? You think evolutionists and atheists and secular materialists are free from this? No, they're not. Why? Because the latest scientific discoveries are proving that matter, energy, and temporal states can't be eternal, and the subsequent or prior necessity for these things to exist is eternal consciousness, right? And variant eternal consciousness, where that there's some that are more powerful than others. So even in that worldview, you have agents that are greater than humans. So nobody's safe from this avenue of a reason of why they, quote unquote, would lie, because you have to define who they, quote unquote, are. So now that we've established at least 3 categories of very practically possible reasons of why there's a deception going on in the world, why don't we just address whether or not there is a deception with the evidence we have on hand, which is the material fact that the earth is present to us and able to be touched, felt, and measured. So the sucker either measures as a globe or it measures as a flat surface, one or the other, right? So we know the earth practically presents itself as flat, right? That's how we operate in it. Even globe arguments concede this fact, where they start out like, oh, the earth looks flat, but it's because it's so big. Oh, so you could see it looks flat. Yeah, duh. So the it's so big is the secondary claim to the first claim, which is obvious on its face that it appears to us to be flat. So it's the onus is on the person saying it's a giant globe to prove that the reason why it looks flat is because it's a giant globe, rather than just the simple fact that it's flat. Well, silence is acquiescence. I rest my case. The Earth is obviously observably flat, and the globe has failed to prove that it's curving in and around itself and coming back where it started. So I guess the Earth is flat, and that settles it.
And the guy who asked why they would lie left. So back to the new UG.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, so it's measured, surveyed, and navigated flat.
Any objections? No objections. The motion carries. Put it in the minutes. The Earth is flat. All right. Well, I guess that was easy. Now I can retire.
So when you guys see video of people in space and at the International Space Station, and they appear to be in, zero gravity, and the hair's all flying around and whatever's flying around, what do you think's going on there?
Have you ever seen the movie Gravity, bro?
Yeah.
You ever see people floating around in space in that movie, and their hair going all over the place, and all the good stuff you just said?
Yeah.
I think they even do a better job than NASA.
What's up? I'm back.
So you'd claim it was all computer-generated imagery, like a Hollywood film?
Yeah. Most of it is. Like, I think they got a set going and everything there, right?
Okay. So same with your SpaceX and their live launches and all that kind of thing. Same deal.
No, man, they got cameras on their rockets. You never see them. You never see what you want to see, right? They show you a downward view, and then they show you a distorted upward view, like whatever. And we're not debating whether or not things go up into the sky, but when you start making claims about going to the moon, well, that's a little different, right?
Yeah, I mean, just the space station itself, you could probably see the curvature of the Earth from there, I imagine.
Well, not according to your scientists, right?
Well, they wouldn't be my scientists, but the assumption would be that there is a space station up there, and it goes around a globe.
And then, yeah, what height is the space station at, right?
Yeah, I don't know. A few miles.
Is it in the vacuum of space?
Yes, I believe it is. Yeah. So I'm told.
So how do you get into the vacuum of space, right? Like there's a whole other argument here. I don't feel like getting into it, but
So can you show us gas pressure next to a vacuum in a demonstration?
Whoa,
That'd
you
be
have
good.
a cool voice.
I think he's Australian.
He is. I muted him. Wow, he just instant muted.
So if the Earth is flat, is gravity fake or not real, or a concept that you would reject?
There's a few different types of gravity. Newtonian, Einsteinian. Specific. So we would probably agree with the definition of specific gravity, which is basically buoyancy and density. Someone's mic's on. I think it's AI.
So please carry on.
Is the Earth always moving up? Is that what it is?
Doesn't matter.
It's got distracted.
It's irrelevant, bro.
So yeah, gravity. Sorry, buoyancy and density.
Mm-hmm.
So like helium balloons go up because it's lighter. Because helium's lighter than the surrounding medium.
Yeah.
And a bowling ball goes down and you pick it up because it's heavier than the medium of air. Now you talk about water, it's different. But if you take a beach ball and you force it under the water and let it go, it goes up. So, but that's how we explain things falling and things going up. But
what in that scenario, what would attract obviously the medium that the helium balloon is in is air. What is attracting the air to the Earth?
So air or gas molecules are unbonded, so they just bounce off each other and the walls of the container, but indefinitely. They speed up if the temperature goes up, they'll speed up.
Someone's mic's unmuted and I hear the TV.
I think it's AI.
Wait, no, it's in the game. Sorry, it's in the game.
Thanks for that. Anyway.
So you would postulate that there's a container around the atmosphere
Well, yeah, gas doesn't have weight. It expands in all directions.
So the pressure within the container would be equal.
Not necessarily.
Okay. But it would seem to suggest that the pressure,
If you had an empty fish
lower to the pressure lower to the Earth would be higher than the pressure further away, which would cause the helium balloon to go up.
There's more high pressure closer to the Earth, where the gas is produced.
So what would be causing that?
Or be causing gas to be produced from the Earth?
No, what would be causing the higher pressure nearer the Earth as opposed to further away?
I just said it was more. That's where it's produced at ground level. So there's going to be more of it there bouncing around than higher in the atmosphere. In the atmos.
Wouldn't within the container the pressure just equalize everywhere?
Well, there's not an equal temperature. And there's constantly this air being generated from the bottom, which rises up. Like steam from a kettle, there's more steam near the kettle than up on the roof. It just disperses out. When it gets up higher, it slows down. The elastic collisions. So no, this idea that gas has weight is stupid. It obviously doesn't. It needs a container. So they did an experiment to try and prove gas pressure next to a vacuum by opening up a vacuum chamber. And they proved that you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum because the vacuum immediately, all the air just immediately rushed into the vacuum chamber.
And the pressure equalized, didn't it?
Well, we're talking about basically oxygen, whatever, in a vacuum chamber. So we're not talking about the Earth, I'm not talking about the dynamic system of Earth that has a water cycle, an air cycle, creates gas at ground level and goes up, round. That's not a vacuum chamber. A vacuum chamber is just a box. So yeah, the gas is going to equalize in just a metal box that has, it's all the same temperature. But if you've got a huge, it's a system, got the word, but it's a system. We have water cycle, air cycle and stuff. It's just a box. So you get a pressure gradient in a bottle garden. It's contained. So that's one example. But when you talk about pressure gradient, when you say pressure, that means containment. So it's the gas needs something to press on pounds per square inch.
So when they do create a vacuum, they have large vacuum chambers, and they do experiments where they drop things in the vacuum. What's going on there?
Things fall at different rates. Something really heavy is going to fall faster than... if you believe that bowling ball feather video, you're pretty gullible. You probably believe that fisheye proves curvature, if you believe that video, because it's so dodgy. It's the dodgiest garbage I've ever seen from supposedly BBC science.
I'm just trying to understand that you say that it's kind of a pressure thing with air. Heavier things fall through it because it's kind of a medium that things move through. But in a chamber, in a vacuum chamber, why would something fall down?
It's heavy.
but it would sort of imply that it was attracted to the ground.
Why? You think a bowling ball's going to float in a vacuum chamber?
Well, if there's no
That's pretty
air,
nippy.
well,
There's no air, and then it's going to fall faster because there's no resistance at all.
but what's the force that's acting on it to make it move?
To weight,
Which is
however much a bowling ball weighs.
on.
Hey, bro, I got one for you. Since he's struggling. He's struggling to want an answer, so here's the answer. There's a scanned phase line of energy that exists in an interdimensional quantum state.
Why doesn't the bowling ball go sideways? Is that your next question?
It's from high altitude and goes down, and it pushes everything down. There you go. There's your answer. You like it?
So how do you think there is gas pressure next to a vacuum? Gravity?
All right,
Yo, Gaz. Am I coming through?
Listen up, Negroes. I wanted to say, listen, I want to hear the explanation. Why are we all on this earth, okay? Is it because...
The Aussies are taking over.
Okay, so listen, the problem began in this question when you asked, if the Earth is flat, what about gravity? As if gravity has anything to do with the shape of the Earth at all.
Well, my question was: is gravity fake, or is there a concept that you would reject of gravity?
Okay, but think about it. Is gravity fake? Why is that even a question?
Oh, well, specific gravity, so buoyancy and density is obvious, but mass attracting mass, that's it's an outdated concept anyway. It was replaced with bendy space-time in
great. Yes.
1915 by Einstein.
Down, so I'm just going to mute you. There, that solves my problem. Okay, Daz, you can't unhear me, so you're causing audio chaos, so you're muted. Right? That's how I solved that. So, back to the question. Repeat your question, please, sir.
My initial question was, is gravity something that you would consider to be a false concept or fake?
Well, see, we got a problem here. What is gravity? That's the question, because you can't just say, is gravity fake? Right? You have to understand what you mean by gravity. Okay, if you say things fall down that are more dense than their surrounding media, which, by the way, would apply to a vacuum obviously has the lowest density possible, so all objects are pretty much going to be more dense and they travel down. Let's say that that's a phenomenon we all observe, and let's say we name that gravity. Why would anyone say that's fake?
I think it's more the theory of gravity in terms of, as the one that he was alluding to, 1915, Einstein's space-time.
Okay, let's say that's true. What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Well, if you're going to question the shape of the Earth, is that something else that you would question?
Well, what's the cause? What's the cause of quote-unquote things moving towards the Earth in Einsteinian quote-unquote gravity?
Well, my limited understanding would be that space-time is curved towards the very massive object of the Earth.
Okay, let's say that's true. Now let's say the Earth is a very massive object. Let's say it's the only object with any significant mass, and let's say it's flat. So if it's the only object with any significant mass, right, in range of the other objects, like my trash that I throw and it lands on the ground because I'm littering, right? What's wrong with that? We have the most massive object, we have things moving towards it, and it's flat. What's wrong with that? That seems to be congruent.
Seemingly, but it wouldn't necessitate that it would be flat. It doesn't say that it couldn't be.
Whoa. There you go. That's the point. It's not about necessities, it's about possibilities. So when someone says if the Earth is flat, what about gravity, or is gravity now fake?
Yeah.
They're assuming something about the nature of gravity requires a globe Earth that would mean it's excluded on a flat Earth. And there's no formulation of gravity that excludes the Earth being flat. That's simply a story that people have been told that they synergized into one cohesive, storytelling device that made everyone think that gravity and the globe Earth are one and the same thing.
The moon seems to be quite massive.
Yeah, but guess what? There's nothing falling to the moon, is there?
No, but the
You ever thrown a rock? You ever thrown a rock on a full moon, and instead of it skipping over the water, it just went to the moon?
Funnily
The
enough,
answer is no, never happened.
Never happened, no.
So even if it were the case that the moon was massive and the moon was attracting things to it, the moon is not the Earth. The Earth would still be more massive, right? So it wouldn't matter. The point I'm trying to make to you is that gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth whatsoever. Nothing. The only thing it has to do with, just one second, the only thing it has to do with is the creation story. The creation story in the globe paradigm. That gravity is what caused the Earth to form into a ball sometime in the past. That's the only thing it has to do with anything in their worldview.
Yes.
Okay, in other words, it's a religious mythos of creation.
It doesn't necessitate a creator, though.
Yeah, it does.
We can see
Look, listen, I'm going to be very clear to you. According to the laws of entropy and the laws of motion, if you have an energy state and you have motion present, in order to avoid a first cause fallacy and an infinite chain regression of causal events, you need an initiation point that is greater than matter, space, and time, and energy. Okay? Now, the only thing we know of that can instantiate an action without a precedent chain causation is one thing and one thing only. And that thing is will. And since will necessitates a mind, that means that the most rational explanation for why we have events in the present where motion occurs is that they were instantiated by a mind sometime in the past. So yes, the very presence of temporal matter and energy states means that a mind caused it to happen. Or now that's a very rational explanation. Or you could posit that nothing started everything, or you could posit that infinite chain regression is possible, which is a fallacy. Or you could say that matter, space, time, and energy were eternal, which violates all the laws of physics. So we got a problem on our hands. The most rational explanation is a specific agent creator who instantiated everything by will from a higher ordinate dimension. There you go. It was easy.
But then you get to the logical question of where did the consciousness come from that produced the matter?
No, that's not a logical question.
Well,
it's not a logical question at all. What I said.
Sorry. You're suggesting that consciousness produces matter ex nihilo.
No, I didn't say that. Didn't say that at all because you messed up. You fucked up real bad. Let me tell you how. In order for consciousness to create matter ex nihilo, there must be nihilo. And if there is consciousness, then there is not nihilo. Correct? Okay, now, guess what? You want to know what's funny? Let me just wrap this up with this. Very funny. Is I could quote you and cite you evolutionary biologists, physicists, et cetera, that agree with me that eternal consciousness is necessary in the first instance for matter, temporal, and energy states to exist. Now, these are not flat earthers. These are not people motivated by religion. They are scientists, and they've been studying ever decreasing time states, so smaller time scales, matter states, smaller and smaller particles, and energy states, smaller and smaller amounts of energetic reactions. Mm-hmm. And their conclusion is, when they run the numbers and they run the math and they run everything, is that the fundamental particle of the universe, which must exist in the first instance for temporal matter and energy states to exist, is eternal consciousness. So something must be eternal categorically, and matter, temporal states, and energy states don't fit the bill for what the thing is that's eternal. So the only category left is consciousness.
Not necessarily. There are other options.
Yeah, good, cool story. Why don't you put one on the table?
Codependent co-origination.
Okay, so that's a cool word, right? So why don't you tell me how that doesn't violate the laws of physics, and the laws of entropy?
Why would it?
Because what do you mean? Why would it? Because matter, temporal, and energy states, dude, have chain causation, dude.
Yeah,
you have laws of motion. You have nothing moves unless acted on by an outside force. You have the laws of entropy, where the work is running out. You have all of these other things which point against this idea that matter, temporal states, and energy states are eternal into the past. In other words, they had a beginning. Okay?
So you would agree that all phenomena arise in dependence on cause and conditions. So matter, the universe, there was a cause and a condition for that to happen. Correct. So if all of these phenomena arise dependently, then no phenomena have inherent independent existence.
Correct.
Right. So if no phenomena have inherent independent existence, then all phenomena are empty of inherent existence.
Correct.
Okay.
And so all of the things that are under the category of phenomenon, which are events and all of those types of things, or chain causation, or any of those types of things, they came into being at a particular time, quote unquote, or a particular instantiation, quote unquote, of which time they didn't priorly exist, and therefore they weren't precedent in the chain to be able to cause the antecedent. To be able to cause a consequent. So
they must have appeared. Sorry. Carry on.
Go ahead. They must have appeared, right?
Yeah, they must have appeared with a subject-object relationship.
Right. So they come into being caused by something that is greater than them. And the only thing we know of that can instantiate action, right, in the physical and natural world, right, is will, is sentient agency of some kind. So it's perfectly rational, if not necessary, right, that you get to the point of sentient agent causation for the entire physical and natural world.
So for you, matter and object could be an appearance in consciousness. Because consciousness can't produce ex nihilo, so it must have produced from its own being.
Yeah, the only being that is the being. Everything else is in creation of the being. In other words, everything exists, came out of the being, and the being itself is eternal.
So everything came out of the being, so therefore is the being.
Wrong.
How wrong?
Because I said came out of.
Did creation come
That
into
is.
existence? Like at some point, was it non-existent?
Correct.
Does that mean that God exists within a timeline?
No, God is extraordinate dimensionally. So temporal states are a subordinate dimension.
So what you're saying is that God first created time, and then he waited a bit, and then he created the earth?
It could have all happened simultaneously. Time is kind of, listen, To a being that is extraordinate to temporal dimensions, time is irrelevant. That being is actually is in the future and the past simultaneously.
But how can it be? Okay, sorry.
It's because it is not greater than us. We are lesser than it. We are subordinate dimensionally. It's not it is extraordinate. So the dimensions of time are a subordinate dimension within its reality. Okay. So for example, you take a record,
Mm-hmm.
take a record, put it on a record player, right? Press start on the record player. The needle experiences the music sequentially, but the total record is already there, and somebody who's outside of the record can see the entire record and see the notes approaching the needle from the future.
Yeah, I get that, but I just don't get, like, how can we say that at some point in time creation was not there if God does not exist within time?
Because that's our limited vocabulary from our dimensional status. It's the same as in Flatland. If you've ever seen the movie Flatland or read the book or read the short story, you'd understand that lower dimensional creatures cannot truly comprehend higher ordinate dimensions because they lack the faculty to experience it directly. So they must use constructs from their dimensions that they have access to in an attempt to explain or visualize higher dimensions. Even, for example, there's a famous one with Carl Sagan. If anyone remembers him, he was some douchebag atheist retard that used to do the Cosmos series. And he had this drawing where he would show you, oh, here's a circle, here's a square, these are flat, here's a cube, this is 3 dimensions. And then when we go up to the 4th dimension, we have a tesseract. And he tried to draw it for people and show it to him, and he said this, I can't actually draw this for you because I'm limited to my 3 dimensions. So this is kind of like an artist interpretation of the 4th dimension.
Sure, it's a projection. I agree. But do you take it to be the case that time was created before creation?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that make time part of creation?
It is part of creation.
So then how did time...
Matter, energy, and temporal states are created.
Okay. So then time did not exist before creation?
Not in the way in which we experience it, no.
So it doesn't make sense to say that at some point in time, the universe was not...
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Listen, that's great. It makes perfect sense for the reasons I just described. And if you're just going to go back to it doesn't make sense, then why'd I waste my breath? It's kind of like I said, when Carl Sagan shows the image of the Tesseract, he says, this is our way of saying these things from our limited perspective.
No, I agree.
We as temporal agents are forced to use temporal language.
Sure, like spatial-temporal or spatial reasoning doesn't extend to 4 dimensions or higher. I agree. But in this case, we're talking about 1 dimension, time. Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, 1.
Yeah, but just naming it a dimension, you don't know what hierarchy it is on the ordinate scale of dimensions. Like what
does that mean?
Dimensions are required. Well, can you have 3 dimensions? Can you have the 3rd dimension without the 1st and the 2nd?
I mean, if it is the 3rd dimension, that would mean that it comes in a sequence of dimensions, right?
Well, there you go. There's your answer.
But in this case, we're talking about time in isolation. We're looking at 1 axis, right?
Right. So why don't you talk about the 3rd dimension in isolation?
Like, you mean a spatial dimension in isolation, like the x-axis? We could do that.
Could we quickly go back?
I could say that you are to the right of me or to the left of me. That would be looking at the x-axis, right? 1 dimension.
Yeah, but it has no coherence in the overall grand scheme of reality.
It's very coherent to say that, like, you are to the left of me.
Yes, but in the grand scheme of reality, it doesn't have any coherence because you don't understand it in the relationship to the whole. That's my point.
Well, some things can be orthogonal.
But what I'm trying to say is they, like, the 3 dimensions in time, and probably there's like 11 postulated dimensions that are necessary for the corporeal world to exist.
No, 16.
They all must be. Yeah, so let's just say 16. They all
That's for
must be
string theory,
present
which most people don't believe.
Yeah, fair enough, but they all must be present simultaneously. If you remove one, then you can't have the reality we experience.
If you take this minority position in string theory, presumably. But again, scientific theories are different, right? Because these are like predictive models, and we just have allegiance to the one that has the most predictive power. There may be another model that comes along later that has more predictive power without having 16 axes, right?
Right, but let's just forego all that metaphysical gobbledygook and get back to the point that the guy was asking. It's if unguided natural chain progression causation of events cause the Earth to come into the shape that it is because gravity affects things radially versus intentional design of an Earth where the forces could be resisted, then it's perfectly rational that you have gravity in any classical sense, yet the Earth still be flat. So that was the answer to the guy's question.
I don't see how infinite regress connects to gravity and the shape of planets, but maybe.
We were discussing the difference between how gravity in terms of space-time, that model would tend, well, from my understanding, it would predict a globe as opposed to a flat surface.
Yeah, but you got to change.
It seems like,
and then we digress into.
I mean, it seems like, sort of having a flat pancake is a very unstable shape. Because the gravity
that's great.
circumference would be
Great.
extreme.
Yeah, that's cool story. Cool story. Who cares? Nobody said the Earth was a flat pancake.
Oh, it's like a snow globe, right?
Well, check it out. The common assumption that you could go to YouTube and find right now when you're talking about gravity in relationship to a flat Earth is a formulation of the flat Earth as a thin disk with not very much depth to it. And so then they then say, well, if you have the mass distributed thinly over a wide surface area, you end up with splayed radials of gravity that would cause you to turn diagonal as you went to the extremity of the surface. Now, that might be a fair critique if the Earth was a flat disk, but I will submit to you, for example, Professor A.C. Tort from the University Physics Department of Rio de Janeiro University wrote a paper, an exercise in Gauss's law in regards to flat Earth, right?
Which law? Gauss had a few laws.
I don't. Yeah. You can look at the paper.
Okay.
So anyway, the point that he did was he took the field lines and the mass distribution, and he ended up with something like a deep cylinder. Wasn't even really that deep, to where the extremities, right, are essentially very similarly in a radius to the center point. And he had a different differential mass distribution, and he ended up with a surface property where the field lines of gravity would be indistinguishable from a globe. In other words, so the point I'm making is that the idea that mass attracts mass gravity or whatever the heck excludes a flat Earth is just false.
Well, I think you really are onto something. Like the single pancake would not be very stable, but the stack of pancakes would be a lot more stable. And really, the more the stack of pancakes resembles a sphere, the more stable it is, right? It's like a
pancakes.
And so if you mean it like really resembles a sphere, but it just happens to be a cylinder, that's way more stable than like a thin pancake. I agree. But the most stable configuration, of course, would be something that is a sphere.
Did he make a determination on the thickness of the?
It was very chungus, very thick,
and the
thick
wide
chungus,
and the wide,
very chunky.
No, yeah,
look, it's not much different. It's not much difference to the circular surface area. It's like pretty similar to the depth.
Yeah.
I mean, if it resembles a sphere, then it's going to be more stable than if it doesn't.
No. Poop stacking up is more stable.
Denmark, you are correct. You are correct. The reason why is because we're talking about, in one instance, quote unquote, Einstein predicts a sphere, but you're assuming that the thing in question is forming under naturalistic processes, right? Where the processes are what create the object. If you just remove that assumption and just say that the Earth was specifically, intentionally created as it is to resist the forces at present, then you have an engineering problem rather than a naturalistic forces causing an object problem. And once you turn it into an engineering problem, and you have a super intelligence on the task, then it's not unreasonable that it results in something that's going to work.
Well, but
where have we got the super?
The weird thing with the pancake stack model is that the gravity would be weaker at the edges of the pancake. So like you would jump higher if you were near the ice wall. I don't know if we've measured that.
You're wrong. You're wrong. You just need a differential mass distribution.
Oh, you mean like there's more density near? Okay, that'd be very clever of God if you made the Earth more dense on different parts to cancel that out. But I guess he could have.
Well,
You can't falsify that.
Fair. But of course, this is also assuming that we're doing mass attracts mass to the center of mass type equation. If we just remove that and we just put that the Earth has
Right, it may
something
not be
different
MSM.
going on. Yeah, exactly.
I think we've made a lot of presuppositions here about superintelligence and whether it's necessitated or not, or whether it even exists. We don't.
No, it's not super intelligent.
Dude, who cares? Who cares? Listen, homie Slice. Notice how when I argued, I parsed it out with possibilities that if it's the case that you have a superintelligence on the engineering problem, then it would be explanatory to why it's able to design a system that seems to defy naturalistic causation problems. You then jump that I'm presupposing something when I didn't even do that.
The superintelligence you
holy. No, listen, dude. Let me put this to you, dude. I'm going to ask you a question, and you are not going to be allowed to speak until you answer this question correctly. What is the difference between a supposition and a presupposition?
A presupposition is to take something as a priori, so something is understood.
And what's a supposition?
A supposition would be something that you would take from argumentation, I suppose.
Yeah, so here, let me give you an example. If there was a superintelligence and it was responsible for an engineering problem, solving the problem and designing a system that works in lieu of naturalistic forces, then that would have explanatory power to why it works. Now, here's the second phrase. There is a superintelligence that did this, therefore that's why it works. You notice how those are two different sentences?
Yes, absolutely. You
okay, so I didn't presuppose the superintelligence at all. I supposed it. Those are two different things, correct?
Correct.
Now, in light of that, also, here's the line to reason back to a superintelligence being responsible for reality.
Could you start that again? You broke up a bit.
Yeah, well, I'm saying recently I reasoned, right, based on natural laws and certain logical principles, that a superintelligence is the cause of subsequent reality. And I even corroborated it with hostile witnesses who don't believe my worldview that agree with me that that's the case.
Which logical principles did you use?
Like infinite chain regression being impossible.
That doesn't follow.
Which laws of logic did you use, should I say? Would that be?
Oh, nothing follows.
The issue is infinite regress isn't logically contradictory. It's just strange.
Yeah, so for example, if I exclude all the present categories from being the cause, and there's only one known cause that can cause actions of instantiation, and that's left, then I've excluded these, and the only one that's left must be the case, right?
Not necessarily. You could be presenting a false dilemma.
Yeah, that could be the case, and that might be a fair critique, but it's not unreasonable to say if there's these available causes, and I've excluded these causes, then this cause that we know of is the most probable, if not certain.
Yeah, I'd go with that. Yeah.
So I didn't. Let me put it to you this way: I didn't just pull it out of my ass, right? I reasoned to it.
What? Yeah, I feel like you're letting him get away with a lot of stuff, Yuji.
I am, but it's fine. we can circle back to it. The issue
He's not
that
letting me get away with nothing. He hasn't provided a single counterpoint whatsoever. He's just said, "Oh, maybe there's another possibility." Well, that's a great speculation. Why don't you present one that actually makes any sense?
Okay, I presented one in terms of codependent co-origination, which would be that both consciousness and matter are empty of any essence and that arise dependently of one another.
Out of what?
Does dependence go in one direction or both directions?
Both.
Holy shit, dude.
That's lame as fuck.
So you exactly. You have consciousness and matter simultaneously coming into being. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying I can't say when and if they came into being other than that they are now, and that they are required. For
Okay, so then, okay, so you're saying they're both eternal.
It might be.
Okay, cool. So what's matter?
Empty of essence.
Empty. Matter is empty of essence. Wow, dude. Profound. I don't know, Boo. Let me tell you something. I got my my blower here made of plastic, and I dropped it on the other thing. It seems to have an essence, bro.
It would be a non-dualistic point of view.
So it sounded more like some esoteric mumbo jumbo to me, dude, than an actual viable option.
Oh, it's called Buddhism.
Oh, yeah. So it was a religious proposition after all.
Yes.
Okay. See, I was under the impression that you were trying to critique based on scientific principles, but it turns out it was just religious principles.
No, it's a principle based on logic as well. It's just a different logic from the Aristotelian logic that you would hold to be axiomatic.
Okay, so then what's the logic that results in that?
Well, the difference would be that the law of non-contradiction and the excluded middle aren't taken as axiomatic. We have what's called...
Wow.
We have the...
This is pretty out there.
Yeah.
Okay, so listen, if the law of non-contradiction is no longer in play, then that means you can have contradictions. That means a thing can both be itself and not itself simultaneously.
Right.
And so then we have also sentences that can be true and false simultaneously. Then we have propositions that can be proven true and proven false simultaneously. Now we have no grasp of what's true and what isn't.
Not necessarily, no.
Well, dude, if I give you a contradictory statement to your statement, you have no way to determine whether it's true or not because you no longer have the law of non-contradiction. So how the heck are you going to tell me I'm wrong?
Well, we could point to the existence of the liar's paradox, which is a true paradox within our universe, and say that is a contradiction.
Is it? Hold on now. Tell us what it is.
The contradiction, well, the liar's paradox is the statement of this statement is false.
What? That's not a paradox.
Well,
that's a category error.
No, it's not.
It's illogic. Yes, it is, dude.
It isn't.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and finish. This statement is false. Okay, go ahead. Now what happens?
We can also have the strengthened liar's paradox, where we could say that this statement is not true.
Okay.
Which changes it slightly. Yeah, this would be the position of Buddhists, Advaita Vedanta.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's stupid. For example, I could just write a sentence that says, I have $5 million in my bank account.
Well, we could see, couldn't we?
I mean, you would just say that what you gave is just not a proposition.
Exactly. It's not a truth proposition in itself. It's just a language trick that people think is profound and has metaphysical implications.
It somewhat does, because it is, I think it's like, I forget which one of Gödel's, and then like the halting problem. You can sort of phrase the liar's paradox in those languages as well. But I don't know the details here.
I think we could probably also say that we could see it in the physical world, in the quantum realm, in the terms of superposition.
Oh, okay. So now we have to go. We have to go to another dimension where things
No, but
exist.
I wouldn't say that. I don't think that's the case. No, because Elias paradox is about like a self-referential statement that, but the superposition is just about like a bivariate normal distribution.
But you could make a statement about where a particle was. Is it to the left or is it to the right? Non-subjectively in the absolute.
But they're in a superposition of states, right? So this is just a probability distribution.
Would that not be a paradox, though?
No, I mean, what you could just like assign a probability to being in either state.
Well, how could a particle be in the front and the back?
Well,
I mean, it could be your philosophical question about whether it's resolved until it collapses or not. Because you could take the Bohr view that it was always in one position. We just never knew about it. Like, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, you can just model it as a superposition of states, and some states are more probable than other states. I don't know. This is contradictory.
Okay, so in the language you just said, it sounds like you're modeling where things could be, not making a claim that they're in two positions simultaneously. However, if there is dimensions greater than the physical dimension, of which the physical dimensions are subordinate, so in other words, an object that transcends the dimensionality could be present in two locations in a lower dimension simultaneously. And it's just failing to see the higher dimension that is causing us to have an error in our interpretation of what's going on. This is the problem. So we're limited beings on the lower tier of dimensionality, right? Making existential metaphysical claims about the whole of reality.
I don't get the dimensionality comment, to be honest.
But I mean, my position would be slightly different to yours. I imagine that you have, and I'm imagining, so please correct me if I'm wrong, that your position was that there is a super intelligent creator being that created the universe and designed it purposefully. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. My position would be that there is I think I'll probably simplify it and say that there is a universal consciousness that is not personal.
It's not personal. Cool. So a non-personal consciousness gave rise to personal consciousnesses. That sounds like reverse entropy to me, homie.
Reverse entropy? What does that mean?
I think he means it doesn't follow.
No, it's like you don't have the necessary prerequisites for the thing that's going to come next.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what do you mean by entropy? Is that like, do you mean like Shannon entropy, or like Boltzmann?
Dude, you never heard of logical entropy?
Teach me.
Well, it's the same kind of concept where things start at higher states and then degrade. They don't start at lower states.
Oh, you mean thermodynamics?
Greater. Yes, but it also applies to other things.
But how would this be an issue? Because like statistical thermodynamics is a high-level concept built on lower-level stuff like the quantum ensemble, and so he's making a claim about the lower thing, the higher thing when it bounded. Like that's like saying you can't do physics because chemistry contradicts it. It's like no, chemistry is emergent of physics. It's a bit backwards.
I mean, personally, from my point of view, I would argue that the personality that you call yourself as a being is illusory. That it's a collection of...
You actually believe this stuff?
Yeah.
Holy crap. Dude, imagine thinking that your own personality, which you have first-hand experience and it cannot be otherwise, is an illusion of the mind, which preordinates a mind in the first instance.
I would...
In order to understand meaning, you need a semiotic relationship between the token and the transference and the receptor. Okay? So the very concept that you can understand your own personality alludes to the fact that personality is real.
Can you give...
Not an illusion.
Are you familiar with nominalism?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Or like, are you familiar with like anti-realism actually?
Well, I'll put it to you this way: it is impossible that my present experience is not real. That's impossible. Cannot be.
How do you know that?
I know that dude, because I'm experiencing it.
Well, it seems that way, but how do you know what things is true?
No, wrong. I'm not talking about.
There is an answer.
Okay,
to
let me put a practical example. So, I reached into my truck and I grabbed a glove. I'm holding the glove, I'm squeezing it, and I'm feeling the fibers. Now you could argue. Just hold on. You could argue there's no actual glove there, but you can't argue that I'm not feeling inside, that I'm not experiencing something. That present internal experience is happening. I'm experiencing it. First order primary knowledge cannot be otherwise.
But
that cannot be fake.
There's a difference between you having sense data and your interpretation of that sense data corresponding to reality.
No. What you're saying is corresponding that the thing that I'm holding in my hand is a real object that exists beyond my internal perceptions. What I'm telling you is that my internal perceptions are real.
That's fine. But I'm more concerned with your perspectives of the external world.
That's fine, but Homeboy seemed to be alluding that the internal world is an illusion, not that the external world is an illusion of the internal world.
Sure. Can you be certain that you're not a brain in the vat?
Dude, that's amateur hour.
Yeah,
if I was a consciousness that existed purely, why would I need a brain and why would I need a vat? I wouldn't need any of those things.
It just feels like hubris with a lot of these things.
Yeah, we would hold that basically the human being is consistent of 5 skandhas or heaps. One of them being the body, the other one being consciousness, one of them being sense data, emotion, etc. And we would say that the combination of all these 5 impermanent things you take as an illusion of self. You say, I am these things, but you are not. That's my point.
Okay, but your own how could your own consciousness, which is the awareness of the self, be an illusion of the self?
Well, when you are unconscious,
awareness being a self-illusion.
Have you ever been knocked out, chemically or physically? Someone punched you or anything?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that when I'm conscious,
where did your consciousness go?
Yeah, that's actually the only valid point that you've made all day.
Okay, thank you. We would hold to the two-tooth doctrine of, on a conventional level, phenomena appear to exist independently and dualistically, but ultimately these phenomena are understood to be empty of inherent existence and are in fact non-dual. So we make a distinction between conventional truth and ultimate truth.
Okay, so let's take that. So if the material, natural, temporal, conscious, waking state is an illusion of the true state, which is what you experience when you don't have those things, which is when you're unconscious, so then true reality is pure unconsciousness.
Well, you'd have to discover that for yourself.
How would I be? No, hold on a second. How would I know it? Because I'm unconscious when I find it.
Well, you'd have to experience it for yourself. That's the invitation of Buddhism.
No, I can't. No, you're wrong. I see the problem is I can't experience it because while I'm in the state of not possessing consciousness, I have no present experience. So it can't be experienced in principle.
So you don't actually know if you were actually knocked out, because you never experienced being knocked out.
Correct. You are not conscious for the period of quote unquote temporal states where other people perceive time passing. You are always present when you're conscious. So you have no way of knowing, right, what occurs when you're not conscious. So when I quote unquote go to sleep, the next thing I experience is either a dream or being awake. Right? I don't even experience the time when I'm not conscious. At best, I think about it in my conscious state after the fact. And I look at the clock and I see 8 hours passed and I'm like, oh, wow, I was unconscious for 8 hours.
So I'll put it this way. If Buddhism isn't an atheistic religion. It's more of an agnostic religion. We don't hold that there is no God, but we say that nothing about the God. So if you are not you, the small you, that you call yourself, John, Bob, or whatever, what are you?
So I would agree if you say that Buddhism doesn't make a claim about God, and that Buddhism is talking about the nature of the perceptions, reality, and the self in light of the physical and natural world in which you have ways of interacting with it, then that doesn't exclude the physical natural world and the ability for you to interact with it being directly caused by a specific agent. And therefore, I hold that my arguments that I made before still would be true, and you still end up with an eternal, singular, conscious being the cause of all things, including us. There you go.
Okay, that would be your claim, yeah.
Which would be congruent with your worldview and congruent with all the physical, natural laws we know of.
Not necessarily, because of subjective experience that I couldn't share with you or anyone.
Oh, wait, so you're saying you have an experience that informs you that that's not true and there's actually another truth?
Correct.
Okay, so how do you know that that wasn't an illusion?
Again, it would be a subjective experience, so it would be difficult to convey that level of understanding or truth to anybody about any experience. You could say that about any experience. You would end up in a solipsistic position if you were to be so hyper skeptical of someone else's testimony. How do I understand it within myself? It was completely different from any other thing. It was unmistakable.
Yeah, that's great. The problem is that you have people that claim the same type of experiences that have competing truth claims. So they can't all be correct.
I know.
If they're mutually exclusive, unless you throw the laws of logic out, and then they can all be true. And then you just have a bunch of subjective nonsense. For example, there are people who said that they've had near-death experiences and they personally met Jesus. Jesus took them to heaven. Jesus told them the secrets.
Yeah.
Right? Told them that Buddhism was a pile of shit.
Yeah, I've not heard that testimony, but I've heard, the Jesus thing, people have gone to hell. Ganesh is picked.
Yeah. Well, the testimony is if people meet Jesus, and Jesus specifically elucidates to them that he's the specific agent creator that created everything, right? And he was the eternal sentient consciousness and the cause of all things, then that would exclude Buddhism in that sense, except for the fact that you made it agnostic and left the possibility that there's a single agent creator. So it actually could be congruent in that way. So actually, the way you think of Buddhism actually makes it subordinate to a philosophy like Christianity.
Only if Christianity is true.
Well, it's obviously true because Homeboy went to heaven and met Jesus, dude.
Well, that's a subjective claim, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. So what do you have to counterclaim it? A subjective claim?
Yeah.
Right, so we have two guys with counteracting subjective claims, and then we have Jesus, which says...
Well, when I was on LSD, I met Buddha, and he taught me about the universe. It spoke to me, so...
Another subjective claim.
It's just as good as his.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But I did qualify my statement with, it's a subjective claim, not I have the truth because I've experienced it, I've seen it.
Actually, what does subjective claim even mean?
It's something that can't be objectively verified. I can't show you what happened to me in a...
Oh, you just mean falsifiable then?
Yeah.
He can't even... Yeah, fair enough, but he can't even prove it. He can't even prove it's objective to himself.
But then we get to the solipsistic point of view. If you can't trust your own mind...
Dude, our minds are in error quite often. Correct?
Agreed. Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
For example, someone might go outside and they might drop a can on the ground. And when the can hits the ground and they notice that the can traveled from their hand downwards to the ground, they then might say, wow, the earth is a giant ball.
Yeah, maybe.
I just saw the earth being a ball because I dropped a can. Wow, I saw the whole earth being a ball. I even saw how it was created in the past. Wow. Yeah, just for all the Globers out there who didn't catch what just happened there, as I just demonstrated to you, after talking to these two guys about their religious metaphysical claims, that your idea that a can dropping to the ground proves the earth is a globe and the formation of the globe in the past is a religious creation myth. Okay? That's right, Globers.
Could you be
have a
wrong about
religious
the-
creation myth.
Could you be wrong about the Earth not being a ball?
Could I be wrong?
Yeah.
Well, that depends
On what?
on whether it is a ball or not.
Can you preclude the possibility that you may be wrong?
Well,
Given your priors.
It's the classic humble pie where someone has to say, yes, it could be the case that I've reasoned this position incorrectly, but that's just a platitude.
Can you think of anything that I could present to you that would reduce your credibility in your, not globe idea?
Sorry, I
Or your
spoke over you, Ben.
credence.
You
Like,
can.
is there anything I could tell you? Like, suppose I was Jesus, and you were speaking to me in heaven, and I was going to give you some facts about the world. Is there anything I could say that would reduce your certainty in the truth of the Earth being a ball?
Yeah, demonstrable surface curvature.
If you saw demonstrable surface curvature, you'd be a little bit less likely to believe in the non-ball Earth.
Yeah, look, the majority of flat earthers are in the position that they're in because there's a lack of demonstrable surface curvature. Now think about it this way. It's not. Notice how I didn't say explanations of gravity. Notice how I didn't say explanations of what Jupiter and Uranus are doing. Notice how I didn't say what happened in the Big Bang. No, none of that. The proposition that the Earth is flat is really just about the non-surface curvature of the Earth.
Okay. Say I'm Jesus, and I put you in creative mode, fly mode, and we fly up to the moon, whatever that might be, and we look at the Earth, and what would you expect to see? Would it be like a snow globe?
I mean, that depends on how far away the moon is.
Or just suppose we go sufficiently far away that we could get a clear view of the geometry of the Earth, whatever it is. What would you expect to see?
I really don't know.
You wouldn't expect it to be a ball, though.
I would expect it would look a lot like what it looks like from high altitude, which is you go up high, you look left, you look right, and you see a color field extend into the distance, and then you see another color field take over. That's probably what you would see.
Okay. What if we stood under the Earth and looked up? What would you expect to see?
Well, that depends on if there isn't under the Earth. For all I know, the material reality doesn't extend beyond the bottom of the Earth.
Right.
So, for example, available free space doesn't have to be infinite. It can be finite. Even in the globe model of expanding heliocentric cosmology, they have a border paradox where they don't. Well, maybe it's not really a paradox, but like a mystery where they have no idea at the boundaries of available free space what is beyond that, or if it even ends. And in fact, people who write about it use words like the horrifying implications of the boundaries of the universe.
Right.
Right?
Well, here's what I don't get.
The metaphysical implications of I've reached the end of available free space and I want to go forward. What happens? You know, seriously, like what happens? There's no free space to enter into. How can I keep going forward? Makes no sense.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it depends how we define it, right? But here's what I don't get. Do you think the South Pole is the center of the Earth or the North Pole?
That's a valid question.
That's also an unknown because it could be the case that the charts and everything were made by a center north polar coordinate system. But just because you created a coordinate system doesn't mean that that's necessarily the center. It could have just had a phenomenon that was useful as a center.
How would we figure out where the actual center
magnetic alignment. What's that?
How could we actually figure out where the exact center is?
Well, you'd have to go to the extremities and then do your little X cross line and find out where they meet, and then put a big stake in it and say, boom, there's the center.
Okay, but what if we did that and it came out that way for like both poles? What would we do?
Both poles?
Yeah, what would we have to conclude? You know, here's my theory. I think if Antarctica and the North Pole were like not as cold as they are, but were like super luscious and people lived there, like I think people would just abandon flat Earth because they see manifestly that the poles aren't like some weird ice wall. There is no weird ice wall. But just because it's so cold and far away and distant and big, no one really cares to.
Hey, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? There's no. Hey, hold on a second. What are you talking about? There's no ice wall. What are you even talking about?
I mean, like, so imagine if Antarctica was just like a warm continent, like I don't know, Mexico, or it was like that. It was something like, you know, equatorial. I think flat Earth would just die because people would just have to accept that it's a, you know, a globe. But I think the fact that the poles are so like barren and irrelevant allows people to just like do this theory crafting of the ice walls.
You're wrong. You are wrong. The poles are not analogous to each other. Where one is a desolate wasteland and the other is a desolate wasteland. That's not true at all. In fact, it's the case that the North has tons of species of animals, even plants, and even sometimes you know, green areas.
That's fine.
That's well documented. Whereas the South, hold on a second, the South is a practically a dead zone. They're not, so you would think that if the Earth was a globe and if you had an equator and you had the sun doing what it does and it's shining up in the north and it's shining down in the south, you would expect the climates to be similar, but they're not similar at all.
Well, I think you just need at least one barren wasteland where you can like, because like if you don't have one singular barren wasteland, you just can't do a flat Earth model because that would be like, where is this ice wall? People live on, you know, the South Pole all the time. There are great cities in the South Pole. You know, it's tropical and nice in the South Pole. Where the hell is the ice wall?
I think you're mistaken. I think you're having a problem here. So, when was the idea of an ice wall come into being?
For the flat projection, you literally have to pick.
Yeah,
there has to be an edge that's a circle.
Yeah, but that's fine. But who said the idea of an ice wall? Like, who created that idea?
I think it might have been J.K. Rowling, or perhaps like C.S. Lewis. I'm not sure.
Wrong. You're wrong, sir. Let me tell you. It is. Guys like Captain Cook, guys like the United States government, guys like his name escapes me. Oh, Admiral Byrd. Even you can look up in the old Encyclopedia Britannica and you can look up the pictures. It literally says Great Ice Wall, Great Ice Barrier, when they're showing images of the coastline of Antarctica.
There might have been some like Roman love poems though that might have invoked similar concepts before that. I'm not sure. Like it might be the case that Gilgamesh had something to say about that.
Yeah, I think that's
let's put it like this,
the
bro.
18th century.
The further you go south, it gets colder and colder. It gets higher altitude. It gets less and less availability of the sun. You get no plants, no animals, a complete desolate wasteland, completely different than what the North is, equivalently. It's like you're getting further and further away from life itself into an area where they don't even let people be there during the certain periods of time.
I wouldn't
of the
agree
year
with that
because
premise.
it's so dangerous.
I think that the North and the South Pole are pretty similar in terms of their climate.
No,
Can you think about the model?
Dude, you are so wrong. You are so wrong.
No, he's actually right, but it doesn't matter.
No, he's not. He's not right.
He's wrong to challenge you on this point at this time, but he is right about the fact.
No, he's not. He's not. You start going away from the quote-unquote equator towards the latitude lines or whatever, the 60th parallel or whatever, and you start looking at the parallels between the North and the South, you will see that the North has plants, animals, different weather, and you go down the South, you end up with nothing, and ever-increasing cold and death. They're not even similar at all, dude.
That's cool. But I mean, I think for Flat Earth to work, you just have to pick a point on the globe that you just can, like, no one will ever practically visit or care about. And I think if the South Pole was, like, you know, livable and cool and people had cities there, then it'd just be ridiculous to even posit this. Yeah, but just because it's so, like, barren.
Posit what? Dude, all you're talking about is a concept of an ice wall, but what does that even mean? This is what you're not even explaining yourself how this is even relevant.
I think the problem is an ice wall isn't part of his model.
It doesn't have to be a wall, but just like the border, the furthest like concentric ring of the flat Earth.
Okay, let's say that's the case. That you let's say, just for sake of argument, the North is a center point, and if you head out away from North radially, you'll arrive eventually at a location that's far enough away from the sun circle that there's no ambient heat and everything is just frozen. And the further you go, it's just more frozen and more frozen, and you just keep going forever because you don't have any sun anymore to give you any energy. Like, that's not unreasonable.
Why is space unreasonable?
Space? Like, what do you mean by that? Space isn't unreasonable. I'm in space right now. I'm moving my hands. Woo, there's space. How is that unreasonable?
Well, actually, here's something else I don't get. Do you take it to be the case that the sort of plane trajectories that we usually see are like inefficient or like not straight lines?
Well, planes usually fly in corridors that are traffic lanes that they've been assigned. Planes usually don't just fly exactly to their destination by, bird's eye flight path.
But here's what's weird, like in the flat model, like the further you get away from the center, the North Pole, the longer the distances become between individual lines of latitude, right? And so we should expect that.
Yeah, you got it, brother. So you know what's funny is that there are plenty of logs from mariners throughout antiquity that explain that the distances are greater in the south.
Well, here's what I don't get. Is the Australian government like subsidizing the extra plane fuel that they're wasting by charging the same prices as in the Northern Hemisphere?
Well, how do you know they're wasting fuel?
Is everyone in like Oceania like being subsidized for their extra flight cost? And why don't they have bigger planes there with like more fuel storage?
Hey, well, let me ask this question: what's the differential in the maximum flight capability of the plane compared to the air current that they're in at altitude? Like, let's say the jet stream.
Oh, you think there's an air current that accounts for the difference? Okay.
No, I'm just saying what would be the necessary difference, right?
Well, I'm trying to think. So you think they're also flying faster because of the air currents, and so that's why it takes the same time as well?
Well, if you're in an air current, right, like the jet stream or something like that, you would be flying faster.
But then wouldn't you expect then that the planes with like different aerodynamics would be more or less affected by air currents?
Maybe. Why don't you get the brass tacks of the numbers, and then we'll know what we can talk about.
Well, would you expect that, or is my intuition off?
Well, dude, what planes fly at those altitudes and those distances? Like, you think somebody's just Piper 2, single engine with 100 gallons of fuel takes an international flight?
Also, wouldn't air currents be going in like one direction? So then, but it seems like this like distance multiplier isn't a thing in either direction. Or like, so like I can believe you if the air currents were going in one direction, but like it seems like if you're going forward or backwards, we still don't see this massive distance multiplier in the South Pole or sorry, the southern hemisphere. Are you talking?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I'm waiting for the data.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me because it doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like the direction matters. It doesn't seem like the direction matters for the amount of fuel you need or the time it takes you to travel. Like it seems going.
That's great. So when you can tell me how much fuel they put into the plane and validate it, and you could tell me what decisions they would make financially and validate it, then you may have something to talk about. But until then, it's just your opinion.
I'm just thinking, like, in your model, there'd have to be currents going left to right, right to left, up, down, and down, up at the same time for all flight paths. And if you just, like, had those currents, they would intersect each other for all the... So, like, they wouldn't work. Like, are these, like, at different, like, height levels? These different currents, and so different planes going in different directions, fly at different altitudes? Maybe that could work, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. So I don't know.
Well, dude, planes do fly at different altitudes.
So in terms of not just planes, but the sun itself, would the sun not have to travel quicker in the southern hemisphere to maintain a 24-hour day in winter and summer?
If it does, whoop-de-doo.
Well, wouldn't we notice?
The sun does. How would you notice?
Well, is it not the same sun that we see from the northern hemisphere?
Yeah, so if it's traveling faster, right?
Yeah.
How would you notice that it's traveling faster?
Well, it would seem to suggest that the sun would be quite close if it's shining on the southern hemisphere differently to the northern. So wouldn't we see it getting bigger and smaller?
What do you mean? What do you mean by bigger and smaller?
Well, in the sky, the sun disk stays the same. So
Does it? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
1,000% certain about that.
You are, really? So if I showed you a video right now from Chris Van Metre where he used a solar telescope with grid lines to demonstrate that the sun certainly changes angular size throughout the day, then what?
I would say that it was to do with atmospheric refraction.
Oh, okay, so you have an infinite excuse. Okay, what if I showed you, because I'm glad you said that if it's the case that something doesn't appear to change angular size from my perspective in the manner that which I see, then there's something wrong here. So, are you aware of Galileo and Ptolemy?
Yes.
So Galileo and Ptolemy had differential views of what was going on in the cosmos, right? And they actually had competing ideas. So there's actually a book called The Dialogue of the Two Great Worldviews, in which it's explained by the people who are not Galileo or Ptolemy, who are critiquing the book. I think it's in the foreword, where it says that if these orbits were true, then this celestial object would be 40 times removed in its distance from the Earth, and it would experience a drastic change in its angular size, but it doesn't from the Earth's perspective. So are we now throwing out the heliocentric model because it doesn't obey perspective?
I'm not sure I follow that one.
Okay. You're saying that if the sun doesn't change angular size, then it is going to be not a flat Earth, right? Basically.
No,
Right?
well, I would say that at least you'd have a different explanation for the motion of the sun, other than it moving across the Earth disk. There would have to be a different explanation.
Oh, maybe you just are misunderstanding the amount of angle compared to you to the distance. For example, have your friend take his thumb and put it on the wall, 50 feet away, and have you hold your thumb in front of your eye.
Yeah, I'm
You're going to notice how you're going to notice. Yep, hold on a second. You're going to notice how they're drastically different in angular size. Now have homeboy that's on the wall walk from one side of the wall to the other, and you're going to notice that the angular size of his thumb didn't change much from your point of view. Yet it definitely traveled across your field of vision.
But when we look at the moon, we can see that we always see one face of the moon, whereas
so that's because it's facing you.
But if it was facing us in the northern hemisphere, would the other side not be facing the southern hemisphere?
No. When I go to Walmart and I look at the ceiling, and I see the routers that have painted numbers on them, and it says the number 9 on the one, and I'm on one side of Walmart in the food section, and I look at it, it says 9. I go to the other side of the Walmart, and I look at the same thing, it says 6. Now, why did that happen?
Well, if I were to hang a ball with one side red, one side blue in the middle of a room, and I were to walk underneath it, I would transition from seeing the blue to seeing the red. I wouldn't still be
Right,
saying...
so all it needs to be is a sufficient distance to where the angles of propagation don't allow you to overcome the side angle, right? So the single side is facing you, but when you get to one extremity to the other, the front is now, the angles are hitting the back and transversely, just like the 6 and the 9. So this is not a globe proof at all. It's quite silly, to be frank. Okay, so I just would like to draw attention to the fact that earlier, when somebody asked me about the nature of the Earth, I said demonstrable surface curvature is the arbitrational factor, and rather we're talking about how we see the moon or the sun and what they do when we don't have direct access from a singular vantage point to the Earth, moon, and sun simultaneously to be able to tell what they're doing. Now, keep in mind, we were said that the what we see in the sky is debunking a model, quote unquote. But I already told you that in the dialogues of the great two world systems, it was shown that the quote unquote orbits from the perspective of the Earth of certain celestial bodies should have dramatic changes in angular size because they're orders of magnitude removed from their position throughout the year, yet they don't change in angular size from our position. So that's just glossed over as if it's irrelevant, and then we just have to talk about the moon and the sun. So it's interesting that you have a channel called 24/7 Flat Earth, and the majority of the things that are talked about in the channel from people who are inquisitive about Flat Earth or antithetical to Flat Earth, attempting to argue against it, the majority of topics have nothing to do with the actual Earth. They have to do with things that are outside of the Earth. Or weird creative forces that did something at some time in the past, but not the actual present Earth that we're standing on. Not that happens all the time, but it is the overwhelming majority of the conversational arguments.
Yeah, I think part of the problem with that is a lot of flat earthers seem to reject physical evidence in terms of photographs and videos. You just dismiss them as fakes, or usually just dismiss them as fakes.
Well,
And you
well,
do
that's
that on
fair, but
the basis of-
yeah, that's fine. What photographic evidence exists that the Earth is a globe?
Well,
Did you know that? Yeah, to check this out. Did you know that about the time where there was an alleged claimed real photograph taken from a mission in cislunar space, that supposedly around the same time they removed the idea of pictures being used as primary court evidence?
You're kind of proving my point.
Yeah. My point is, no scientific journal accepts a photograph as evidence. So that being said, now that we know that, where is the photograph, the validated photograph that's evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Isn't there quite a famous photograph called is it the Blue Dot or something? And then there's Earthrise from the moon?
No, hold on a second. Hold on, I'll address that. There's one called the Pale Blue Dot.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen it?
Well, I've seen two that may be down to that.
I want to talk about the Pale Blue Dot. The Pale Blue Dot is a
I'm just making sure we're
image.
talking about the same image, because one of them seems to show half of the.
No, I could care less. I just want to talk about the Pale Blue Dot first.
Yeah,
The Pale Blue Dot is an image that exists by name. Okay, it's a very historical image.
Extremely tiny.
Okay, let me explain it for the crowd.
Is that from Voyager?
Pale Blue Dot was allegedly taken by Voyager of the Earth at a great distance. What the image actually looks like, if you look at it, is it looks like a dot and then a bunch of streaks. It literally looks like I took an image of my windshield after my kid sneezed on it. There is no way to validate what this is. So that one you can just throw out. So what's the next one?
I agree. The other one is much closer, where you see it fills the entire shot. And it's what would I don't think it's called the Pale Blue Dot. Obviously, it's not the same.
Marble.
It's Blue Marble. That's it. Yeah, sorry. Blue Marble.
Yeah, so who allegedly took the image?
I believe it's a composite of a few images, isn't it?
Wrong. The original Blue Marble, the original one from Apollo.
Apollo 17. I'm on Wikipedia.
Is not a image of the entire Earth. It's a segment of the Earth taken from the upper third quarter allegedly. Now, interestingly enough, a documentary came out made by Mr. Bart Sabrell called "A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon," where he has footage of the astronauts appearing to fake that very photo. And it's not even of the whole Earth, and you can't even really tell what's going on in there to be able to validate the positioning of the location where they're taking it from. So at best, it's just conjecture and a story from the guys who said they did it, which is called hearsay, or an anecdote at best. It's not even submittable as testimony because it never was sworn to.
Well, you could say it's eyewitness testimony.
No, it's not eyewitness testimony because it's not sworn to.
Did John, Matthew, Mark, and Luke swear to their testimony?
Yeah, I'm talking about in the nature of the present day standard.
Okay, sure.
So what I'm telling you is, yes, they're claiming it's testimony, but it's really just an anecdote.
Yeah, we seem to have lots of testimony from astronauts that go up and would say, yeah, it's a globe.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
So astronauts don't go up.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's get some facts on the table. How many people in the history of humanity is it claimed have been to a location where they could see the Earth in its entirety? How many?
Oh, I don't know. It'd be a few hundred, I thought.
Wrong. Lower.
Yeah, doesn't shock me. Is it basically anyone who made the transit to the moon?
Yes, they had to have gone. They have to extend it into cislunar space. Only the guys on the Apollo mission, nobody else.
Okay.
So this idea that people are going up into space right now to where their quote-unquote anecdote of what they saw could determine the shape of the Earth is nonsense. The only people even claim to have been in a position where they could see the Earth in its entirety are the Apollo dudes. That's it.
Okay, but from the ISS, you could certainly see the curvature of the globe, and you could see it spinning underneath.
No, wrong. From the ISS, you could see 3% of the surface territory of the Earth. Not only that, but interestingly enough, Paul Larson, which is a planetarium director, okay, he's famous in this circle for responding to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is famous in this circle for responding to the Red Bull jump. Back in the day, Felix Baumgartner went up in the Red Bull capsule, which, by the way, is not even the highest jump. There's a guy that did a much higher jump. He's never heard of because he doesn't have a famous Red Bull advertiser. But anyway, Red Bull jump. Out of the camera, you saw, quote unquote, the curve of the Earth. People said, aha, the curve of the Earth. Neil deGrasse Tyson very quickly realized that the curve is so exaggerated that for anyone to take it as the curve of the Earth would be a stone cold retard. So he went out on a campaign to basically say, look, guys, this is clearly the curvature of the lens. From this height, you can't see the curve of the Earth. Interestingly enough, flat earthers already knew that because there was actually multiple cameras on that jump. And the cameras, when he opened the capsule, showed a flat horizon. And then the cameras, when he looked down, showed a curved horizon. So now we have competing information here. So Paul Larson, also a planetarium director, so, similar in vein to Neil deGrasse, who also runs a planetarium, said, in one of his lectures, said, you can't even see the curvature of the Earth from the ISS. Now, this guy's Glober, okay, planetarium director. And he put out some mathematical principles, which were the same principles that Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking about. Because one, you only have 3% access, and two, your field of view isn't sufficient to be able to determine what you're seeing is the curve of the Earth or the limits of your vision. Right? So just because you see a curved line in your field of view doesn't mean you're looking at a curved object. Right? So because you can't see the Earth in its entirety, and you're looking out at an angular vision where the angle of declination to the horizon is the same, 360 degrees around you, right? You're going to have a hard time saying, am I looking at the curve of the Earth or am I looking at the curve of optical information? Because that does matter. Because we know for a fact that optical phenomenon, which includes having a lens in between you and the object and having an angular field of view, can cause you to experience what you think is an arc in your vision, which is not unreasonable. That's fair. The question is, now we have to say, which is true? Is it flat or is it curved? For example, the Chinese space station is less than 30 kilometers differential in height from the Earth than the International Space Station, yet the Chinese space station has put out images of the horizon that are flat. Completely different than the images being put out by the ISS. Not to mention that a lot of the images put out by the ISS have conflicting curvature rates in the very images claimed to have been taken from the same location. So who are we going to trust? We have all this competing information. Now, I'm not saying that an astronaut, quote unquote, is going to high altitude, quote unquote, seeing with their own eyes what appears to them to be curved, coming back and saying, I saw a curve, and to them, they're being honest. That doesn't mean they saw the Earth as curved. They certainly didn't see the totality of the Earth to be able to tell me whether it's a globe or not. So check this out. We got the word of the Apollo dudes. But when they came back, especially the guys who supposedly landed on the moon, not to mention that we got the footage from Mr. Sabrell, which shows the guys in question appearing to fake the image of the Earth. We got these guys come back from the moon, supposedly the greatest event in human history, and they're sitting at a table in a conference, and they all look like somebody shot their mother. Not like they accomplished anything. And I'm supposed to take their word for it? When half of them can't even say whether they saw stars or not. The one guy says he saw stars, the other guy says he saw blackness. So who's telling the truth? Oh, by the way, somebody did shoot their mom. Oh, too soon? Yeah, not only did they kill Gus Grissom, by the way, who was an astronaut, who is on record saying that they can't go to the moon and that the technology isn't going to work, and very shortly after he died, which, by the way, Mr. Sabrell paid for the report, right, and got corroboration stories from Mr. Grissom's wife and other people who said that they altered the test capsule and intentionally killed Mr. Grissom because he was naysaying the missions. Then you got the mysterious death of the mother. I can't remember whether it was Buzz or Neil. His mother died under suspicious circumstances, which some people posit is a hit. Right, so this whole idea that these guys are the paragons of virtue, that we should just trust that they went up and saw something and take it as the gospel truth, that that's the truth. I mean, if that's what you want to believe, you go for it. I'm not falling for that crap. Especially not myself, having been in the military and having experienced gray ops, which, by the way, you have, regular ops, black ops, and gray ops. Gray ops are ops that are presented as ops but never actually occur. Black ops are ops that they don't tell you occurred. So it's entirely within the realm of possibility that the moon mission was a hoax, but not in the sense that it was intended to be fake, but in the sense that the stakes were so high because of the Cold War and because Kennedy promised we're going to the moon, that they had two competing avenues. One, we're going to fake it. Two, we're going to do it. Both teams go full bore as if this is going to happen. And if we can't do it, we're going to fake it. So lo and behold, you arrive at the time when it's supposed to happen, and you find out that the technology really isn't up to snuff. Okay, we got to fake it. Let's roll with our fake. Let's hire Stanley Kubrick or whatever the heck. Let's do all this nonsense, and let's do it because we're doing it for the greater good. There's so much suspicion around it. Even the footage is suspicious. You got footage allegedly taken from the moon where a shadow passes through an object, but then it doesn't go through the man's legs and come out the other side. You got the angles of light, which are off, where they claim it's supposed to be parallel, and certain people say, oh, you can't fake the moon footage because of the parallel light from the sun. But lo and behold, Stanley Kubrick had multi-array parallel light in the movie The Shining. Oh, by the way, isn't Stanley Kubrick the guy who faked the moon mission, part of the technology? Wow, it's very interesting that he has parallel light technology that he used in The Shining as a set to simulate sunlight in the hotel. And then you had the same type of lighting on the set of the alleged moon landing. Wow, what a coincidence. And I'm just supposed to take these guys at face value that this really happened? Then you got the lunar lander taking off from the moon, being tracked by a cameraman who doesn't exist. And when they shoot it off from the moon, it looks like my kid's firecracker sparkler went off and it's being pulled by a string. And I'm supposed to take that seriously? Get out of town, bro. Somebody tell me that a clear model being pulled by a string with a firecracker lit underneath it is actual footage of something on the moon. And I'm supposed to just believe it. And then the other person might say, oh, no, this is definitely from the moon. How could they fake it? I'll tell you how they could fake it. They could get a model. They could get a string. They could get a black backdrop. They could get a firecracker. They could pull the string and rise the little capsule up while tracking it with a camera. Wow, that's how they could fake it. See how easy that is? So we got all of this nefarity and aspersions being cast on this event. We've got incomplete, contradicting stories. We've got incomplete, contradicting rates of curvature at the different images. We've got incomplete and contradictory rates of scale from the different images. We got all kinds of doubt on this event with a limited group of elite operators, right, who we're just supposed to take their word for it. So I ask the question again, where's the validated photograph of the Earth that proves it's a globe? Oh, maybe Himawari 8, you might say? Himawari 8. Okay, let's go. Himawari 8. It shows what appears to be an image of a globe. But lo and behold, when you look into the website and the metadata, you find out that Himawari 8 is actually superimposing NOAA data and terrain data that is mapped on the Blue Marble data set, which is a composite created by Russell Simmons, who created the blue marble that we all famously know and love from the iPhone screen. That's not the actual Earth. It's an artist's rendition. Yes, he created the data set that maps the terrain data, which is taken from high-altitude aerial photography over the Earth, then put it into layers, and he actually did such a good job that other agencies use the same data set, such as NOAA, which is the weather data. So you have the live weather data being updated to the Himawari 8, which supposedly gives an image every 10 minutes, which is admitted a composite, and it's demonstrated that it's mapped over the blue marble. So again, that's not a photograph. So where's the photograph of the Earth that shows it's a globe? Oh, maybe you're going to say, oh, the one from GOES-R, where it shows the moon, the backside of the moon transiting the Earth. Well, the problem is that you have the same cloud formations on the Earth. They don't move. And the moon, which is supposedly tidally locked, doesn't rotate as it transits the Earth. So you know what that tells me? That's fake. So, where's this photograph, homies? I'll give you a hint. There isn't one. At best, you have high-altitude aerial photography taken from a vantage point which cannot see the entirety of the Earth, that may or may not show differential curvature rates in the image, which may or may not be caused by the camera, arc of vision, the limitations of far-field diffraction, whatever. But rest assured, they're not measurements of the surface. Be just as silly as me taking a GoPro to the skate park, like a lot of famous people do, and the skate park looks like a mini globe, and saying, aha, there's the curve of the Earth. All right, so I've been steamrolling a bit, so let me open it up. Who's got any comments, questions, concerns, actual photographs of the Earth?
I don't have any actual photographs of the Earth.
Well, I mean, dude, I've got photographs from on the Earth of portions of the Earth.
I do have those. Now, I do have those, a lot of those. If I connect them all together, will it turn into a ball?
But if you take a bunch of images and then you wrap them in a texture map around a ball, then you will get a constructed image that represents itself as a two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional ball, right?
Yeah, I would have to stretch the images then around it a little bit, and then also on the crunchy parts of the photo, I would have to cut them off in order to fit it around the ball. I understand. A little stretching and crunching. That's how you do it.
Holy crap, dude.
I don't think you were in here earlier when I had the server mod triggered so bad. He was screaming, and I warned him ahead of time, don't go down this road with me, you're going to get super triggered. And he went down the road anyway.
What was the trigger?
I asked him if a cup of water is being held in place by space-time or gravity pulling it down, or air pressure, and he wouldn't answer me. He said it was a space-time gravity. It was Einstein's relativity, special relativity, and all this shit. And I said, I just want an answer from you, yes or no. After I finally told him I took the air pressure out of the vacuum chamber and the water turned to gas. So was it gravity or was it air pressure? And he wouldn't answer.
I know it's interesting. The cause of the differential motion in Einsteinian relativity, quote unquote, gravity, whatever, is they say it's the bending and warping of space-time, but that's not even the case. It's actually the uneven distribution of mass. That's not even truly the case. It's actually density distribution. It's the density of the space-time. So it actually is a density gradient that causes the motion in their view. But it's not simply the density gradient. It's an object passing through the density gradient. So it doesn't even have a cause of first motion.
I don't know if you can see the screen or not, but what I posted to him was this, and then I'll read it to you if you can't see it. Michio Kaku saying, there is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. That sent him over the edge. That absolutely just, he was screaming. You can go back to the live stream and just listen to how he was acting. Some other mod in here had to mute him for a minute. Then he deafened himself because he didn't want to hear it, and he was just all over the place. I warned him he was going to get triggered if he went down that road with me.
This is why I asked earlier, is your entire point that the geometric horizon doesn't exist? And then you just overtalk them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't mean to overtalk you, dude. We've been having a pretty decent conversation. That was my whole point, is that you can't
I tried
prove
to
that
address this one.
Yeah, you can't prove that a geometric horizon exists. That's the problem.
And that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Okay, so how do you?
That's called an argument from ignorance
Okay,
fallacy.
okay, that's fine with me. That's fine with me. If you want to have blind faith that it exists, then that's cool. But
If you want
can't
to have
prove it
fallacious
exists.
logic, then that's cool too.
What fallacy did I commit?
The argument from ignorance fallacy.
How so? What did I do? Explain it.
Well, basically, it's when someone says, if you can't prove me wrong, then that means I'm right. If you can't prove this exists, then that means it
dude.
doesn't exist.
No, you
No.
conceded. You conceded that the horizon was behind the oil rigs and that they were not obstructed. It's just you have to do your
and we think, I think that you can see over the geometric horizon. And when you say horizon, you're talking about where the sky and the sea meet. Not
Sorry, guys, I was away.
3.464 miles away from the observed.
Yeah. Okay, so you said that you just because you can't find the geometric horizon doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Oh,
Okay,
you
so-
saying I can't prove it
so who-
exists doesn't mean it
who-
doesn't exist.
Okay, so how do you know it exists in the first place? You can believe
Well,
it
because
exists
I can
all you
see it.
like. What do you mean you can see it? Where can you see it? You can't see it.
I showed you a picture of one.
You did not.
Okay, well, if evidence isn't evidence, then I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry.
What picture did you
I
show me
believe
of
in
the
evidence. I
geometric
don't
horizon?
believe in blind faith.
No. Post the picture again of the geometric horizon that validates that is a geometric horizon.
Sure, I'll post it again.
If you're gonna post when it's unzoomed as opposed to zoom, how do you feel like that's a point? If he zooms in on the exact horizon that you're talking about and it's not what you're saying, then you're not correct, Benjamin.
What am I not correct
How do you know
about?
that's
Can you repeat
okay?
the
Okay, all
topic?
right. So you posted the image, right? That I thought you were going to post, right? That,
Unzoomed.
Yeah. We already went
Right, so
over
what's
this, but how do you
incorrect?
know how do you know that's the geometric horizon?
Well, no, he
What
made a
evidence do you
claim.
have?
Now let him finish his claim. What is
No,
incorrect?
you made the claim. You made the claim. You just posted this image.
Okay, then
And
I'm
you said
not
this is
going
the
to
geometric
engage with
horizon.
pseudo killer if I'm not allowed to talk to him.
My bad, man.
He's
You
good.
know
Okay.
what? This is you and anti-globalist. I apologize. You guys go ahead. I'm seeing stuff and it's just hard to hold it back. So my apologies. Go ahead.
No, it's
Well,
all
I would
good,
love
man.
to engage with you, but this guy won't stop
He's
talking.
going to say, "Hold on, man. Look, I was talking to you, okay? And he's just going to say the same thing as me anyway. You've just provided this image, right? We've already been over it before last time you posted it, but you're claiming that this is the geometric horizon. How do you know this is the geometric horizon? What evidence do you have? Should be at 3.46 miles. Where's your evidence?"
I don't have any evidence that this photo is a geometric horizon.
Okay, cool. So you don't have a photo of the geometric horizon. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, there's the argument from ignorance fallacy again.
No. You claimed. Oh my God.
No, that's what you're doing.
So are you a
You're
sophist?
ignorant. Hold on, brother. I got it. You're ignorant of your own fucking horizon that you can't bring to us. Stupid. We're asking for your
Well, I'm not
picture
ignorant.
of your
I have a picture of
horizon.
it.
No, listen, dummy. That's not it you just said. We want the fucking 3.9, the math fitting horizon, and then proof where the fucking markers are and the distance from you to it or the person who took the picture. If you don't have that, you're just bringing fucking garbage and throwing it all over my floor. And I don't appreciate it.
Okay, so you guys can see that you don't have any evidence to support flat Earth. When I asked you, how do I measure the flat Earth, then you started attacking the horizon.
No, Benjamin.
And then we go through this 1 hour debate that we've had
Brother, are you
5
retarded?
times.
Look left
Me
to
and
right in
you,
your
DJ,
picture.
have had this
Look
debate
left to
before.
right in your picture.
We all said the same
fucking
exact things
horizontal
we've already
line.
said. And you
If
haven't
the
told
Earth
me
is a
what is the
globe-
problem with believing that I can see over the horizon.
The entire point of you pulling up that picture was for you to show that you could pull up the geometric horizon. Then once we asked you about the picture, you said this isn't the geometric horizon. Like, literally,
He asked me, how do I know the geometric horizon exists? And I said,
And that's
because
the
I sent
reason
a
that you
picture of
pulled
it.
up that picture.
He said, no, I didn't. I said, yes, I did. He said,
so-
can you send it again? So I sent it again.
Yeah.
You're just
so you said-
showing that you know a horizon exists. You're not showing that you know
That
a
was the
geometric
question.
horizon exists with the picture. You're not showing anything about measurements. So you're not proving that the geometric horizon exists. All you're doing is proving the horizon exists with that picture.
Yeah, it's reifying the verification. idea of his belief. Benjamin, please, 1 hour, like for real. And all you show
Can
is an
you try
observation
a
without
full
any
sentence?
any verification towards the geometric horizon.
What's that?
1 hour, and you're still circuit jerking with us. I don't know why. I don't think you're this stupid. I think you're playing stupid. I don't think you're this thick-minded. We're asking for data, verification of that said claimed geometric horizon. You showed a picture based on observation purely. How thick are you, actually? Or are you not that thick? I don't know. I'm trying to still determine which side you're on. It's getting very tiresome with you. For real.
Who are you?
Do you understand? I'm the guy who's going to mute you if you continue circuit jerking. Do you understand that? So we can move on to other guys who have joined, because you're just wasting our fucking time.
Yeah, if you guys got any evidence for the flat
Yeah,
Earth,
shut
I'd
the
be glad
fuck
to-
up, okay? 1 hour with this fucking idiot. Holy shit.
No, I think the globe people just need to be reminded that you're not going to space. There's no space hotels or space elevators. You're not going anywhere. You're going to die down here with the rest of us on the flat Earth.
Well, he's wasting our time. He doesn't even know what geometric horizon is. 2 times he pointed towards a single observation, purely. No data, no verification. What is that? What does that tell you? He's playing dumb. 1 hour? Going through the same shit over and over. Holy shit. I am wasting my time with this. Enough. Even a kid would fucking understand that.
I mean, I think he's just running on pure ego at this point. He knows he just
Yeah, it's
lost.
something else now beyond this.
And he can't admit
DJ,
it.
you've been with him. Come on, man. You must realize it. I've been listening through the whole shit.
No. He's just not being honest now. He's just being disingenuous, and he deserves to be muted.
Yeah,
because
it's a waste of time.
he just got proven to be wrong, and he can't admit it because he's a bitch. Simple as.
Yeah, you should have said that. Yeah, and just shut up then after that. Still continues. It's like he brought his own globe today.
I know they all got their own magic globe mat, their own personal globe in their pocket.
Yeah, it's funny. They never use the globe model at all. They use their own. It's very funny, man. It's a waste of time. And then says, we didn't show him any flat earth evidence. Are you kidding me? We put
He's
it
got
out.
it. He's got it. The picture he showed, brother. The picture he showed, when I look left to right, that's all I fucking see is a beautiful horizontal line. Shit.
Yeah. It's a waste of fucking time. 1 hour. Jesus. Simple stuff.
Ever notice how everybody who believes that it's a spinning globe is never going to space? It's always people that are never going to space. You're talking about a club that they can't even get in, and they believe it. They're like, there's really good music in there, and they've never even been in the club. They don't even know.
They're showing you, they're always showing you a side view of no curve. No matter what you put out in the very last line of his own picture, if you took a fine, not the wave in that water right there, the very last line of the water, that perfect horizontal all the way across right there, you trace that, and you put any object along it, that's a perfect fucking horizontal line.
Well,
no matter which orientation you stand, looking away from your own person towards away from you, you're gonna see that same thing. So me looking and you looking that and me looking this way, it's like we're looking at each other's side and front view, and they're beautifully horizontal. Like right there is the proof. He's got it in his own picture. Perfect horizontal water. Trace the
Well,
line.
also they're never explaining why they retconned the blue marble. Like we've been seeing this perfect sphere that looks just like infinite sides. It's just beautiful, beautiful little blue marble. But now all of a sudden, since the flat Earth like took over, it's like, well, it's not round, it's oblate. It's an oblate
Okay.
sphere. It's not.
I asked him to draw that.
Why have you been showing us fucking blue marbles, man?
I asked him to draw the oblate pair for me. They won't.
The old blue marble retcon. They can't explain that. They retconned the blue marble. Well, I think we wouldn't notice. Like, come on. You
But
said
they're
it was.
using- But they used perfect 360 math on a non-perfect 360.
That's because they're just as spinny as their beliefs. They're just as spinny as the globe they believe in. They're fucking weirdos, man.
Hey, yeah, and I got to give you a big shout out, anti-globalist. That was a firm, flat smacking right there you gave to Benjamin, my man.
Cheers, JP.
The mental gymnastics was very apparent when he's still like, no, maybe there's two horizons, or, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. It's like the mental gymnastics could not let him just swallow the fact that the horizon is beyond 10 miles, which is impossible according to the globe model.
You can't take
He
from
was
me.
all over the place.
Go ahead.
No, you're right there, Mark. I wasn't saying. I was just saying that guy's all over the place. That's all. He's arguing.
Yeah, that was classic flat smacking right there.
No, he's awesome. But I like the idea of two different sides to the coin, too. So you got the person, he's got the videos ready, he's got the shit ready, the certain facts on this and that, right? And like, I might not have the ability to hit this. I don't have a computer in front of me, so I can't really hit them that way. I got to come like man to man, and then when they get funny or silly, then I got to hit them with calm the fuck down kind of tone, right? Like the dad tone, So you can't take away from that, brother. If you guys think that doesn't undermine the goofiness of them sometimes, no way, it does. Trust me, it kind of brings them down to earth a little bit sometimes.
No, trust me, your points were absolutely valid. It's just that they were like at the tipping point of Benjamin's, the crux of the argument, and you kind of went somewhere else. Not that you were wrong. It's just they were at the literally the tip of Benjamin conceding.
Oh, because he kept saying he's like, I'm just looking for proof of flat. So I said, okay, fuck this. Listen to me, brother. A fucking horizontal mean line. There's no other way I can break this down. We live on it. There's no other way to put that. If he can prove otherwise, then he would be proving his globe. All I can prove and all he can prove is a flat earth elevation mean line. It follows. Yeah. That's it. That's all I was saying to him, along with anti-globalist shit and saying he can't have two. He got to have regulation size. I'm just pointing out the regulation aspect. When you guys are saying the globe has its size, remember, tell them regulation, because these motherfuckers don't get it really. They don't get a set size. Like your drawers aren't going to be bigger tomorrow because the wind blew. It's just not happening. It's a regulation size drawer.
Right. No, I get it 100%. Then he pulls the picture when he's like, can you show the geometric horizon? The guy pulls the picture zoomed out. Then we questions him on. He's like, no, this isn't the geometric horizon. Like, so why did you even post the fucking picture?
I can show him in his own picture. One doesn't exist left to right.
Yeah, that was awesome, man. That was awesome.
Look, we got another guy in the chat here. Horizon Earther. Other person saying that you can have two horizons. That's ridiculous.
Hey, and what's up to the lady Till? I heard you as well. Good point you made as well, Miss Till.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely.
He got nervous.
So are you guys at least pointing out to them that, like, hey, your little Branson space 0G trip, that's not happening. You promised us that we were going to the moon or Mars. That didn't happen. Now you're promising Jupiter to get more stupider. And
Think
nobody's
about that.
going that far.
No, think about what you just said. I like that. The Branson thing. Think about this real quick, brother. Since the 60s, Since the 60s, they've been going to the moon with their technology of a vibrating, you know what, starts with the D. And so they got to, right? And they went to the moon, supposedly, wink, wink. Then they lost all their whatever, which makes no fucking sense because they got all the stuff in the museum. So they lost the stuff they have in the museum that's sitting there, right? Now they got to call some goofy 50-year-old guy with the Virgin Mobile company called Virgin Mobile. If that ain't some kind of P word, DEO type stuff, I don't know. So then, right, you got that, and you say, hey, guy, we're retarded. We have retarded NASA today, and we have retarded military. Can you please show us how to fly high in the air? Could you please show us the physics of flying? We somehow lost the SR-71 and the Blackbirds and the.
Okay, so not taking anything away from Don Petit. I love his experiments. I do. I think he's a special kind of person, and no offense, but like puns intended. I just think it's absolutely retarded, if we're allowed to use that word, that he would say something like, unfortunately, we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process getting it back, even though we're in the most technologically advanced time of like all human history, with capability and capacity to create.
How do you destroy? How do you destroy the technology that you writ down and had down before?
Oh, that's just what they told him because he's autistic. He's handicapped. That's a handicapped dude. They just told him that, and he's just repeating it. He's a smart
Oh, no,
guy.
I know. I'm the conscience asking the question to everybody. I'm just yeah.
For all who don't know, Don Petit is clearly he's not playing with a full deck of cards. Like you can tell. Like if he was 15 years old on the playground with your kids and you were talking to his parents, you'd be like, "Hey, he's probably short, eh?" Like you'd kind of wonder, right? You'd ask, like, what happened to him? What's he got? What is that?
Well, he might be autistically smart. You never know. Hey, now you got to give him a little credit. You know, I mean,
he is.
somebody said, "Hey, let this guy speak for us." This motherfucker right here is the one. Hey, man, I got to give him props. They picked. Hey, I couldn't have chose a better person for NASA to speak, brother. I'm glad they did it. I'm so glad they did it.
If you go to YouTube, you can actually type in his name and experiments. He does have quite a few awesome experiments. I'm not saying that happen in space, but they're pretty cool.
The dude
is an asshole, dude.
Dude, he is comedy's fucking finest gold ever. I'm like, this dude is number one in my book. I got a calendar with his picture on fucking December. He's awesome, dude. Cold as a bitch.
Okay, remember when he said, when the guy asked, okay, well, what happens when you get a leak in here? And he's like, well, you just have a leak.
Right. Man, I'm telling you, this dude, I could have not picked a better spokesman for that. Like, I don't know how they did it, dude. They couldn't have did any better. I don't know.
Yeah, that was on Smarter Every Day with Destin or whatever his name is. That was pretty embarrassing. In the cupola, he was like, "Well, you have a leak."
Like, well, if you have a leak, everybody's dead.
I don't know how anyone could really believe that we lost the technology and can't recreate it when the research to go to the moon, according to NASA, took like 8 years to accomplish. Like, it did it super fast, and we can't redo it. Doesn't make any sense.
I'm pretty sure Don Petit believes everything that he says and that he's been told, and I think he's really perfect for that role because the other astronauts or people who may be in on it, they need to lie under questioning. Whereas Don Petit believes everything he says, therefore he never digs a hole that he has to cover later.
Yeah, I agree, dude. I think you're right because everybody else would have tells. Like you'd be able to tell by eye movement that they're lying and shit. They don't believe what they're saying. With him, he does fully believe it. What they told him. So it's like there's no tells. It's like a perfect poker play.
My bad. Yeah, he'll look at your straight face and tell you, yeah, we'll go to the moon in a nanosecond. Look at you like...
They probably let him write the cue card. They're probably like, Don, write these cue cards and we'll make sure there's no spell errors or anything, grammatically crazy on it. And then and then you'll read your own, shit. And he's like, oh, okay, that's okay. Okay. And he does it. You know what I mean? He's a beast, dude. He's a beast with it.
And he's so programmable. I think they could put him in an elevator put 4 screens, a screen on each wall, and tell him he's on his way to space in a new spaceship NASA made, and he'd probably just believe it straight away.
Oh, stick him in a
He
fridge
reminds me
box.
of Stuart
Just stick him in a
off the
fridge box
fucking.
and shake it.
Do you know Stuart? Look what I can do in the elevator. Oh my god.
No, you don't need an elevator. Just stick him in a fridge box and shake it. He'd probably believe it.
Yeah.
And he'd come out and be like, "What are you guys doing on the moon?" Oh my gosh, hey, command control. Yeah, it's just like Earth. It's exactly like Earth.
And do you know when NASA say, or they used to say, we do all this testing to find the absolute cream of the crop to be the astronaut, and we have thousands of applicants. I think what they do is like loads of psychological testing to find the most bricked person possible, i.e. Don Pettit. And and that's the cream of the crop in their eyes.
They rise to the top, the cream of the crop. They can't find the curve, and they'll never stop.
Have you seen the video of him playing the didgeridoo? That's a good one. The didgeridoo in space.
They rise to the top by dropping to the bottom. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. The cream of the crop. The most bricked.
They rise to the top. All they got to do is have a mic go drop.
Now, there's a really good Don Pettit video, and like not too many people have seen it. There's like 4 of them, and they're clearly bouncing up and down in a harness, as they do in the ISS. And there's a fly flying around, and like a couple of them, you can see they've made eye contact with the fly, and they're ignoring it. Don Pettit swats the fly and wipes it on his fucking trousers.
You gotta love him, man. You gotta love Don.
And I need that video. And if you can dig that video up, I'd be so appreciative.
Wait, what's your name? Let me have a look. Who said that? They wanted the video?
Anti-globalist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
until
if I find it, I'll post it. I think I've seen it in like it's part of like a 2-hour NASA fails compilation, but it is around somewhere where he swats the fly.
I'm trying to save those videos in like a playlist or something.
I've posted it on TikTok actually. That's where I've seen it. Yeah, I'll share it in a second. Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know how they see a sun going straight, but circling up top. Right. That's funny.
Have you guys seen the sunset experiment where Buddy takes a Fresnel lens and a candle, and then he puts the camera in front of the Fresnel lens, puts the candle on the other side of the lens, and then he slowly pulls the candle back, and it drops down and sets like a sun, but it doesn't shrink in size. It's pretty cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Very cool.
I've seen that, but I don't have the link. Do you mind sending it to me? I made a new account, like a Gmail account, and I'm saving like a bunch of playlists. And a lot of videos are gone.
Yeah, Teal, I'll send you a link to a Giphy site that has all of the it has like stacks of awesome GIFs on it.
Oh, thank
Steal them
you.
all.
Thank you.
I managed to share the Don Pettit video of him swatting the fly. I found it.
Ah, awesome, man. Thank you so much.
I mean,
I'm
I've
gonna add that
edited
to my folder.
I've edited it a little bit. I don't know why I couldn't share it directly from TikTok. But yeah. It's
Awesome.
funny.
Thank you so much.
You can see the other guys look at it and try and ignore it, and he just swats it. Wipes it on his trousers.
Hey guys, I gotta go. I'll be right back.
All right, man. Do we got any other Globers sitting in here? Wants to speak up, ask questions, or anything?
Heretic, what's the point of that video?
Oh, I asked for it earlier. Thank you.
Heretic, what's the point of that video?
What do you think the point of the video is?
That's why I'm asking Heretic. I'm curious. What is the
Yeah,
meaning
what do you,
behind the
what do you
video?
think it is? Right. Okay. So sometimes we can have, right, if we
I
have.
have no idea. That's why I'm asking Heretic. I have no idea.
Okay. So it's to simulate, right? To give you an idea that if you have a medium, right, like in the air, you have something called atmospheric scattering. You could also call it like atmospheric lensing or atmospheric magnification. And so if you're in like a hot, humid environment, you've got thick atmosphere, it can cause atmospheric scattering and it can create something similar to what that video is showing. Right, like if you look at a time lapse of a sun setting in, say, Africa or Afghanistan or something like that, where you have really, really low humidity, you'll have a very different looking sunset than what you have, say, where I'm from in Australia, where the sun sometimes looks really huge, like depending on the weather conditions. Sometimes it looks like it gets really, really huge when it gets down towards the horizon. That's called atmospheric scattering or lensing or magnification. So yeah, that gives, just like just to give someone an idea that the air can have that kind of effect on the sun, and it's something that could explain why you're seeing the sun appear to disappear bottom up over the apparent horizon.
Humidity, the water in the air magnifies.
Yeah, have you seen those videos where someone will be like driving down a road? There's a few places that do it, and you'll see like a building like really far in the distance, and it will look giant, right? And as they keep getting closer and closer to it, it will get smaller and smaller. So another interesting, yeah.
Yeah, so atmospheric
But
lensing.
yeah, we get lots of crazy things in regards to the sunset. Sometimes it looks like it just fades out above the horizon. Sometimes it appears to shrink into a tiny little dot. Sometimes it looks like it gets bigger. Sometimes it just uniformly like keeps going down. Yeah, all sorts of weird shit can happen depending on the location, temperature, weather condition, that sort of thing.
Yeah, sorry, what was that? I was cropping that. Oh, he's gone. Was that my dad? Oh no, my dad's still here. What's up, Dad? What do you want? What do you want to know about?
It was just JCC. He was asking about the sun on the table where they slide it away. Not the sun, but you know what I mean. The light where they slide it away. But yeah, I went over it with him already. I guess you would probably answer it the same way.
Okay. Yeah, that's my dad, by the way. My absentee father.
Is that JCC's your dad?
Yeah, man.
Awesome. For real?
Yeah.
Cool.
You two are in here arguing about the Earth. What the hell?
Yeah, he just follows me around and check in on me from time to time, make sure I'm not like on drugs or becoming an alcoholic or a flat earther.
That sounds a bit weird, but okay.
He's overprotective. He's one of those helicopter dads. Hey, Dad, why, if I go up in an air balloon or a helicopter, if the Earth is spinning at 1,000 revolutions per minute or whatever the hell it is, I don't know, I'm not into the globy science much. How come I can't just like levitate for a bit and then like end up in Saskatchewan or something? Just by going up for a bit and coming back down, let the Earth spin around beneath me. Tell Mom I said hey.
I got the globe answer for that.
And if you want to make the Earth spinning, you gotta drink a lot.
You got to simultaneously have the air moving with the spinning Earth and having Coriolis being observed. So you need both the positions at once.
Because you're moving with the Earth already.
Wow.
So you're telling me there's like a parabolum of trajectory as I go up? I'm like going up on an arc with the Earth spin? Like I'm being launched like a catapult?
If you want to see, if you want to observe the Earth spin, you gotta isolate yourself from the Earth reference frame. You can do this with a pendulum. Pendulums are good at showing relative motion. They're isolated from the base's perspective. So if you put a
other heretic, the other heretic schooled you on this earlier, and you had no response for him. Schooled you on this in the other server earlier.
No, Heretic asked for some explanation on the mechanism, and I sent him a video. He wanted to look at it. He was open to it.
Yeah, but
I'm hoping to see a video with the ball on it.
Yeah, here we're talking about Coriolis, right? We're talking about a helicopter. And he gave you a specific example of a helicopter. And you just said it was conservation of momentum, right?
Helicopter, helicopter. Yeah, I think that's basically what he said. Like almost like how a hand leaves a plate and the plate keeps spinning. It's basically saying that that's happening when I go up in my helicopter. In my zigolage, all of a sudden I'm being launched like a catapult, even though a helicopter changes directions and can. And like even if I change directions, northeast, southwest, and like fly at up to 130 kilometers per hour in each direction, and then I go stationary, like what then? Like, come on, like use some forethought here.
Yeah, and then we'll say in the next sentence that snipers have to account for Coriolis because when they all of a sudden there's no conservation of momentum anymore.
Ooh, well, that's where I take precedence, or I mean specialty, because I happen to know that spin drift from the rifling of a bullet, like whether you have like a 1 in 8 or a 1 in 9 twist, that spinning of the bullet will cause drag on the air, and that's the Coriolis. And they don't account for that, because if you ask any sniper, what's the calculation that you have to put in for Coriolis? They don't have one, but there is one for spin drift or the twist in your round. Like, it's like you might have an 18-inch barrel with a 1 in 7 or 1 in 8 twist, and your bullet's going to spin a certain amount of times each foot it travels. And that spin will cause it to drag up on the air or down on the air in a circular pattern, depending on which way the bullet's spinning. And that causes like a circular spiral drift pattern.
Yeah, that's bullet spin. Yeah, that's bullet spin drift. That's not anything to do with Coriolis. Literally, it's nothing to do with Coriolis. No, brother, stop. Listen, Coriolis is just an effect. It's like David Copperfield shows you the lady getting cut in half. You believe, from your point of view, she's getting cut in half. but she's not. So that would be the Coriolis cut in half, right? Because it's a perspective. It's not a real thing happening. There's no physical attribute. You're telling a physical attribute to Coriolis. No, that's
Well,
bullet.
that's why they don't talk
brother,
about
brother,
spin.
hold on, brother. Wait 1 second. That's bullet spin. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on bullet spin. There's no way I couldn't be. But it's not Coriolis. The Earth is the thing causing the supposed magical Coriolis. But here's the magic question. If it's not showing you Coriolis in a helicopter or a drone, no matter how high you go, or a helium balloon or anything like that.
Okay, I see where you're going.
Right. Now think about this. Now you shoot your bullet from that. Now what are you accounting for when you shoot long distance anything? So now the Earth's not spinning underneath you. You don't have to worry about it. Now, since you put your gun in a helicopter, because the helicopter doesn't experience Earth spin. Correct?
Yeah, not that I know of.
Correct.
I don't know.
Well, if the
But I don't
helicopter
believe
is in the
you're
reference, if the helicopter's still in Earth's reference frame, sitting with Earth and not moving, still, then when you shoot your gun, you don't got to worry about no more Coriolis from the helicopter at all. Isn't that weird, Globers?
Helicopter.
You take a superconductor and put it around next to your pendulum. Matter of fact, you're supposed to have 10 pendulums in the same room and 10 pendulums on the bottom floor, the middle floor, and the top floor of the building. And they're all supposed to hit the same number at that same little focal point, pinpoint longitude and latitude that you're at. And then next door or about a mile away, they're supposed to have a different number. And they're all supposed to each hit the same in each building for the same. Never happened, never been done.
Also, isn't it kind of weird that on that model, like the moon would have to slow down and speed up again, move left and move right. It's like jinking, right? To do its little spinny thing around the Earth while the Earth is spinning around the sun. So, like, if you look at it, you trace the lines, like the moon's like speeding up and slowing down to move around the Earth as the Earth is moving around the sun. That's so fucking weird. Like, how does that make sense?
Well, also, you can put some other objects in the room that hover. So if the string is seeing deviation, those things that are hovering should be a deviation from the floor and should be a deviation from whatever the deviation seeing of the Earth. So if the Earth's deviating, that thing that's hovering, it should be a reference of deviation towards the room, the walls of the room. And if the string's hung on the ceiling of the fucking room and the ceiling is connected to the walls, which is connected to the Earth. So it's not a separate reference frame of the Earth. And if you want to do a real experiment to see what the cause or effect of a string on a ball moving or processing or doing was, you'd get a real ball, you'd tie a string to it, and you spin it around. And we'd all take a look at her. And I'm telling you, the string is going to fly away from the ball on its own. No little humans needed to do shit. Spin that ball, that string's going to fly away and almost hit you in your face. No humans needed. No liars, no nothing.
Also, if the Earth is spinning and liquids move much freer and more readily than solids, why is there bodies of water running north to south instead of just like along the equator or the outermost perimeter of the spin? Almost like Saturn's rings, right? Like, shouldn't the oceans be like surrounding the Earth like Saturn's rings, not like going south to north or north to south?
Because of elevation drop.
Gravity.
What about elevation rise?
Gravity's like a picky eater on the globe model. It's like, no, I don't like onions today, but I might like onions tomorrow.
Yeah, but it's got to drop down one side and go back up the other.
Have you ever put an egg in like water and added salt until it just like has equilibrium and it just floats in the middle?
That's not what I'm looking for.
doesn't float to the top, doesn't sink to the bottom. Where's gravity then? Why doesn't gravity care anymore about this egg?
All you got to do is give the egg wings, and gravity doesn't care until the bird's tired, or gravity doesn't care until your car runs out of fuel, and then it'll say, "Stop right there and park." Stop. Yep, you're out of fuel. Okay, you can't go forward. Gravity stuck you here now.
Are you saying this egg is defying gravity?
What gravity? If there was gravity, it would have to. But there is no gravity. So, no, it's not defying anything. It's just doing what it's physically going to fucking do.
Okay, so this is where I would say gravity would be shirking the egg. How fast would I have to elevate this jar that the egg is in once it's reached equilibrium? How fast would I have to launch it from point A to point B upwards, and how far till the egg touches the bottom once it reaches equilibrium? How much speed would I need to make that egg touch the bottom? And where's gravity now?
Gravity doesn't like salt.
So could if I launch that egg, if I put that egg that's reached equilibrium in a little rocket ship, and then I launch that rocket, how much velocity would I hold on a second, how much velocity would I need to make that egg touch the bottom of the jar?
Salt makes things buoyant.
How much thrust do I need to sink the egg?
You
globies are awful quiet now.
Egg experiment there.
You globies are awful quiet now. Yes, scientists. Where's your science now? You got no science on that.
If the Earth is round, if the Earth is flat, where's the edge?
No, I don't have to answer any of your goddamn questions until you tell me about my freaking egg. Tell me about my lucky egg.
Explain your egg thing again. What is this egg? Explain it.
Okay, so if I take a jar and I put water in the jar, and then I put an egg in that jar, and then I add salt until the egg reaches equilibrium. If I take that jar with that egg in it at equilibrium and I stick it in a rocket, how much velocity or thrust do I need to make that egg touch the bottom? And where is gravity now?
You're retarded.
No, you're retarded because you can't answer my
No. It's not because you don't have any response or any rebuttal to what he told you. You have to just throw a fallacy there. That's an ad hom. It's a fallacy. It's that because that opponent, that stupid opponent, which is you, have no response to an argument that was thrown to him. So shut up.
Yeah, how much? Make my egg.
So you got an egg in a jar. You got some salt in there, so the egg's floating around in equilibrium. And then you want to put the jar on a rocket, and you want to know how much thrust you're going to need to send that egg back in its
major. It's very simple. No, dude. Look, okay, it's about
pop before.
Hold on a second. Right, so the egg, if the water's just fresh water, right? The egg is more dense than the water, so it's going to sink to the bottom, right? If you then manipulate the medium, right, by adding salt to the water, now the egg is less dense than the medium and it's going to rise up.
Well, yeah, everybody knows it's easier to float in salt water. We've all experienced that.
Hey, Heretic,
Yeah, so
I got a message.
just go ahead, JCC.
I'm sending a message to Heretic from Rich Evans. He has responded to you in DMs. He wanted me to let you know that.
Oh, I don't check my DMs. Stay out of my DMs. You fucking look at that. I don't know how to find that. It'll take me 10 minutes to find that message.
Really? Someone in front of me and sent me a.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther. I don't know how to do anything. Leave me alone.
Someone sent me a link to a freaking flat Earth server.
Yeah,
He's muted.
married when we don't claim that Earth's a disk base. sure where you
Then
getting
what
that
is
information
Earth?
from.
What's the shape?
We don't know. We don't claim to know the shape of the Earth, but when we measure over large bodies of water, it's not a globe because a globe has to curve at a certain rate.
hmm Well, I can tell you right now, it's a globe because
Yeah,
you can,
and
you can
flat is not a
circumvent-
shape.
You can circumvent the Earth.
You said it's a globe because of what, Mario Dwayne?
You can circumvent the Earth.
Let me ask you just a hypothetical question. If the Earth was flat, right? Let's just say hypothetically, could you do a circular route, a great circle route over that as well?
Not in the same way.
In the same way, you can circumnavigate your table in your room in the same way. Just put a magnet. Just put a powerful magnet in the center of that table. It have to be a powerful neodymium magnet, and put a compass and follow west. You will just circumnavigate that table around that magnetic north in the center of that table inside your room. So that means for you that the room is spherical?
The flight patterns would look different if the Earth was flat.
Can we get an unmute on Rich? Rich Evans thinks he's got an answer, an explanation for this egg and how to get it to touch the bottom.
You can go chat with Rich Evans somewhere else if you want to chat with that dickhead. He's permanently muted in.
Holy shit, he said you guys would say that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's true. He was correct for once.
Digital duct tape.
Hey, can you all get rid of this old dude guy? He sent me a link to a server and he's DM advertising.
Yeah, he's a mod, and we'll get rid of you before old mate.
No, well, old dude, be careful because.
Did it hurt your feelings getting sent a link? You know, someone trying to help you out and show you some information because you're in here asking questions about
it's server advertising.
A nice guy. So he sends you a link, and now you're butthurt because you got sent a link.
Hey,
we live in a world of
just
snowflakes.
It's against Discord TOS to send a freaking server link out of nowhere.
Oh, okay. Well, how about you fuck off? How about that?
Okay, I don't want him to get his account back.
People like you stay the fuck off Discord. Nobody'd get their account banned.
Just curious, how the fuck does people send you links to other servers if they're not allowed to send you links? Dickhead. Go home.
Yeah, I'm reading for you, Matrix.
Matrix, was that a genuine statement?
Genuinely pointing out how much of a fucking muppet you are.
Okay, so
Go
people
and cry
aren't allowed
elsewhere.
to say the N-word. It's against Discord TOS, but people do it.
You can't send links to people?
I'm not allowed to murder someone in my country, but I could.
Can you send them a link?
Problem. People who use an N-bomb channel get booted.
You were sent the link. Yes, get over it. You were sent the link. Get over it.
And it's not considered as crime. You receive many links every day in your mail. So,
it's like mail, yeah.
Have you ever went to the police and said, I'm receiving links in my fucking mail? Because I'm stupid and I guess that it is something that you should stop. Oh, you can just suppress your account and delete it, and you won't receive anything.
Hey, if you guys want to have a good laugh, I suggest we hear what's his name, Marwa Dwayne out, because if his first proof of a globe is that it can be circumnavigated, which a flat Earth can too, I'd like to hear a second proof.
No, I'm not going to talk anymore. I've been pissed off.
All right, cool. Bye.
You mean you ain't got no globe proof? We know already.
No, you all just decided to insult me.
We already know, Professor Dave. We already know.
He doesn't remember. He had that short memory problem because he started that shit. He just insulted anti-globalists, so I don't remember which one first. So you started that thing. Now we are showing you that you are literally. Well, I'm not insulting you. We're just showing you your reality.
Yeah, I mean, we could hold your
heretic.
We could hold your feet to the fire, and since you're the globe earther and the flat Earth server, and you're not wanting to say what globe Earth proof you have, we could just boot you. But I mean, at least we're giving you that much, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I was just trying to help someone out because I personally, I typically don't go out of my way to report people, but old dude could get banned from the server, and I'm just trying to help him out because I've gotten banned from servers in the past from DM advertising.
All right, you just earned yourself a permanent ban from this channel.
Bye bye.
Peace. Fucking weirdos, man.
I don't think anybody has an answer to that egg experiment.
What was the question to it?
Was it for
Yeah,
everybody? I don't know.
I got the answer.
I got the power.
You said where is gravity then when you add salt to the water and the egg will be just in equilibrium with that density of that water and it can stay in the middle. Sometimes you can add more water and that egg will just go up. Yeah, you said where is gravity? That's gravity. That's the real gravity. It's called specific. Wait, it's called specific gravity. That's the real gravity. It's not Newtonian gravity. But
you're forgetting a
heretic, can you?
You're forgetting a part. It wasn't about the buoyancy of the water. It was how much velocity I would have to add to the jar upwards in an upwards vector or an upwards direction to make the egg lose equilibrium and touch the bottom of the jar.
Correct. It should be 9.8 meters a second.
Oh, I understand now the question because I think that the question was where is gravity now? That the gravity that you're claiming.
Okay, actually, how about this? This might be easier. If I took a beach ball and I put it in a pool, how fast would I have to lift the pool up to make the beach ball sink?
Nice. That won't be 9.8, I think. Wait.
Well, it's kind of like free fall on the way up, right? Same thing I was asking earlier with the if you've got a ball or a helium balloon and a rock and they weigh
Anti-globalist.
And you drop
Anti-globalist. Do we have? Sorry. Do we have any equation to transfer weight into the force of velocity or speed? For example, we can measure how much weight we can add to that ball in the pool to make it sink inside the pool. And we do math and we transfer that weight into velocity of that pool up.
Well, you should be able to use MetaQuest if you're able to formulate an equation to prove to prove this. I think you could use certain large language models to write you out a formula there. I don't think you're going to be able to do that though.
I guess if there is something, it will be more than that 9.8 because the weight that you will have to add, just measuring that, not measuring, just trying to observe that when you push that ball with your hand, how much force you will have to push to add to make that ball touch the floor.
It's not to do with the math either.
Sometimes it will lift you also. You can push it just till a certain point in the middle of that water, and you can't push it more. Even if you get all your body on the top of that ball. And I think if you transfer that weight of your body into velocity of that pool going up, it will be so much larger than 9.8. I haven't done the math yet. I don't know which equation we have to put there, but I feel it will be larger than that 9.8.
It's not the math either. You can't really quantify them together like that. You can quantify one thing, one thing, one thing. You have to separate them into categories. Because like when you do something with a ball, say the ball weighs 1 pound in my hand, sitting still. As soon as I move that ball or do anything with it, like you're saying, the force of the attribute of that ball now gets fucking crazy. Or even the object that I put it in. And then there's going to be an effect with the kinetic energy on the outside of it and everything else. And it's going to hit. So it can be a little ball, big ball, marble, bullet. Depending on how I shoot them at the object, they can all fucking tear it down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, correct.
So the amount, yeah.
Even with that ball, it will depend to how deep is that pool. Because if that pool is so deep, that ball will explode. There is so much pressure outside the ball than the pressure inside the ball. So it will just shred the ball out like it happens with submarines. If the cock of that submarine is not resistant enough
Correct,
to
it'll
the
pop.
pressure, yeah, it will pop.
But I'm saying no matter what object you got, brother, like if you shoot an arrow that's 1 pound or an arrow that's 10 pound, depending on how you shoot them, they can all hit and knock the same big things out or down or do almost equivalent damage. Not that. I mean, it's not to say that it shouldn't be answered. The question should have an answer to it on how you take the ball up and it drops. It should be answered. But I'm saying when things move, you can't really, I just like people to understand. You can't get the weight of things. You can't quantify something that's in movement that doesn't stop for you to be able to quantify it at the point. And then when it hits the thing is the only reactive time you can see when it hits or did or exerted any reaction. Because then when it comes to rest, it's just sitting there still. You're going to get its at rest weight, and then you're going to get a differential. Like if you had a scale on the wall and you shot the bullet at it, it's going to say a number versus what the bullet weighs on the ground sitting still. It's going to be a different number for the same object. So yeah, the only time you can actually get a set reference frame is when shit's sitting still. I mean, the point to this is they say the Earth's moving. They say the Earth's spinning. And they say they know the mass of the Earth and all this other shit that's out in space moving. You can't get the mass of something that never stops moving. I don't know who the fuck's. I don't know where you're doing that at. What's the mass of light? And it's physical. What's light weigh? Shit. If gravity's bending light, what the hell does light weigh on my scale? Forget the egg. Just saying, I mean, I like the egg too. Not forget it, I'm sorry. And also plus an egg. So yeah, what is the rate that you have to increase the object up for the egg to hit the bottom? It's a great question, and you also have to put the amount of water you have in there, right? Because the amount of water is gonna make a difference, just like Necro said. It's true. So like you gotta have like a certain amount, like say 3 foot of water. How fast would 3 foot of water have to go up? Could you turn the water around and put the egg underneath the water and drop it and see how fast if the egg would rise to the top when it's in free fall? Also, another question. You know what I mean? Because if you want to experiment or like manipulate stuff or do it different ways, you'd have to try to do that also, if it could be done. Like have the egg in salt water in a bottle and just upside down it, with a camera, following it or watching it. Same with up. Yep, both of them. Same with the rock in an air bubble. How long does it take a rock and another object the same weight as a rock that's buoyant to rise to the top of, like, so you got 10 foot of water, you put both these objects at 5 foot. You drop the heavy object, you release the light object. How fast do they reach bottom versus top if they're both the same weight? So is the rock going to hit the bottom of the 5 foot faster than the 5 foot that the thing has to hit the top of the surface of water? Or is the thing that floats up, like the helium or the air or the hydrogen or nitrogen, whatever you put in the balloon, is it going to rise up and hit the top faster than the rock hits the bottom? You know, what's the rate of up for a fucking helium balloon? If it's 9.8 meters a second falling down, then it should be 9.8 meters a second going up if it's gravity, right?
Sorry, could you repeat the experiment you're talking about, because I kind of got distracted. I think I might be able to answer your question. Because I think here, like, if you're talking about, because I think what you're talking about here, right? Like the idea that a rock would move at the same speed that it would when it's falling, when it's like going up in water, right? But
if you have like a balloon that weighs 10 pounds and you have a rock that weighs 10 pounds, you let them both go. You're in 20 foot of water, or 10 foot of water, I'm sorry, and you're at the 5 foot point. So you want to see which one hits which portion faster. You want to see if the rock hits the dirt faster than the balloon hitting the surface. I mean, that was a whole different thing, but the gentleman actually wanted to ask you about the salt in the egg.
So what is salt in the egg problem?
So you get water in an egg. You put the egg in the water and it touches the bottom. Now you add salt. Now you put the egg in there and it doesn't touch the bottom. It stays at the top. He's wondering how fast you have to take and raise that glass up for the egg to hit the bottom of it for it to equilibrate.
Oh, okay. So this is a problem. I don't know about the, like, how fast you would have, because, like, obviously you would have to consider like a bunch of data, but in a nutshell, what's happening is you would need to, I don't think you would be able to at all, right? Because the way it would work is if you move the glass up, right? So what is happening is that the air is impressing a force, sorry, my English is not my first language, but it would be putting a force on the egg, like the air itself, right? That is, and it needs to that force needs to be bigger than Archimedes push, I think it's called in English, which is basically a force. It is a force that basically moves the egg upwards when it's in the water with salt, because it has to be denser, right? So in a nutshell, what will happen is I think you moving up the glass would not be enough to make the egg go down unless you move it really, really fast, obviously. Because like that, at that point, like, the force would be enough. But like the thing is, if you move up the egg, like the glass, the force that the air is putting on the egg would not be constant, because the egg would go down in water, and then at that point, the air would not be able to keep pushing the egg down, right? So once you the egg reaches, like, goes inside the water, it would not be pushed anymore. So obviously, like, it wouldn't be that simple, right? As to say, like, oh yeah, you just need to move it really fast.
Pushing on the egg. Yeah, it was never pushing on the.
The air is pushing on the egg.
No. The egg is more dense than the air.
It doesn't
Why it's
matter.
under the
It would because you're moving it up, right?
Egg's
So
never
when you
sitting
move
on
it
top
up-
of the water. In this experiment, the egg is never sitting on top of the water because the egg is more dense than the air. So it's going to sink in the water, right? And then if you add salt to the water, right? Yeah, you could say Archimedes' principle, right? You're going to manipulate the medium. So now that the egg is less dense than the medium, so it's going to float up to the top of the medium, and it's going to be sitting at the top of the medium, but it's not going to be on the water. The air isn't really going to be touching the egg.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, there's going to
And
be
it's
like
not pushing,
some
the air's not
amount of
pushing
air.
on the egg because
There is going to be
right.
some amount of force that gets that touches the egg, because pretty much like if it's at the very top, like it will get pushed. It
Surface
just won't
tension.
after a little while. It's like a very small push.
Yeah, not by
Depending
gravity.
on like
right.
how fast you would. Yeah, it's not by gravity. I mean,
Right. So
it is.
listen.
It
So
is
listen.
from the like the fact that you move up, right? What is happening is that you're moving up. The air is still there, right? So you move it up. The air pushes because it tries to go inside the glass. It doesn't. It can't, right? But it does exercise a force on the egg, or at the very least on the surface of the water. Probably would push the egg a little bit, but it doesn't have anything to do with gravity per se. Just the movement per se. Like it's basically like the air trying to get inside the glass that is moving the egg.
If
I
I
don't
hold an
understand, like,
egg,
what is-
if I lift up an egg and drop it, not the
Mm-hmm.
air pushing the egg.
Yeah.
Just the egg sinking through the air.
Yes. So wait, sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, I think we're on the same page.
Yeah. He's just.
I'm not trying to argue with you.
No, I just didn't understand the question because I was I think wait,
The
I
egg is
think
more dense than the air. You're trying to
Yes.
tell us that the air is going to do something with the egg, which it's already not doing. The egg isn't.
No,
floating up.
it is doing something on the egg. It's just that it is there is what is the word for that? Wait, give me a second. Sorry, again, English is not my first language.
Supposed to be the word gravity you're looking for. Last time
No,
I
it's not
checked.
gravity.
But it's not
It's
gravity.
friction.
Okay.
So it is there's friction. The air will
The word resistance.
will yeah. It will have an effect on the egg. It's just that it's not enough to stop the fall. Like for example, right?
So when does gravity kick in?
Gravity kicks in immediately, I would say, because like the way it works is gravity is right. It's like
but
a force that attracts the egg to the bigger body of the Earth itself.
Wait, I got to address that you said gravity kicks in right away, real quick. You said it kicks in right away, like, so it's already kicked in before we started the experiment, and it's kicked in after, and it's kicked in during, right? So when we went over the different things, I asked you, is that gravity? You said no. I said, is that gravity? You said no.
No, because what you're
hold on,
no,
brother.
because
Hold
what
on,
you're
hold on.
trying to say. Wait,
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish real quick.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, you're good. You're good. But well, hold on. I'll let you know. I'll say I'm done. So I asked you a couple things in a row, just to find out which one of these things we're going to use for gravity to be the thing that you're trying to prove here. And every one of these things that I go over isn't gravity. But go ahead. So we're just looking for that magical gravity thing that we're supposed to, quantify the force of.
Yeah, so the thing is, the force that pushes the egg up is bigger than gravity, right? In module.
No,
So
I don't know.
pretty
I
much-
don't know anything about gravity yet. So far, we've gone over everything that's not gravity. So I don't know what gravity's got to do with anything. But go ahead.
No, but I was explaining to you why I said that, right? Because the thing is, the force that pushes the egg up is just way bigger than gravity. So that's why I said it doesn't have anything to do with it, because it's not like obviously it's part of it, but it's already what's the word?
What do you need for a mechanical attribute?
For a mechanical attribute?
Yeah, for an
Sorry, I don't
action or a reaction to happen, what do you need?
I don't know about that.
You don't know? For you to fall over or something to happen to you, what do you need?
Oh, I would say a force.
Okay, what force, what number can I put for the force of gravity on the chalkboard real quick? for the
Around
student?
9.80.
No. That's a time of duration of amount of distance per. No, well, I need to know what number I can put for the force of gravity, brother. I don't think you heard me correct. I didn't say the time.
I don't think you're. I don't think we're on the same page on this. What do you mean? What number can I put for the force of gravity?
What number? I want to quantify the force of gravity because you and I just agreed that it takes a mechanical, thing to, you had for a reaction. You have to have a force.
Pounds? Is it pounds and ounces and stuff? Is that the number for gravity?
Asking for
No.
big G.
No, brother. We're looking for we're looking for the quantifiable number for the force of gravity. Since he and I just agreed.
No, but I don't think you know how forces work because
brother, we're going over it. We're going over
no,
it
but
right
the
now.
thing is, it changes, right? Because it depends on the
What
mass
changes?
that it's the number, right? It's not
What number of
constant. Like
what?
it's not. It depends. You're asking.
The gravity's
for
not a constant. That's weird.
The force of gravity is not a constant. The acceleration
What number
is
is
a
the force?
constant depending on how far you are from the Earth. There is a constant that is called the
Not a constant
universal
either.
gravitational constant. I'm pretty sure.
Not a constant either, though.
That it is a constant. That one is a constant.
It's not.
It's an agreed upon average by committee.
It's not a no. What you're talking about?
It's historical.
if
You
you're
can read about the
No,
committee
that
that
is,
decided
that is
to
the-
vote
that is,
on
like,
what
the
gravity would be as a
okay, so
constant.
the constant is not the constant is not gravity as a force. The constant is called the universal gravitational, which is something else that you cannot.
It's not
call
a
gravity,
force either, is it?
Because gravity per se is either you can either consider it a force or an acceleration.
Well, which is it? I mean, if it's a force, it's going to have
Yes.
work expended
So-
to produce it. So what work is being produced for gravity?
It's
Energy.
m times.
Where's the energy coming from?
Yeah, where's the
uh,
energy? Is it
it's-
perpetual energy, like magic space energy? What the hell is it?
What do you mean?
Is it magic space energy? Like, if it's a force, it requires an expenditure of energy. Heat's got to be produced. Let's bring it back to thermodynamics, people. Come on, this is like basic principles here of science.
Yes, sir.
So what
I'm
force
doing
is
it with
being?
you. Yeah.
What force requires what energy to be consumed? Gravity requires what to be consumed? Yeah, it's a real problem. It's a
Is
problem in all
you
of
just
physics.
want it to be. Just want it to be the
No, the thing is,
no, dude.
Yeah,
dude,
no, okay,
you
I
just
know
want
what
it to
you're
be the
talking
mere
about. There's
the
a-
mere existence of
no,
mass,
no,
right?
The
mere existence of mass is where your energy is coming from. Just mass existing.
Right.
It's
That's the fun part.
I forgot what it's called in English. Fuck, sorry, give me a second. Potential energy? Could it be that? So there's so you know how mechanical energy is like what mechanical energy is composed of, right? It's a sum of the mechanical energy of sorry, not mechanical. It's a sum of the again, what is it called in English? So you have it's a potential energy and
This is why
I don't know
Einstein
the other
came
word.
in, dude.
No, sure.
Yeah.
No, I'm just trying to answer the question in very simple terms. But
Because
basically,
Newton
like,
didn't have an answer to that question, did he?
No, Einstein
I
failed
don't
on this front.
yeah, but what you would say is that the energy that is being consumed is it's the potential energy, right? Which is calculated by using it's calculated like if you're at a certain level from like a certain height, right?
Listen, we already know there's no answer to this. It's why we ask it. It's more of an honesty test.
I gave you an answer. Like, this is what I would say. Obviously, like, again, I'm just kind of like
say what theoretical physicists say and say they don't know.
Right,
dude.
they're honest.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to give you an answer. Like right here, I'm just using what I know about physics to answer the
Saying
question. This
we
is what
don't
I
know
would
is a
say.
perfectly valid answer, my friend.
No, but
it's what theoretical
think
physicists will
this
say.
is what yes, but this is what I'm telling you is what I think it would be. Okay, then I don't know exactly what they would say.
Nobody
I don't know
knows
why you
exactly.
what you're telling me now is you're telling me that
It's one of
there's
the deepest mysteries of reality.
There's energy that is being consumed, right? So
I don't know
I'm
that.
telling you, well, Hey, actually,
If it's a force, then okay, then
so,
where's the energy?
I understand what you're trying to ask. I
Where's the
understand what
work?
you're trying to ask. So, okay, when we're schematizing it this way, we are assuming that there's no loss of energy at all. But this is just a way to schematize it, right? Yeah, no, I wouldn't know how to answer. But yeah, that's fair.
It's weird as shit, dude. Just leave it at that.
Yeah, it
I
is.
mean, this
That's
is where we
fair.
are in
Yeah, no, it is
21st
fair.
century.
Yeah, true.
Keep pushing my
I
love.
don't know about that. I realize that. Yeah, no, that's true. I wouldn't know where it would come from.
So, Kane,
Got no idea.
just asking you here, what would be, if you were to pick up the microphone, what would be the cause of it to fall?
So, in a nutshell, it's just that bodies are attracted to each other, right?
The answer is you. You caused it to fall.
And this is why, like, I'm trying
Bodies
to...
are attracted to each other. So the Earth is a really big body with a really big mass.
No, see,
therefore, the small egg that has a smaller mass would be attracted.
Kane.
I was just answering your question. You asked me a question. I
you
answered.
can't. And here's the thing: you can't answer my question with leaps of faith and logic within your answer.
I answered your question.
Stop.
It's just what we observed.
Stop.
Yes.
Stop. I'm trying to pull you back to a place where you can literally understand what Tamok and Amish and the brothers here were trying to help you figure out is we're trying to figure out what the cause of gravity is in order for us to push forward on the claim of it. So when I say to you, you pick up the microphone and you drop it, it's an exhibition of exactly what you were talking about earlier, kinetic versus potential energy being displayed. The microphone contains potential energy when you pick it up. When you release it, it becomes kinetic energy while it moves. It finds its new rest point when it drops on the floor, right? And it becomes potential energy again. So I'll ask you, what is it causing your gravity to take effect? Go ahead.
Per se, I don't think we know the cause of this, but what we observe is that bodies are attracted to each other. And what I'm saying is, there's theories, like for example, someone mentioned earlier that Einstein's relativity theory that tries to explain this phenomenon through through time space, right? Warpings in time space caused by the mass of the object being like extremely big, or I mean, generally speaking, like the mass
Let's
of the
go back to why would we, so mass attracting mass is also a conclusion. It's not a premise. Do you understand that?
Mass attracting mass is a conclusion, but we need to understand why that, right?
Well,
and we don't know why.
We can test that there is no observation of mass attracting mass.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
It's not a foregone conclusion.
Not a foregone conclusion.
Mass attracting mass is a conclusion based off an assumption, based off a premise that we're challenging.
Mm-hmm.
The premise is that it's Newtonian gravity.
Yes.
And Newton described Newton's gravity is kind of weird, right? It's completely different than what they teach today. One of the big things he taught was assuming that the sun was the center of the whole universe and that the entire universe was universally attracted to every other point in the universe at the same time, which violates the speed of light. It's one of the things Einstein tried to correct.
Mm-hmm.
So what's interesting here is Newton derived all of this based off of alchemy. His premise was messing around with alchemy and occultism. And the story is that some stupid apple fell on his head and he somehow derived that all things in the universe have universal attraction to one another. And he said, "Well, wow, look at the stars. Look at the planets. They must be attracting. They must have an attractive relationship to the sun," which itself is not even. Which itself is a conclusion, which is also based off of a faulty premise that we challenge. Like the entire thing, the cosmic distance ladder, gravitation, space, all of it is an entire assumption stack on assumptions.
And Amish, just what you said about the apple came from the apple seed, correct?
Yeah, the tree lifted it up and grew the apple.
You lifted it up.
A lot of people will cite Cavendish as being evidence of mass attracting mass, and it's really the best thing they have. But what's observed in Cavendish isn't necessarily mass attracting mass. It's an oscillation of a torsion bar.
Exactly. Just the jet stream working. Gee, what a concept. Could it be the medium actually has a flow to it and a movement that's causing things to kind of just flow about?
Yeah, or it could just be a faulty setup. I mean, I don't think that the Cavendish experiment has ever been reliably reproduced anywhere. I would love to see some meta studies. Multiple universities, multiple people using the same setup and trying to reproduce the same exact results. And then even then, if they do that, are they going to correct for fucking Coriolis?
I'd actually also love to see the pendulum process in a couple different places as well. As you say, Coriolis affecting the pendulum at this awesome procession. I don't think so. Not at
right. And wouldn't Coriolis affect the Cavendish experiment through the rotating reference frame of Earth beneath the torsion bar setup with the balls hanging from it?
Correct.
I mean, does anybody think about that? I mean, that wasn't part of Cavendish's formulation. There's so many freaking flaws.
Yeah, so many flaws. When I first started, I pointed out, why didn't they do these experiments stacked on top or below each other? Because if you're going to do this thing and they're going to claim longitude and latitude around about a fucking sphere, right? Orientation around the sphere from this where we're at compared to over here, and they're going to say it's going to do all this magical shit, right? The thing is, if that's the case, if the only thing I can do to change this number is to move over there to that longitude or this latitude, how about do it in the basement? Do it above the floor.
Sorry if I interrupt.
Hold on, man. Hold on a second.
Yes, that's true.
Do it in the elevator shaft of the Burj Khalifa, the biggest building. Do it at the top, either on the top or in the top floor, middle, and the bottom. If they all get 3 different numbers and you're in the same fucking building that's at the same exact location, longitude and latitude, that would disprove all of that garbage.
Right, and that's been done. We can get into that next too, but go ahead.
No, I was just gonna ask something, because the thing is that you brought up something very interesting, but then you kinda lost it, I would say, because yes, you said, okay, yeah, we don't know the I would say we don't know what causes, for example, gravity to exist, right? To happen, or like we don't know what energy is being consumed when we're under the influence of gravity, for example, right? But the thing is, I don't understand where you're trying to go with this, because the thing is, yes, okay, yeah, there are some questions in science that we don't have an answer to. That is absolutely fair. But I don't see how, like, not having an answer to the cause of something disprove the entire theory. Because the thing is, this, like, what we're talking about is something that we can, but we can see. The thing is, the science doesn't only explain things; it also observes. Right, and something that we can observe is that, for example, right, if you go in space, you're not as much under the effect of, for example, Earth's gravity anymore. And then when you get closer to the moon,
gravity, bro.
We need to pump the brakes here.
That's the thing in contention. I have to stop
cosmology is built on a faulty chain of causation.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. Okay, look,
you have not shown gravity. What is it?
Interesting. Okay,
what is it? What is gravity? If you're going to keep using the word, you have to define it, and then you have to demonstrate.
It is defined. Gravity is defined as a force or acceleration based on what you're talking about.
So what bothers me is we get people like you and I used to believe this, that gravity was this constant, this universal constant, right? But then you study other fields of other disciplines, like in geodesy, and they say no, gravity is absolutely quite variable. And we track the degree that it varies in order to build maps.
I never said it's a constant, though. I never said it's.
Are you serious? Are you playing me right now?
I've never said it. No. I've never said it's a constant.
What was your definition not 1 minute ago, Numpty?
No, what I said. What do you mean no? Earlier,
yes.
What I said earlier. There is a constant, but it's not gravity. The constant is the universal gravitation constant. It's something different. Cow. Then the force is determined by the mass. And the distance of the bodies that are involved in the
Incorrect.
Right. The ramble earlier was just to highlight how incoherent this is and messy it is.
What do you mean it's incoherent and messy? Sorry, I don't understand how it is incoherent and messy. That doesn't.
You haven't even. All right, let's go from the very beginning because you're off in the weeds. Can you give me a demonstration of the naturally observed phenomena that you're going to perform an experiment for? That gravity is going to be your independent variable. Go ahead. What's the naturally observed phenomena?
He never said that it is an independent variable. Sorry, wait, what?
We're talking science.
Yeah, we're talking science.
I didn't understand the question. What is gravity?
Can you please give me the naturally observed phenomena for this gravity that you speak of?
Okay, once again, what we're talking about here is a force. The fact that you
what would that force be? Because I don't see that force at work anywhere.
The thing is,
excuse me. I don't see that force at work anywhere. We haven't observed it yet. You need to give me the observation so we can talk about this force that you're feeling.
You being attached to the ground and not flying around is a very good example of gravity.
Oh, so we're going to beg the question in this scenario. Because I'm standing, you're going to beg the question of gravity that you haven't demonstrated yet. Is that right?
That's the dependent variable.
So what you're saying is like, for example, right? So because gravity is not a force and it doesn't exist, what you're saying is that if you have to, like, let's say, get up from the ground, you don't need to, you haven't
shown me any gravity
do any work. No, but the thing is, you can observe it yourself. Have you, like, just sit on the ground and try to get up? Do you need to, can you just float up or not? Because if
I can.
Force,
yeah. If I change the medium, I can float. Yep. In fact, I try to swim to the bottom of a swimming pool, and then I float back to the surface. So nothing's holding me down to the surface of Earth.
In that case, the explanation that physics would give is that there is another force that is bigger than gravity, right?
So what gravity? The force of gravity you haven't even demonstrated yet. You've given a name to something.
The thing is,
you're not describing it to me.
No, the thing is, I don't think you understand. It's not like it's not an object. It's a phenomenon. Right? The fact that you...
What's the phenomena again?
For example, the fact that bodies are attracted to each other, and we can see that.
I've never seen that happen in real life. What bodies are attracted to one another?
You being attached to the ground is a good enough example because you're...
Does this happen to everything? Does this happen universally? Is this observable phenomena universal? Does it happen for everything?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay, well then you're incorrect because gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, which totally debunks your claim.
There's a bigger force that is.
What's the bigger force?
Okay, so the bigger force in this case, I wouldn't be sure, but like to be fair, I think it's just the gas being less dense in the air, and so getting pushed up by.
I think we're getting somewhere.
Air is gas. What the hell are you talking about?
If we put gas in a box, is the pressure the same on all sides, Kane?
If we put gas in a box, it depends.
Yep. Let's say we have a vacuum box, and now we pump in a bunch of gas. Is the gas pushing equally on all sides of the container?
I don't know about that. Actually,
the answer is yes.
The answer is yes? Okay, nice.
Yep. So,
no gravity.
Gas has mass, and gas exerts an equal force of pressure on all sides of the container. There's no downward bias.
Yeah, like a balloon, brother. I know it's hard to understand what they're saying, but if you take an empty balloon and it's a plastic shell, then you pump gas into it, like it's gonna blow up.
The thing is, I don't have the answer for this, but I'm pretty sure if you look it up, there's going to be a reason for that. No, but I don't think that's
axioms like this in nature don't have any known reasons. That's why they're axioms.
No, I know. Yes. Okay.
So this is one of them.
Okay, that's fair.
Shit, helium is a bad mammer jammer.
Wait, so once again, I don't understand what your problem is with this. Right? So, for example, right, like you're saying, oh yeah, no, okay, but okay, I don't understand what your.
Let's roll back the clock 2,000 years to Archimedes.
That you have a problem with that still.
I have a problem with modern scientism. Archimedes got it right. He described buoyancy and density as what causes pressure mediation and intermediation, disintermediation.
Displacement.
He didn't have any gravitational force, a universal force at all described. And, people of the day did amazing things and built amazing things, lived amazing lives without having to rely on any concept of space gravity and a universal down. They didn't observe it.
Only action, reaction,
And that's
and
amazing.
displacement.
Wait, look.
Yeah.
The thing is, if I still don't understand your contention, honestly, because I don't understand what you're trying to say. Like you're trying to say that there
Gravity's
gravity
redundant.
isn't- So, what do you mean it's redundant? Can you explain?
We
yourself better?
already
Because I'm
observed
still-
buoyancy and density causing the direction up and down of things based off of relative density of the medium. And there's no such thing as a vacuum, right? In nature.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
So no outer space vacuum.
And
Yep, no
I
outer
still
space
don't understand
vacuum.
where you're trying to get to. Like,
If there was, we wouldn't be breathing air.
Okay, no, but I still don't understand what you're trying to say with.
Gravity's a useless phantom of the mind.
Okay.
We can explain everything with relative density.
And that's fine. Okay, but the thing is, that's fine. That is very interesting to say. Like, if you're interested in this, I think that you should maybe pursue like some sort of like you should probably study this yourself and see if you can describe this through something else, right? But what gravity really is just an attempt at explaining a phenomenon that we can observe, right? Which is that, for example, we don't just
You're
float in
telling
the
us
air.
to describe something, and we're asking you to describe the cause of gravity, and you just keep like fucking talking in circles.
Once again, it's like saying, "Oh yeah, okay."
So describe it.
Describe.
You're
No.
telling us
But
to
it's
do
like no.
something
Wait.
you can't do.
Because I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Because it's like
You don't understand
me
what you're
asking
saying.
you. No, it's like me asking you to describe the content of a picture, and then I'm asking to describe why I'm describing the content of the picture in a certain way, and I'm not using it's like it's redundant. Like let's
You
use
came
the
in the
same
room
word.
and said, "Hey, maybe I can help you explain this," right? That was redundant in the first place, then, right? Because I'm not going to go to a globe room and help them explain how globes work. That would be fucking ignorant because I don't believe in them and they don't work. So for you to come in here and tell us how a globe works, but then you say the globe's redundant and you have no point to prove and you have no force to equivocate, like
I
what's
was just interested in the point. I don't understand why you're so angry.
well, we are too, but brother, you said you were going to answer our question. We're looking for
I mean,
the
I'm
answer.
trying.
What's
I
the
am
cause?
trying to answer your questions. It's just that your question doesn't really because I think you misunderstand again. Because again, gravity is nothing that I wouldn't. I don't know if it exists
Hey, kids, stop trying to
literally as
confuse
like
yourself.
something.
Slow down. You're just gibbering now. Gravity's nothing more than a rule. That's it. Shit goes down. Science today does not know what the causational mechanism of down is. If you don't like that, don't blame me or anyone else in this room. Just deal with it. Cope, we all have. Anyways, gentlemen, that's just
No, but again, we don't know what it is. But what we came to, what science has come to, a good representation of the phenomenon is that we can imagine, let's say, okay, that each body attracts each other, and there's a constant that describes based on like how far the bodies are and the mass of the bodies, how strong the attraction is going to be, and that is going to be defined as a force. Now, if this is literally how it works in real life, we don't know. But the thing is, the best explanation that we have for that at the moment is that. Now, if you believe that there's some, if you believe that there's a better explanation that explains, for example, gases, flying in the air in some other way, and that can be even more coherent, then I invite you to study this and try to find a better theory for gravity or for forces or for attraction between bodies. That would be wonderful. Like if you were the one to actually find a better description of the universe, I would be honestly like honored to be able
mediums
to talk
are?
to you at the moment, right?
Do you know what mediums are?
Yes.
Then you wave your wave your hand in. You know what that is?
What?
That's
Sorry,
the only thing you're recording. That's what you're recording the action and reaction of. You know what water is? So when you do stuff in water, the reaction or reaction in the fucking water, that's what you get, right? Right? So you do shit on the land, in the dirt. to action or reaction of the dirt. That's what you can record and write down. That's what we work off of, right?
Yeah.
Nobody uses the action or reaction of gravity to do any fucking thing. So I would just say,
No,
leave it alone.
what do you mean? Yes.
What do you use gravity to do? Show me your gravity machine.
Okay.
So Kane, look, Kane, 1 second, dude. Look, in the heliocentric model, Kane, in the globe model, obviously you need gravity, right, to be able to explain everything, right? Because you have like water on the outside of a ball, right? You have balls rotating around other balls, and you need to have gravity, right? So you have to have that there.
Yeah.
Agreed? Yeah. So on a flat Earth, in a stationary, right, on a flat stationary Earth within an enclosed system, objects rise or sink due to relative density, right? If something's more dense than the air or more dense than the medium, it's going to sink. If something's less dense than the medium, it's going to rise. That just so happens to explain how everything rises or sinks basically in reality. Right? We don't measure any curvature in reality. We don't experience any motion in reality. And we have gas pressure in reality. Right? So the flat, stationary, enclosed system is common sense, and it is what we all experience. We don't need a force, gravity, right? We can explain everything just fine using just relative density, which we went over earlier with the egg.
At that point, wouldn't I be able to just ask you the question, then how do you define what is the privilege, for example, direction that you call down, right? Then what defines
so there's
this?
There's two primary directions, up and down, straight up and straight down, which is the same direction in reality for everyone on Earth. Unlike in the globe, where up and down can be any direction depending on where you are on the globe. But in reality, on a flat Earth, right, up and down is the same direction, right? We do have two primary directions, two primary vectors. Proof exist, and nobody knows the cause of that. We can give you the cause of why things. If you give an example in nature, right? You were saying before, why don't you float up, right? Why do you have to push yourself up when you get up off the ground? That's because your body is more dense than the air around it. So if you want to displace your body, right, from the ground, you have to exchange some of your energy, right, to stand up. It's like if you want a rock to fall, right? Things don't just fall. Like if you want a rock, like you have a rock sitting on the ground, it's just going to stay there forever. Unless some outside source of energy is exchanged to displace that rock from its natural state of equilibrium in the medium it's in, right? It's never going to move. So if you want to be the cause, right? If you want to exchange some of your energy and lift that rock up out of its equilibrium and drop it, you are the reason that it's falling. And the reason it's falling is also because it's more dense than the air. Change the medium, it's...
I understand your representation, but I don't understand why when, for example, you say, "Oh, we don't know what the cause of this privileged direction existing is fine." But when I say I don't know what the cause of this force that attracts bodies is, then
we don't know. We don't know what the.
But that's exactly what I said as well.
Right, but in the globe model, you need no. I agree with you, dude. We don't know. You don't know. We don't know what causes the primary vectors. Right, you need to come up with a cause, right, in the globe model, or nothing works. We can get away with just having relative density, right? But you need to have an attractive force. You need to have an attractive force, right? You need to have gravity as you're claiming it. Otherwise, you can't have the globe model because all shit on the Earth would just float off into space, right?
Yeah, but I think you would need to have a reason for that too, because if you don't have a force, or for example, if you don't have a reason or something that is more dense than something else, moving in a certain direction and not in another direction, then I think that would kind of be a big flaw in your theory.
Not
thing
really,
is-
because objects. Hold on one second. Like objects seek equilibrium. You know that, right? So just like I gave, like things don't just fall by themselves. There has to be an exchange of energy to displace an object. So whatever that, call it a force if you want to. If I have a tennis ball sitting on water and I use some of my energy to force that tennis ball down under a ledge under the water or hold it underwater, I've given that tennis ball potential energy, right? I've displaced it from equilibrium and it's going to rise up. It's going to go back and re-seek equilibrium again. And I was the cause of that effect. Why up, right? Why up and down exist? Nobody knows that. You guys don't know it and we don't know it, but you guys have to come up with a cause of the effect, which you guys call gravity, right? Because to have the globe Earth, you need to have that.
Yeah, but once again,
you can't
need
prove
to have a
it.
privileged
You can't
direction
but
called the up
yeah,
and
you
down.
need it. Hold on,
right?
but you need it for
It's
your
the
globe
same
model,
thing.
right? No, it's not the same thing. Because
Yes,
you
it
have a
is.
globe that's No, you have a globe in space, right? We have a flat, stationary, enclosed system.
Okay.
Very different,
Then what?
right? Because you have water stuck to the outside of a ball. We say that water needs to have a container. Right? You have to have a container to have water.
And that's fine.
You're-
But what I'm saying is that
you
there
have
isn't
containerless water, so you
what
need
I'm
gravity,
saying-
right? We don't
what
have
I'm trying to tell
containerless
you-
water.
What I'm trying to tell you is
Do you
that
know what
the
I mean,
same
though?
amount of yes, I understand what you mean, but the same amount of what's the fucking word of things that you need to assume, so assumption, right? The same amount of assumption that you need to define this theory that you're talking about is like the same amount of assumptions that you need to explain a globe Earth, for example, right?
That's incorrect.
But the thing is,
That's incorrect. Unless you can tell us what the assumptions that we're making are.
the assumptions that you're making is that there is a certain privileged direction that you hold down, right?
No.
Which is
no, that's what we observe, and that down is in relation to a horizontal plane of reference.
But then
You don't
what you're
have
saying
that
is
on a globe.
What you're assuming is that there is there is a cause for this down that you don't know, right?
No, we did
And-
not
and
say
you're
that.
saying it's
No,
not-
we did not say that. Do not strawman us with that. We didn't say that.
But that's literally what anti-globalist just said.
No,
he didn't say that.
I didn't.
Oh, okay,
I
could you
didn't say that.
explain yourself again then?
I said there are two primary directions, up and down.
Yes. Yeah.
Right, and yeah.
Okay, so,
So-
and you said that you don't know the cause.
Not everything. That's not just down.
Yeah. No, but what I'm saying
if-
is that, for
yeah, if you
example,
have a
when it
helium.
comes to
Okay,
globe
look,
Earth,
let's
right?
just say. Look,
No,
just
but
say
the
you
thing,
have,
the thing is, no, wait, because the thing is that we are assuming the same amount of things. You're assuming a
No, we're not.
direction. I'm assuming a force, and that's it.
Incorrect. No, there's nothing causal. It's a
Incorrect,
description. I mean exactly what I'm saying. If you don't interrupt me with what do you mean by incorrect, I said it's a description of a vector up and down. Those can only happen on a horizontal plane of reference. And for you to have a horizontal plane of reference, you'd be giving away your ball. So if you're saying that there's a primary downward vector for all matter, you're still describing a flat plane, by the way. Where does the ball come into the equation?
And the same way, like the same assumption we can make by saying that all bodies are attracted to each other, and the bodies
We don't
bigger
observe that
than
in
the ones that are-
nature.
What
We
do you
don't
mean?
observe
Yes,
that in
we do
nature.
observe that.
When do we observe that again? Because the gas is flowing in all directions randomly, so there is no exclusive downward vector.
There is no yeah, because the thing is, all bodies are attracted to each other, so it doesn't matter.
No, they're
if
not.
there's
That's a baseless
have-
claim
it doesn't
unless
have
you can
to.
prove that claim that there is an exclusive downward vector for all matter, then your claim is debunked. And we've already
Again,
falsified that.
This is not
with
a
gas.
claim. It's an explanation of the
We don't need your explanation. We need your demonstration at this point because you're just talking out of your rear end.
It's a representation, right, of the phenomena that we observe. We observe.
I don't observe that. Nobody observes that.
Take a
Nobody
vacuum
observed
box,
that.
put gas in. Remember that? Take a vacuum box, put gas in, It exerts equal pressure on all sides. There's no downward bias. This is like chemistry 101.
Okay.
Okay.
So bodies are not being attracted to one another. Everything is dependent on the medium that it's in. An anvil will go downward in air. You put it in mercury, it floats, it goes upward. You have no exclusive downward vector for all matter. It's all medium dependent. End of story.
Hey, Kane,
I'll
if
do
you
a,
look-
I'll
Kane,
do a little
Kane,
research real quick.
Kane,
because
if you
there's
look at
something
the
for them,
picture,
but-
Kane, if you look at the picture that I just posted, that shows you exactly what Democ just said. It all depends on the medium that it's in, whether something is going to rise or float, go up or down. And this can be explained with density and buoyancy alone. There's no gravity needed whatsoever. All we need to know is the two different densities and what medium that it's in. That's it. With you have to do all of this mental gymnastics for gravity, and it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't pan out. Even when you talk about the quantum world, they say that's why they need dark matter and dark energy, because gravity does not work. It doesn't work on the local level or the quantum level. It's like, stop trying to hold on to gravity, dude. It doesn't work.
That's fair. I understand what you're trying to say. And that
do
would
you
be amazing
understand,
if you
what
could
says
find...
who? What says
Yeah.
who?
Mhm.
Kane, do you understand what says who was telling you about the gas particles, right? So if you look up the definition of gas particle movement, it clearly states that gas particles have no specific direction, that they move in random straight lines in all directions, right? They're not being pulled down to Earth by gravity.
Mhm.
You agree, or
gravity?
So what I would say, right? Let's say without actually looking it up, because I think there's probably a very there's probably a very convincing explanation. But what I would say is that you need to consider this. These gas particles that you're talking about have very, very small mass, right? Like insanely small, infinitesimal, right? Mass. And
Yeah,
that
so
would
why
kind
do
of
we have
put
an
that-
atmosphere
yeah,
that's held
exactly.
down by gravity?
Why do we have an atmosphere? That's a
Yeah.
actually I don't know.
It's a contradiction. It's an
fair.
absolute
I've got no idea.
contradiction in science.
That's
Okay,
fair.
if you have
That's
a
actually
giant
really
mass, right, according to your model, if you have a giant mass, which is the Earth, and then you have a tiny, tiny mass next to it, like you just claimed with the gas particle, it should be very easy for gravity to pull it down to the Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's not what we experience.
Oh wait, sorry. Ask again. Can you ask the question?
Yeah, so, right, gas particles have no directional bias, but they do have mass, right?
They do
So
have.
you have a big giant. Yeah, if
really
mass,
small
if
mass,
big
yes,
big
but
objects
yes.
attract small objects, right? So it should be easy for
No.
gravity.
No. That's not generally how it works. An object being infinitesimally small makes the product very, very small. So the attraction between the objects would still be extremely small. It doesn't.
That's incorrect.
It's not a general. Yeah, no, it is. Literally,
That has been replaced already. What you're describing is spooky action at a distance, mass attracting mass. That has been superseded by Einstein, which all things will flow into basically a gravity well along a geodesic because of the large mass of the Earth bending and warping pseudo-Riemannian force space, which does not exist in reality. You are 110 years out of date.
No. You're right. What I'm saying is that the way we calculate the attraction is still that, right? And so the
Well, I
thing
like
is,
how he just I like how he just literally just changed course on a dime.
What?
He's done
Yeah,
that.
I like how you just changed course on a dime, just bam.
No. I didn't change course. I don't know what you're talking about.
You've done that.
I just thought of a reason why it could be that for example, like gas particles do not have a privileged direction, right, for moving. I just thought of it. Sure, it's again, I'm not a scientist or I'm not a physicist. I don't have answers to every question. It just
So then why are you even speculating? If you don't know, why don't you just say, that's an interesting topic you all have, but I don't know for sure.
But that's exactly what I said. I'm just not convinced still. Because the thing is, what we observe is that, okay, so, I mean, I understand that you guys do not believe that, for example, like we have observed the Earth from outside.
Yeah, we typically do try to stay away from beliefs.
Yeah. But I do believe that the Earth has been observed from the outside, and it has been shown to be, what's it called, geoid? Anyway, so it's a round shape, right?
So if you think that the Earth has been observed from space as a sphere, then you would be able to measure that sphericity at ground level because it's very predictable. We've been given the geometry for that sphere.
I'm saying
that would dictate that the sphere edge of the horizon that you see in space. Excuse me, I'm answering your postulation. I know you don't like it. Because the problem is that you don't actually have. So, if you think that we've seen a sphere from space, and I'm just answering the inquiry that you're about to give us.
And then you can answer. Okay.
Well, I'm already just going ahead and taking care of the Inquisition, right? So, since there's no curvature measured on Earth, then it's over. So there's no measurable curvature on Earth. Is that correct?
Whatever you want. I just kind of want to finish my point.
Okay, finish your point.
Okay. I was going to say, that I know that you guys do not believe in this, right? And you do not believe that the Earth has been observed from the outside, right? But what I believe is that...
That's a straw man. Don't straw man us with that. You are straw manning us right now. You're straw manning us, and I don't like it. You realize that's very rude to straw man somebody and then continue on your path of discussion, don't you?
Would you say what you believe then?
I haven't
It's
been
not a
presented
matter of
evidence
belief.
to make a decision.
Yeah, it's actually measurable. We've measured the Earth to be flat. It's not a belief. Lord Kelvin says, guess what?
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is that you don't believe in the pictures, for example, taken by NASA.
Why would we need to? We've measured the Earth to be flat.
That's what I said. But that's what I said. You don't believe that those pictures are real.
The belief has been counteracted by our experience.
That's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. I just have the same amount of proof that that is not true. There is the same amount of experiments of people measuring the curvature of the Earth and finding that it is there. And then there is as much explanation for the Earth being flat as much as there is for the Earth being not flat, right? The thing is, once you have this much, wait, sorry, let me just finish my point, please. So what I'm trying to say is that because I do.
No, you can't finish because you can't just declare that you have as much as us and then just move on and not allow that to be contested.
Well, he left.
Right? Oh, for fuck's sake.
You let him finish,
no, that's
man.
all right.
That's funny. That really is.
I think he has too much soy in his diet.
Man, if somebody says I have the evidence and measurements, I'm like, all right, here we go. Give them to us, right?
Yeah. He was just yapping, basically. Let me finish my point. What's your point then?
Yeah, he's
His
like
point
gish
is like
galloping.
5 different points, right? Oh, dang, man.
His point is he's got too much soy in his diet.
Maybe, but says who was on point with that, and I wanted to follow up with that to say that okay, your evidence requires pre-knowledge of the Earth being a sphere, specific dimensions, even right, in order to achieve that vantage point. It's not like they went, I wonder if the Earth is a ball and it looks like that from way up in the sky. Let's go up there and see what that place is up there and look back down on the Earth. Oh, look, now we know the measurements of. No, they already claimed to know the dimensions of the Earth, and that enabled them to be able to achieve space travel and orbits and things like that. So you can't rely on the outcome of the knowledge in order to justify the first instance of the claim. To show how it was
the walls were closing in on him.
Gained.
Yeah.
He knew the next step would be for us to present measurements. And he didn't want to allow that to happen. He wanted us to accept, and he wanted to continue to reify his belief. And he was scared about the consequences. We see this every day, all day. I'm glad it's recorded.
Yeah, he tried to divert away from the gas pressure because he could tell that wasn't going well for him. Then he tried to change it to pictures of the Earth from space, which turned into having to prove that the Earth is the globe that you see from space, and then he's screwed from every angle he tries to take.
Upside down, people. Not a thing, people. Everybody is up. And when you drop stuff, it goes down. This is consistent no matter where you are. Newsflash.
I don't think he's going to sleep well tonight.
I'm sorry, guys. That conversation probably would have continued had I not muted him. Sorry about that.
No, he was doing exactly what you said he was. You know, he basically lied about what we have, or strawmanned us in his first sentence, and then carried on to other things. I can't do that.
And then you guys, I mean, let's be honest, you guys had him in submission by the end, because by the end of it, he was like, what was his last answer? Whatever you want. It was a good conversation. Very, very good points raised.
Yeah, props to Says Who for turning the ship at the decisive moment. I think what he held him to was exactly what did it.
Yeah, dude.
That's right.
Preconceived notions, the presuppositions being proceeded upon to construct their idea. It's unfortunate.
I think when they get cornered like that, they're looking for an escape, right? As soon as the mute goes, they're like, they'll use that as their excuse to, well, they muted me.
Yeah, it's almost like the mute button white knights for them.
Yeah,
it was a very nice kindness that you bestowed upon him by muting him. That was very kind of you, my friend.
In this scenario, the escape hatch is keeping it subjective. You guys don't believe the thing that I want to believe. You don't have the bias that I have, right? So, we're not talking about reality anymore. We're not talking about objectivity. I just want to believe my ball. Okay, well, then go do that.
Yep, that's what he did. It's like the last guy was like, you don't trust the government? What's wrong with you? Yeah, he's like, well, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a physicist. Maybe you should go study what the scientists know and everybody else. Well, we did.
That's the thing that kills me, right? Is like when we bring them to this point in the conversation and then all of a sudden they're hands off and they're like, they need their authority to appeal to. And we're like, no, man. You came to this conversation. That means you're the authority. You need to have a solid foundation in order for us to have a good conversation. Otherwise, this is a pointless chat.
Yeah, so where are their authorities? NASA and all their scientists have left them hung out to dry. They don't have anything. And I think that's really frustrating for them. They're going to go through NASA images and they're going to chuck them over at us in chat and say, there's my proof. And we start to reason with them about the level of effort that it takes to process this. They get upset. I mean, I would be wondering that too. If I was defending the globe this badly, I'd be wondering, hey, where are my freaking champions? They're supposed to be here defending me. They're not here.
But brother, isn't that what the devil does? Sets us up with a promise. Sets those up with a promise, and when they go looking for it, it's not there.
Yeah, the rug gets pulled out from beneath. The devil knows his days are numbered too.
Well stated.
I'm wondering next time someone
You know
says
what?
something about trusting the government, right? I'm wondering, should I ask them, did you vote for the current party that leads your country? If they say no, right, I say, why?
Dude, that is a very good of character.
You obviously didn't trust them, right?
Yeah, the
See, I
very
think
act
the
of
big
voting.
problem is with these globies is that their words precede their knowledge, and they're so used to that because the people who actually on the quote unquote their side are not actually saying what they think they're saying. So the globies that come in here their knowledge, and so it must be very, very frustrating to then come to that understanding of, oh crap, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
It's the hope that they get to a point where they realize that. Otherwise, they're going to keep reading from the script, get sacked, wake up the next morning, and keep reading from the same script without revising. At least revise your own script ever so slightly so you can show some progress, like Tortoise and the Hare, that you could maybe potentially get to the end or get to the finish line by some kind of forming thoughts logical thoughts based on the conversation that you have. Otherwise, you're just going to literally act like a washing machine, rinse and repeat every day.
T-Dub, I really like what you said. I'm going to use that the next time somebody says they trust the government. The very act of voting means you don't trust it. Yeah, Kiwi, you're right.
That's really good.
Well, actually, I tested out that what you mentioned, or what T-Dub mentioned, with respects to asking who they voted for. And the person asked me, why does it matter? And I said, it's going to tell me what kind of mental standing we're on for this conversation. Because again, if you're going to vote for the female, that tells me that you want to kill babies. Not to make this a political conversation. But when you draw things down to a very base level and just ask yes or no, make it a binary decision, which it ultimately should be. Forget about your emotions, just literally what it should be. Things become very, very easy to go in with a logical mind thought process.
A few years ago, was a candidate for ministership in Australia, Julia Gillard, and she said, under my party or whatever, under my rule, there will be no carbon tax. Right? As soon as she got in, she signed the thing for the carbon tax. We ended up with she was the instigator of carbon tax. She blatantly outright said on TV, right, that she would not do that. One of her first fucking things she did.
We got you on record saying different, woman. What the?
It wasn't I think it was Bush Sr. who said, read my lips, no new taxes. First thing that came by, new taxes.
Hey, Pseudo, are you still here?
Yes, sir.
Hey, just real quick, our guy that was on here last night, he was originally known as Tree Man, and he had that icon of the tree as his avatar. Do you remember who I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's the one I just posted. We were going back and forth in chat, and he said the Earth's curvature actually aids being able to see further. Not that it obstructs, it aids being able to see further.
Damn, that's new.
Here, I'm actually going to post
AV stream on. Yeah, so he was in AV stream on Twitter this morning, acting just as ignorant.
Yeah, he's a special case, man. He's definitely a special case. He started drawing the little elementary drawing for us to show us how refraction would work.
Yeah.
It's like the same
And then
people
you
who think
notice he got really
refraction
pissed.
means you can see further the lower you get to the ground.
Yeah. And so I asked him, and that's when he started really spiraling out, was when I asked him last night, okay, well, what's your formula with, formula for refraction? How much further can we see due to refraction? And Pseudo had it right, obviously, the formula and then the direction we were going in. How do you see 20 miles when really you should only be seeing like 1.225 from 1 foot? It seems to be a common thread that the very moment you do start pushing just the slightest bit for a little bit of evidence, that there goes that spiral. We saw it today. It seems like we see that so many times.
Every time, man. It's like the mental gymnastics they have to come to say, you know what? It looks flat. It's measured flat. It appears to be flat. It's the mental gymnastics is ridiculous.
Yeah, so where's all the piles of evidence? Where are all the globe champions? We've had 70 years of space exploration, right? Where's all of that? Let's see it.
Well, that globe thing, that globe model, the globe construct that they have is based on measurements. But the thing about it, as you just said, brother, is these measurements are all showing a level stationary topographical plane. So from a standpoint of like this actual drop over distance, this is what we need, right? If in fact we're dealing with a curve, there has to be, if P then Q, if there is a curve, there should be a drop over distance that shows itself along the surface, whether it's water or land. There has to be a DOD, drop over distance, in order to prop up this idea of a globe. Otherwise, the fallback position is plane, period.
Seriously, I think the highlight of the day was when Anti-Globalist was talking to the guy about the horizon, and he's like, maybe there's a second horizon. And here's my picture that shows the horizon, but actually it doesn't show the horizon. And, that was
two horizons.
That was fucking classic.
That's funny. It reminds me of the Globies in lobby in 24/7. We give them the Black Swan picture and we say, where's the horizon? They sometimes draw two.
Dude.
Or it's like on My Cousin Vinny where he asks the old lady, how many fingers am I holding up?
There are 4 lights. No, that's really funny. I got one horizon for the globe and the other horizon for the weather. Yeah.
Yeah, I try to make them concede that there's a geometric horizon at at whatever distance that it's supposed to be, like 1.22 miles. Make them concede that geometric horizon cannot move. And then ask them to read out the definition of what a horizon is. Because that 1.22 mile horizon, it cannot move. Doesn't match the definition.
Yeah, and all the evidence they present of atmospheric phenomena that they claim is terrestrial refraction should be showing us, if it is terrestrial refraction, we should be seeing more of the top of the objects in the distance because those objects are going to appear to be rotated up in your field of view from the far end to the near end. And none of them show that. You can't see the tops of distant objects due to any kind of refraction like this.
Yep. Good point. It just refracts up in a way that's perfect, no matter what the distance is, no matter what the observer height is. It just refracts up perfectly to make the geometric horizon completely undetectable and invisible.
That's a great point. I sometimes get into this. If it's 7/6R or if it's any variation of it, then what they're proposing is that every single of the trillions and trillions of rays of light in your field of view that's hitting your eye is bending at different rates in order to conspire and produce a flat terrain in front of you. That's some amazing BS. So that means like
And
the
they call
weather
us
has to be
conspiracy
different.
theorists.
Isn't that crazy? Like the weather has to be such that in every direction you look out in front of you and at all objects in the distance on the terrain, that all of that is being bent at different rates over distance in order to conspire and meet a flat objective plane. That's the most insane claim on Earth.
It is.
You have to understand that refraction is the equal and opposite reaction to gravity. So therefore, with gravity pulling things down, refraction makes it look like it's up a little bit.
Yeah, gravitational lensing. Thanks, Einstein. Yeah, we've heard that too in 24/7. Gravitational lensing. Oh yeah, if you look far enough ahead, you'll see your own butt. I remember having fun. I think CJ came up with 7/6 arse.
So what do you think it is that the Globies actually get out of coming to debate a topic that they're woefully unprepared on? And ultimately, they must know that they're woefully unprepared. And it seems like over time, they only get worse with arguments. So what is it that the Globecard has to gain?
I think it's the technological hubris. It's like some zeitgeist hubris. They think that they are living in a future that doesn't exist because they've been conditioned to believe that the state of man is such that we've developed ourselves technologically beyond comprehension. And then they hear, on the other hand, that flat earthers are the dumbest morons on Earth and are basically cavemen. And so they think that they have a chance. They look at that gap, that disparity, and they're like, yeah, I can go and I can take on these Mongos. And that's all it is.
You know, and it seems like the very moment that I think I've heard the stupidest anti-flat earther I could ever hear, along comes another one that's even stupider. And it's just like, it never ends. It's like a void or a vacuum that never ends. It's like as big as the universe is in a Globetardian's dream, that's just like that stupidity just gets worse and worse and worse every hour.
Yeah, you heard the guy that was in here earlier called Paper?
I heard him like yesterday, I think it was. Yesterday or the day before I heard him.
Today. He's the guy, he just chat GPTs every single, like everything.
You're right, yeah.
Everything you ask him, everything just goes straight to chat GPT, and he has no shame in admitting it.
But he couldn't have been a real human. I don't think he was a real human.
Yeah, no way. If he's trolling, it's brilliant. I give him credit if he's trolling, but if he's not trolling, then
I remember that guy earlier today. He was the guy that said that the government is trustworthy and can't be wrong. Like,
Yeah,
maybe
said
he
it.
was an AI.
He was like, pictures can be fake, but if they come from the government, they can't be faked.
You know, I have often wondered how many of the voices we hear every day on Discord are just AI bots.
I've heard that a lot of these voices, AI voices, take on a very soy-based characteristic about them, because I think there's so much soy going through the ecosystem. So garbage in, garbage out. They're modeling what's in society. So they bring in these snivelly sounding men that don't speak with their chests.
Yeah.
Speak through AI, man. Speak through Chat GPT. That's the new wave. We were like, can you have a independent intellectual thought? He's like, hold on, let me ask Chat GPT if I can have an independent thought.
It's scary, man. It's scary what AI is going to do to us in 10 years. Not even. I mean, people are going to be offloading the ability to think, and their brains are going to atrophy.
Dude, he would be the #1 recruit. If I was one of those guys that's trying to take over the world, he would be my #1 guy. Oh, man, he'd be the mascot for it. It's like, no
DMs.
no
I had him in
longer do you
DMs
need
after he left this channel. He was in my DMs, and I convinced him he's gonna watch Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. Right?
He's not going to watch. He's going to ask Chat GPT to watch it and give him a analysis.
But yeah, we don't really necessarily want him to become a flat earther. And we don't want that guy going around trying to convince people or make arguments, on behalf of the flat earth side. He's probably better off staying on the globe side.
Yeah, man, I think like we've hit that wave where it's like when you were 2015, 2018, it's like being a flat earther was it was an anxious kind of stigma over it, and you weren't 100% sure about the arguments, but you kind of understood them, but and then it's like 2020 to 2024, it's like full-fledged facts and flat smack.
I think the flat Earth community had to rely a lot more on conspiracy theory speculation to bolster their arguments through sowing seeds of doubt. And that's not needed. Not today.
Yep.
Yep, I really thank the 24/7 team, the Flat Earth debate crew, and Ballbusters with Quantum Eraser for refining a lot of this. I mean, they're not like the cult leaders of Flat Earth or anything, but they put in a lot of time to work through these ideas, to come up with the best, most succinct, razor sharp ways to convey this information.
Yep, there's too many of these flat earthers out there on TikTok, and they're treating speculations like they're facts, and then we have to sort of clean up their mess, right? Because they're the ones that these anti-flat Earth debunkers like Professor Dave, Simon Dan, they'll find these idiots on TikTok that are making terrible flat Earth arguments, and then they'll debunk those terrible arguments, and people will watch the Professor Dave videos or whatever, and then they'll come in here and they'll think that we all think what these dumb idiot esoteric flat earthers or whatever are claiming about the outer lands and the it's a glass dome that's 6,000 feet high or whatever they're claiming. We have to clean up the mess.
Yeah, there are a lot of them that really reify the AE map, but then say they don't uphold the AE map, but then they actually do. And sadly, a lot of the toroidal field aether earthers require the AE map for their ideas to work, and it's just not tenable. Yeah, I'm going to say that. I think aetherites have a little bit of an esoteric edge to them that's not helping the situation at all. We need to go back to the basics and drill down to what we know instead of speculate on fields of potential that nobody can prove exists in the first instance.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think about, like, just say they do witness a 24-hour sun, this final observation thing that they're doing?
I know. It's crazy. I said from the beginning I expect it.
Yeah, like if that happens, the etherists and Dave Weiss's arguments, all the AE mappers' arguments are dead. Or am I wrong?
Yeah, and the celestial data already shows this to be the case, and so I don't understand. I mean, what's also weird is we have people living in Tasmania who, during the winter down south, can see the Southern Cross on the horizon below Sigma Octantis. That means it's also dark underneath the Southern Cross. You know it's underneath the Southern Cross? Ushuaia, Chile. So you're looking across an elevation angle over flat Earth towards a known distance that we can work out with 60 nautical miles per degree that must be going over something, across something rather, that distance to reach the GP of the Southern Cross. What do you think about that?
Definitely interesting. It's hard for me to wrap my head around it. Look at.
Yep, but we have people who see this every freaking night. We have flat earthers who see this every freaking night. We've got celestial data for what's called the subsolar point on Earth. That's basically the ground position or GP of the sun, wherever it is. That ground position moves at a measured rate. And from that measurement, we know that the Tropic of Capricorn, which is south of the equator, is roughly the same distance as the Tropic of Cancer that's north of the equator. What do you think about that on flat Earth? Right, because the AE map says that the Tropic of Capricorn draws a bigger circumference, which means the sun has to have a faster subsolar speed, but that's not measured. What do you think about that, flat earthers?
Yeah, so like an argument I hear from Jeranism a lot is David Weiss is that they have shorter twilight periods. Proves that the sun is moving faster.
Yeah, but that's not measured. That's not measured.
It's not.
The subsolar points in the almanac data. Yeah, they're wrong. They're absolutely wrong. That means they're going to have to throw out hundreds of years of observations, empirical observations, like by people nonetheless who are trying to record observations to make things work, to navigate, to know where they are without a bias. It's not like, oh, everybody's conspiring and they're lying in the almanac saying that the sun moves faster in the south. Like, no,
Yeah,
data doesn't
it doesn't
reflect
make
that.
sense.
No,
It doesn't really make sense either.
Right. I mean, that's called cope. That's a lot of copium. And it goes back to Flat Earth Society 2.0. Which is basically the whole other side of Flat Earth, the David Weiss engineers and flat earthers who uphold the AE map. And they're like, but look at the winds. We can look at the katabatic winds with this app and see that it draws donuts around Earth. It's like, yeah, that's a projection, doofus, of a globe that was measured flat in the first place.
If they see a 24-hour sun, I'm wondering what David Weiss will do with his scripted presentation.
It's going to be glorious. I really hope they see that. I really do. I want them to see that. And I'll say, it's even better. I will say that Antarctica is even an island on flat Earth. What do you think of them apples? I'll be pleasantly delighted if I'm wrong. But it doesn't change the fact that we measure Earth flat. We've got all these observations and we've got scientific principles to stand on to help prove it, bolster these observations. Like Jay Tolan goes up in an airplane and sees a mountain range in the distance that should be like 14.4 miles dropped below the horizon, but there it is in infrared. How do you argue with that? Like, come on.
They don't really have an argument other than just saying refraction. That's it. That's their only
Yeah, but it's infrared, so...
Yeah, it doesn't change that. That's what they'll say. Just ignore it and try to
I know.
There
It's
should
like,
be a flat earther with the name infrared.
Infrared should make the curve pop out. Like, infrared should make you see the curve where it is through all the refraction. I mean, right? If you're using infrared to see through the haze of refraction and atmospheric effects, then you should see that curvature. It should be staring at you right in the face where it should be. The geometric horizon over an ocean. But no, it's not there. I think the laser tests are also a good one. Besides infrared observations, those laser tests over frozen lakes are slam dunk. Oh yeah, and also John Dee. Dr. John Dee, one of my favorites. NDO showed this one in 24/7. He put a camera at the end of a very long pipe that was resting on the water. And this was to ensure that the rays from the scene were parallel to the Earth and would come in, so you couldn't claim that refraction was causing it to see too far. He zoomed right in on a shoreline that was tens of miles away. It was awesome.
Is that on his YouTube channel?
Yeah, give me a minute. I know I took some screen caps from it with the name of the episode. Let me go dig for that, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, I found it. I'm going to post a screenshot in chat from Indio. There you go.
So he shot a laser through this. Did he?
No, camera. So he let the light come in through the end of the tube. Yeah, which means it couldn't have been curving. Unless it like changed the angle of incidence. Right? When it entered the tube. I can see Globy saying that right now. Oh, there's tube refraction. You know? No, that'd be diffraction.
And how long is this pipe?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. It's been a while since I saw it.
Was it long or like 10 feet or like way longer?
I don't know, about 10 feet. It was long though.
Yeah.
Dr. John D is almost underappreciated in our community, and it kind of saddens me that people don't use his content enough. Like, he has so much educational material that he made for us, and he's got so much educational material that he made for them to present.
Yeah, do you have evidence of this?
Evidence of what?
That he has so much educational material.
Yeah, go to his YouTube channel.
Whose YouTube channel? What's his name?
So wait, hold on. You came in contentious off the bat. You don't even know what we're talking about?
You're
Get the
making
hell
a
out.
claim, so you need evidence, bro. It's how it works.
I'm making a comment. That's not a claim. I was describing.
You made a claim. Wait, hold on. Can you define claim for me? Because you did make a claim. Yeah, it's getting difficult for you now. No, you made a claim.
No, it's not difficult.
Yeah, okay, so define.
All right. Anybody else want to talk to this jackhole?
No.
Go ahead and unmute him if you do.
No, I'm good.
Do you have a claim that he's making educational material? Yeah, go to his YouTube channel that we were just talking about, which I just posted about. There you go. There's my evidence for my claim.
He doesn't have no idea what we're talking about whatsoever.
No.
Argue.
Yep. So these guys come in. I think they think that they are copying us and mirroring our so-called tactics by asking for claims, and they just make a clown of themselves in the process because they don't understand. They don't understand what we're doing or how to even think. Ain't that right, Lopi? Yeah.
Yes. So, we use the reasonable approach of asking for support of claims from all of these fools, and then they get their fifis hurt. And so then they try to use the same, I guess you could call it tactic, but have no idea of how to apply the context or the,
that's
the tactic
right.
itself. So just, you made a claim. It didn't work for me last time I made a claim, so...
Yeah. Hey, these
Oh
flat
my
earthers
God.
are successful by asking people for evidence to back their claims. I'm going to do it to them. Huh. Yeah, thanks for the validation, ding dong.
Welcome, Heretic. You just missed all of the ding dongs.
Oh, great. That's just what I was looking for.
Yeah, this guy named Lopi came in and earned himself a mute. I was in the middle of discussing Dr. John D and some of the usefulness of his content. This guy comes in, he's like, do you have any any evidence to back your claims? I'm like, huh, what are you talking about? The claims that you made that this guy's got useful content. And I'm like, we're just talking about it, and this is not a claim. I was just talking about Dr. John D. He had no idea of the context of the conversation. He just came in hot and he was over talking. So I'm like, mute, off you go.
And he's got his own score. Like he's keeping score for himself in his bio. It says 46-0 Debate Pro.
Oh, that guy?
Debate record or something, yeah.
So you come in and be a belligerent dick and you earn yourself a mute and say, I win. Yeah, sounds about right.
Pro. Yeah, it's pretty stupid. Some of these people are insane.
I mean, we're dealing with kids half the time too, so take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, probably just trolling some of the times. A lot of it, who knows. He's friends with that Pure Simple guy who makes YouTube videos.
Before I was interrupted by that guy, I was just telling the room here that Dr. John D's material, I think, goes very underappreciated. He makes educational content for us and content to present to Globies. And he teaches people in our community how to present this stuff properly. Like the Rampion wind farm is probably his most famous thing, but we were talking about this other demonstration he did where he set up a long tube over the surface of water, and it was maybe 8 feet or so. He put a camera on the end of the tube and explained that this mitigates refraction claims because the ray of light can't be curving when it enters the tube. It has to be parallel to the earth, has to be horizontal with the line of sight in a distance. And then he zoomed in this enormous range and saw a far distant shore on the horizon, which wouldn't be there if Earth was a globe. I thought that was pretty brilliant. Indio was talking about this in 24/7. I took a screen cap, saved the video, and shared it here in the chat. And that's when this ding dong came in. He's like, "Do you have any evidence that this guy makes educational content?" And now he's collecting a win for his debate skills. Okay. Hey, it's Flat Earth Dude. No? Okay. Archangel, what's up?
Hello, hello.
Welcome, welcome. I've been getting a lot of mileage, so to speak, out of your pitch data, showing the 1,000 miles of pure flatness from the black box. And I've been working with some members in the community to refine the argument, because what the pitch data presents is not a lack of drop over distance, but a lack of rotation vector of the aircraft.
Okay. Well, you're talking way out of my league, but I believe you.
I mean, aren't you the guy that maybe it was somebody else?
Must have
Aren't
been
you the guy
someone
that
else.
presented the 1,000 miles of pitch data?
Nah, not me.
Not you. Okay. I thought it was you this whole time. Well, pardon me.
Unless I did it by accident.
No. Hey, you know, accidental success happens to a lot of us. Got to get out of your own way to make it happen. All right, good to go.
Yo, Mike check.
Yep.
Right on, Ron. I heard you call me Amish. What's up?
Flat Earth Dude, just saying hello. I thought you popped in a second ago. Maybe I was wrong, but
Yeah, I
good
know.
to see you.
Seemed like I was on a phone call, and then it ended, and then I couldn't even see a microphone to unmute. So I left
Oh.
and came back, so I don't know what happened.
All right. Well, you're here now. It sounds like you're distant, like you're talking from Cambodia on a tin can phone.
In Cambodia. No, I'm driving. So,
Okay.
all right, I'm listening. Good stuff today, man. Making me laugh my ass off.
Happy to oblige. Normally, I have to catch you in a replay because you are active at like 2 a.m. my time. I have to rewind the freaking DVD to see your work.
Late night, man. I'm taking the late shift, man.
It's good stuff. It's better than George Norrie and all the other, people who compete for the late night.
No question, man. You never know where I'm going to be. Might be here or studios or somewhere, but loving the information today. It was really good, man. Thank you, guys.
All right, cool. Thanks for your support and presence, man.
A great holiday. It should be bumping in here tonight. Pretty hot, man, because everybody's got tomorrow off. So drink.
That's right.
Get ready, baby. Coming down.
We're going to have a lot of drunk Thanksgiving morons coming in. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be a clown show.
Well, I might have to join them, but if you can't beat them, join them, right? All right. We'll have
Take
fun.
care, man.
Keeping it real, man.
All right.
Beautiful 75 degrees here in sunny Southern California, man.
Yeah, very jealous. I know California has gone by the wayside societally and politically, but man, if the climate is not perfect, San Diego, La Jolla, it's my favorite place on earth.
No doubt about it. Yep, that whole stretch there is stupid.
Yeah.
It's so awesome.
Yeah. You know where else is like that in the world? I heard Kenya. Kenya's just like San Diego.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking to somebody from there who also lived in San Diego, and he's like, yeah, back home, Kenya's just like this. I'm like, oh, man, I don't know. I know, I wouldn't fit in.
Yeah.
I'd have a hard time blending in. There might be some places on the East Coast that come close. Somewhere in South Carolina along the coast is kind of like that, maybe for 4 or 5 months out of the year.
Yeah, but we get 9 months here of that.
Yeah, it's glorious. That's why all the homeless people move to California.
That's what I heard, man. Like 70% of the homeless people in the country are in California.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds great.
That's because a stupid ass governor here is putting billions of dollars and paying them to be homeless and incentivizing them to just be homeless, giving them apartments. They pay for the apartments. They give them food. They give them cash. Bro, who wants to work at this point? Just come over here and live for free off the government. They're
if I was homeless, I'd say, no thanks, Governor. You can keep that. I'm just going because the weather's nice. My cardboard box is going to hang up just fine. Not going to have a problem.
The problem is that it's bringing people from other states to be like, oh, shit, I could just go live rent-free in California. So instead of spending money to fix California, they're using this federal funding to pay for and taking taxpayers' dollars of California to pay for the homeless people that are here. So it's driving people to come to California to be homeless because Governor Newsom's a piece of shit and he's just paying for it. He's paying for people to be homeless. It's not right. It's not. I don't like that ideology. Bro. I get it.
I would have so much more free time to talk about flat Earth if I did that, though.
That's true.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Oh, forgot. Yesterday, Mictoon was in Awakening server.
Yes,
Was
he
talking
is.
to guys there about that final observation.
About which observation? The airplane you won?
No, what they call the final experiment.
Oh gosh.
I call it the final observation.
Yeah, I'm so sick of hearing that. You know what? There should be a 24-hour Antarctic sun. Antarctica could be an island on flat Earth.
Yeah.
Let's embrace that and be surprised if it's not. We know that Earth measures flat and is used flat, navigationally flat, and all that.
I raised my hand to ask him some bunch of questions because of that name that they gave the final experiment. I want to ask him about the first steps of that scientific method that they forgot about. But I just lowered it. As I said that it, yeah.
Yeah, I guess
Not
they're going to
worth it.
alter the shape of the Earth to change the independent variable. See how that goes. Hey, Apocryphon, let's fire up those bulldozers.
All right.
If you move enough dirt, you're going to change the gravity vector, right? So, hey.
Isn't that crazy, dude? That they think that's crazy. I think that was Professor. What was his name? Professor Sparks or Phil or I forgot his name. He used to say that because he worked. I think it was him, Professor something. Tony, Professor Tony, and he used to, like he works for a company that they get paid to like analyze where gravity, how they measure where gravity is, and he said it changes from area to area, and that the dirt or the composition underground varies it, and they have very, very, very sensitive machines that could pick it up and analyze it. And he said that they get paid big time money to do that for companies that want to do this, drilling or whatever. It's like, wow, dude, he's sold on it. More dirt equals more gravity, I guess.
Which sees how solid you're grounded? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he would say that they do like this deep analyzation of what's underneath because there's different minerals that they find. But it's like, wait, hold up. Did you just hear what you said? Like different minerals have a different weight. So your radar that you're shooting, your sonar that you're shooting is going to register that, but they count that as, oh, it's a gravity, like a stronger gravity here. But it's like, wait, what? Like, isn't it just as simple as saying there's a more dense element beneath you, and that's what you're registering? But
It's not going to be though. A more dense thing's not going to be beneath them.
Well, okay, I get what you're saying. But I mean, like a solid object that's deep underground, as opposed to another solid object, but it's like just its makeup. Like, let's say you put iron and gold, right? Like they're going to have a different density to its own weight, right? But then that's what they're measuring. They're just measuring like different elements in the ground, and they can tell, oh, but they're saying, oh, that's because, so it's stronger gravity here. It's like, no, there's just more dense stuff there. And that's what they're picking. I don't know, dude. They make the big money and they believe the lies.
Well, they probably do seismic shit. They probably do some type of, like looking down into the dirt for the best of their ability. And then they probably also look for certain materials like the effect of a metal detector on gold. Where it goes beep.
Yeah, that's actually kind of like equivalent to what they do. Like they send a signal down and they know what's under there. But instead of saying, "Oh, we know that there's this element or that element," they say, "Oh, there's this level of gravity here, and over here there's this level of gravity here." And he said that it's very important that we understand the difference of gravity measurements in the ground. And I'm like scratching my head, like, dude, you're just fucking expensive fucking metal detector guy. That's all you guys are doing.
So hold on. So what's he detecting in the ground exactly? What's the gravity? Can't be dirt.
Well, that's what I was saying. That listen to me, D-Lock. He got into it was a debate with him and Dan the Waterman and Walter and then some other guy. I forgot the other professor. There was two professors and then Dan the Waterman and Walter, his buddy. You probably remember this because I remember we were there live watching it. And then Professor Tony fucking had like a heart attack almost, like he flipped out. But he was trying to explain how that they send out sound like the sonar or whatever. They shoot this with their equipment. They can tell where quote unquote gravity is stronger in this area, but not in this area. And I'm just sitting back like
a hollow pocket.
Yeah. They're looking for pockets. I'm like, are you fucking retarded? Like, dude, all you guys are doing is just you're figuring out just no different than a fucking metal detector. Like it knows like 4 feet down there's a fucking dense object. It might be gold, it might be silver, like because it knows what it's bouncing off of. It's like, dude, but they attribute it, oh, that's why he's like, that's why there's gravity. I get paid top dollar to do this for companies and they rely on us. Like, dude, you're stuck.
So in that case, the little thing they touch at the jeweler store, they touch your diamonds and your emeralds and your sapphire, your gold, and so
that's a gravity finder.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's like, how can we be that fucking lost?
How can the gravity of an object change? If I got a brick, how does the gravity of it change? No matter how much that brick displaces itself within my hand, and no matter what it turns into from a brick to a turd, it's still the same amount of stuff.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They take the density reading and they're attributing it to, oh, gravity's going to be stronger right here because it's more dense. So it's like, dude, are you fucking kidding me, bro? Like, it's like telling a kid the Tooth Fairy fucking gave you money under the pillow last night.
You know which part of the gravitron's the most dense?
The center, right?
No. Fuck no. Opposite. The opposite. The center is nothing going on in the center. It's not squeezing your head. On the outside wall where you and I lay, as the children in the booth, it tries to hold you on the wall. Squeezes you to the wall. That's the dense part.
So then that actually is the opposite of how real physics works, because you would think logically.
That's what I'm saying. The guy in the booth doesn't experience anything. He's in the center. He's supposed to be the most dense, but there's nothing going on. There's no reaction. He feels no force or no anything exerted on him like the other people do right in front of him, being stuck to a wall with their jaws being pulled back.
And here's what's funny, right? Because when you learn how to, for instance, when we got our what do you call it? Our rigging license, right? So years ago when I was in punk school, you take a course as part of the apprenticeship and you get your rigging license. And you're just going to learn everything about cranes and weight and distribution of weight and what they call the COG, center of gravity, right? Everything you're going to learn about that. Because you have to, you could save lives or you can kill lives. It depends if you know what you're doing, right? When you're rigging rigging up the iron. So it's funny because one thing they teach you is that, if you have an object, you have to balance the center of it, right? Because that's what's going to give you this balance.
So, so if you have
the
like
fulcrum, the teeter-totter, yeah.
right. So if you have something that doesn't have all of its weight in the center, like that just doesn't even make sense. Because that's how you're gonna account for it. You're counting on all of its weight being able to balance on the center of it. And I don't think if you don't have any mass in the center of it, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It's just funny to me. All the mass should be focused, concentrated on the center, because that's what you're.
Same as a balloon, plastic balloon. You fill it up. The shell of the balloon's still more dense.
Yeah, it's crazy how much like nonsense, backward stuff we believed in as kids. But what's more crazier, what's even crazier, is that adults still believe that shit. We call those floaters.
Well, like when you put water inside a ball, if you spin it fast enough, what's it going to do? Is it going to jump up and fly in the fucking center? No. Hell no.
I'm sorry. D-Man, I'm sorry. I'm cooking some hot wings, so I put myself on mute. But
You're good.
I'm listening, though. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just asking a question. Like, if I take a ball, put some water in it, and just start spinning it real fast, is that water going to jump to the center? It's just a question for people to think about. Like, is that
jump to the center.
That's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to jump in the center because it would be the most dense thing on the inside of that ball.
Right. Yeah. I mean, in their logic, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Right.
Any object of weight, a piece of gold, piece of lead, you spin that motherfucker, it's not going to pop up in the center and sit there like.
Right.
Unless it's magnetic, baby.
It's amazing, dude. The amount of cognitus that one must have to believe in all this. It's amazing. Yeah, these wings look good. Put myself back in.
My thing is how the hell is it so hard for, like, I don't know, man. Why is it so hard to push back against 19,000-year-old fucking guy in sandals science where the guy ain't even around and nobody knows what the fuck that even means? Like, for the stuff, like some of them were saying, like, a couple of them were on point like a motherfucker, but a couple of them were just way off. Like, whoa. So, like, where's the pushback against that? How come it's taking so long when a guy can go to the fair right now and go ride a Gravitron and see the shit's working opposite than what he thought? Like, what? I don't even know. Like, what?
Right. You ever see that one video though, where the guy is in the Gravitron and he goes in the center, just starts doing flips, like he understands, like, you know, the way physics works, and he's like, he just gets it. You ever see that? Yeah, it's just pretty cool. He's like in the center, just like doing flips and shit, like, and he knows how to, like, I guess, you know, move his body in that environment. Maybe it wasn't. No, it might have been different. Now that I think about it, it might have been the one that just goes around in circles and it goes up and down. Though it's still, you still have a centrifugal force, right?
Hey, Apocryphon.
Yeah. Hi, Brenda.
When you were talking about the PhD Tony,
yeah,
what is it that you think that he does?
He said that he works for a company.
Finds gold.
That he they build this equipment, or I forgot how he said it, but what they do is they take readings in the ground for, like, oil companies and for other huge rich companies that they count on their results to give them these readings because then that lets them know. Okay, so go ahead. So you asked me like like I didn't know. Okay, so you know that, right? You know.
I was not sure what you thought, but he finds things like mineral deposits and oil. I would imagine oil would be the most that he finds.
XT, baby, black gold.
Right. How do you think he finds that?
Yeah. So the way he described it is that he said, "See, this is why I laughed at that, because the way he said it, it was stupid." But this is what he said. He said that when they shoot this radar, sonar, whatever the equipment was, and they get readings, that he knows that because they use this thing that measures gravity, and then they compare. I know. I'm telling you the answer. You don't have to like chime in. Hold on, listen. He's saying that they
just talk. I can't help it. I just kind of go, yeah, I just can't help not talking that way.
Okay, you're just agreeing. Okay, got it. Okay. So he's saying that they're taking measurements, and then they can tell that it's oil or whatever by the reading of gravity, quote unquote, that the machine is giving them. But my argument was, no, they just know how the radar or the sonar reacts to certain or different elements in the ground. So it's not that they're reading the gravity. It's no different than like I said earlier, they're just an overpriced metal detector or mineral detector or whatever. But you know those things that people walk on the beach with? And they're not detecting gravity. They just know that the elements, like the way the signal bounces off of it, they can determine whether it's gold or silver or copper or iron because it gives off a different reading. That's all it is. But they take it to gravity. It gets stupid.
Yeah, but he doesn't use those. He doesn't use a metal detector. That's not what he uses.
I know.
He doesn't use a sonar.
Okay, listen. I know. I didn't say he uses a metal detector. I said he's an overpriced metal detector. Go ahead.
No, but it's not a metal detector at all. What instrument?
No, I know, but it's just you don't get it. It's okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What instrument do you think he uses? You said radar and sonar. He doesn't use radar or sonar.
Brenda, none of us care, Brenda. We're not going to sit around and debate terminology versus terminology. Do you have a point that you're trying to make? Please get to your point you're trying to make.
He uses a gravimeter. He directly detects gravity.
That's what I'm saying, though. Okay, so listen. With that being said, Brenda, right? They're calling it a gravimeter. You could label it a fucking elbow sticker. Doesn't matter. Whatever you call this thing, they're not measuring gravity.
No, they are.
Bullshit. No, they're not. They're measuring the element. Okay, they're sending a signal. Okay,
it directly measures gravity. It directly measures gravity.
Okay, so
what's the other word for that?
Go ahead. How do you measure gravity? Go ahead. Tell it.
It drops a small weight, I think, and measures how fast it falls. And how fast it falls is going to indicate the strength of the gravitational field at that place.
Wait. No. That's not measuring the gravitational
yes, it is.
strength. It's just measuring the rate of fall. I thought you said it was measuring gravity.
That's what gravity is.
Gravity is the rate of fall.
Yeah, gravity causes
nothing else.
things.
It's not bending and warping of space-time. It's not mass attracting mass. It's just the rate at which things fall.
That's gravity.
She just switched it immediately. Did you hear that? She's like, yeah, it's the effect. And she's like, oh, it causes things to fall, so it would cause the effect.
Exactly.
A metal detector doesn't detect metal.
So let me ask something.
Metal detector, you fucking idiot.
Metal detectors use an electromagnetic field.
But Brenda, listen to me, okay? Just pay attention, okay? How do they know it's oil? By dropping something into the ground.
They don't drop anything into the ground.
You said, no. I know that, but you said when they drop something, they can. It's
all inside. It's all inside the instrument. The instrument is fairly large and tall.
Let me start over, okay? I'm going to ask you one more time, but answer what I'm actually asking you. Don't go off into how you think people are measuring gravity. No. How is Tony, his company, his Gravometer, how are they measuring gravity with that equipment? Go ahead.
Because the strength of the gravitational field at that place will determine how fast something falls.
Okay, so okay,
that's just a begging the question fallacy. You didn't actually
begging the question.
Shut
okay,
up.
so you said
just measured the effect. You didn't determine any cause.
How fast something moves in a magnetic field determines the strength of the.
I'm not talking about magnetic fields, you fool. You're trying to make a claim about gravity.
Brenda,
do you get the analogy though?
Brenda,
we don't need an analogy. We need direct proof.
I told you it is direct proof that measures.
It's not. You're just measuring an effect.
It measures the strength of gravity.
Shut up. You haven't done anything to determine the field or the cause of the effect. Nothing. You just measured an effect.
But even still with that, Heretic
is.
That's just a baseless assertion. You didn't determine the cause. You're just measuring an effect. What don't you get about this?
Magnetism is just an effect.
Yeah, magnetism is something else. You're talking about gravity.
Yeah, I'm talking about
what are they measuring? I'm saying, what are they physically measuring, though?
Rate of fall. I've already said this. Just rate of fall.
Strength of the strength of the gravitation.
No, you're not. There is no cause determined. You're just measuring rate of fall. Period.
But what's falling though through the dirt, right? Okay,
Mike's really bad.
Through the dirt. It's all encased in the instrument.
One sec, Brenda. APOC, your mic's really crackly and coming in really low and bad, man.
Okay, no worries. I gotta change it. It's my batteries are dying on my Bluetooth. Here, I'll just take them off.
Yeah, the strength of a magnetic field is determined by how strongly something is attracted. The strength of the gravitational field is determined.
Prove it.
The strength of the gravitational field is determined by how quickly something falls.
No, it's circular fucking reasoning. You haven't determined the cause for how quickly anything falls. Provide us any kind of evidence for the cause of something falling.
That's how gravity works, and that's how.
That's just an assertion. What is? First of all, you've defined gravity like 3 different ways already. What is the cause of things falling? Just give me that.
The cause of things falling is gravity.
What is? You already said that things falling is gravity. So the cause is the effect is the cause.
No,
the cause of gravity.
The effect is falling. The cause is gravity.
The cause of gravity.
No, I didn't say that.
Shut up, you fool. You've already said that the rate of fall is gravity. That's the effect. Now you're saying that what causes the rate of fall is gravity. So gravity causes gravity.
No, the rate of fall is...
Oh, you're just such an idiot, dude. There's no point.
Well, I'm still trying to bring Brenda back to reality. Why are you saying something is falling at a rate, but you have a piece of equipment that you set up on the surface on the job site, and then you turn it on? I'm asking, what's falling for it to pick up this fall that Brenda's saying gravity is causing? Okay, what's moving? What is falling in the equipment? That's why I'm really trying to be hyper specific, because I'm not going to let Brenda just be like, well, the way things fall is gravity. Fucking retarded, as Heretic, you pointed that out. But even still, what exactly is happening in this equipment that's making them say, oh, right here, 2 miles down, there's oil. Over here, 3 miles down, there's water. What the fuck, Brenda? Wake up. It's a fucking overpriced metal detector. I understand oil and water is not metal, but it's the same concept. They're sending a signal down somehow, some way. They're retrieving that information back, and then they know at what depth these minerals in the ground are. So fuck off with your bullshit. And Professor Tony can fuck off too if he believes Santa Claus is visiting his business every day.
Just an insane, irrational person. There's really no point. Gravity is things falling. What causes things to fall? Gravity. I mean, kid in kindergarten has better reasoning skills than this.
Seriously.
Well, don't forget. Remember, Brenda was once asked, what's your independent variable, and my shoe. So there you go.
Varied and manipulated your shoe. Maybe shoe is the cause of gravity.
Don't forget about the hole in the donut.
Hey, Mata. Recognize that voice.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Not much, man. Okay. Yeah. Are you ready to listen to the answer now?
I already heard your stupid shit like 1,000 times.
Apocryphon asked me, how does it work? And it works in the instrument. It's enclosed. They don't send a signal down. It's a weight at the end of a spring. And how strongly that weight is pulled downward by gravity shows you the strength of the gravitational field. And from that, you can deduce whether or not it's oil or something else.
You haven't confirmed any gravitational field. That's just an assertion.
We did 300 years ago. We did 300 years ago.
Well, hold on. So if you take a device like that, right, and instead of a weight being on the string, you put a little balloon of helium on the string, what field are you measuring then?
You'd be measuring buoyancy.
Buoyancy field?
There's no buoyancy field. Buoyancy is not a force.
Okay, so why do you assume you're measuring a field then?
Because we know a lot about gravity.
Based on
300 years of science.
Yeah, I'm going to need something more specific.
Take a class in junior high physics.
So basically you can't tell me anything more specific. Okay, thanks.
So what Brenda's saying, you guys?
Elephant hurling fallacies.
What Brenda's saying, you guys, is you can take in any object or any material and put stuff in it, no matter what it is, and arrange it any way you want. And then Brenda and her man or her buddy or Chef Tony can come over and they can tell you and put their life on what exactly is in it and how it's done and how it's layered. You got your teeth in, Damok? You got your teeth in, Damok? Great. I don't know. I don't know. You got your friend in? You got your teeth in, Damok? I don't know what that's got to do with you finding out what's in that room for us with you and Chef Tony's magic box. You understand, gentlemen? Stack anything you want in any kind of box, any kind of thing, any kind of room, any kind of object, any way you want. Tony will come along and tell you exactly what's in there and how it's layered, because he's just that cool. Right, Brenda? Because you got 1,000 years of experience. Brenda, I didn't know you were that old. Did I cut out or did it go quiet? No, I think it's funny they make these weird claims, And then like there's ways to test them. And then when you say, okay, you could probably do this for us and tell us, and then they're like, Every one of them come in here like Chicken Little. The sky is falling. The sky is falling.
Now we play the waiting game. Major, Major's in here. Major, why aren't you on the home server? I don't know if you can open up your mic.
What's up?
Why you're not on our home server? You aware of our home server?
What do you mean by that?
We've got an actual Discord server called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Oh yeah. The other day, I don't know, I like to talk in the. And the other day, I was only on there for like a minute or two, and I was talking about I can't remember. It was either pendulums or Eratosthenes, and they put me in something, and so I left. I couldn't see anything anymore. I don't know. They gave me some crazy little icon, some like meme icon.
That would have been Cogdis, maybe.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Right. Oh, that's the restriction. Like you're still in the server, and you can still access other channels, like information channels and that. But that's the only one that you can really talk or chat in, right?
Yeah, but the whole reason I liked that place was because I liked the lobby, and then I liked I think there was a politics one that I like to talk in or read, and the flat Earth question.
What is your position? Are you flat or globe, concave, or what?
I mean, I don't claim to be able to prove anything, but I am globe. Like that's what I believe. But I don't make a claim that I can prove it.
Yeah, no worries. That's honest. Yeah, appreciate that. Oh, maybe we can see what happens, and like the Cogdis thing's only like usually for 7 days anyway, or it can be, you can have a manual entry put into like 1 day, 2 days, whatever days, Yeah, it would be great if you could rejoin and just slug it out in the Cogdis, come back and get you back in the lobby eventually, We appreciate people hanging out in the lobby. Like more activity, the better,
So what? I have to like do a debate in the Cogdis or something?
You could just like chill in there for a bit. We could look into see how long it was that you got, and then like, because now that you've left, there's a bit of a glitch where if you get Cogdis and then you leave the server and then return, the bot doesn't recognize the period that you're in there for, so you're just sort of in there indefinitely. But if you come back, we can like look into it and then like do it for you, or something. Just depends, just depends on the circumstance, who did it, why they did it, like why they put you there and all that. Like, yeah.
I think it was, they were asking about the curvature, and then I was saying, well, the ocean it's always in motion and it's curving, and then I believe that's when they Cogdised me.
I guess if you're being unnecessarily pedantic, like then that's kind of an indication of like it's a kind of trolley sort of behavior, but like it's mild. It's a mild offense. I mean, like
What's the problem to some like hours long debates on the lobby where people got pissed, but this one, like, I just checked in for maybe like a couple minutes. I didn't even type that much, and they got, so I wasn't expecting that.
well, at any rate, like you're still welcome back. You're not haven't done anything serious enough to warrant like complete access, rejection from the server. I mean, like, see, understand that you've already said that you can't prove it or whatever, but you're on Globe's side. But so if you got any questions or you want to about topic, here, feel free, because there's not much else happening at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just kind of listening right now, but yeah, I'm kind of reformulating my pendulum. When I have some more to share about that, I'll let you know.
Okay, cool.
And that good old Foucault pendulum. Oh, no, not that one. That's not my, no. The Cavendish. Why don't they take water and pour a stream of water like you do when you take your hair and rub it on a balloon and you have that static on the balloon and it pushes the water away and repels it and doesn't attract it? So I wonder if you just run a little stream of water continuously before they start their pendulums, before they start the Cavendish, and then start it up and spin it, their torsion, and then see if the water reacts to that. If so, they just got fucking crunked and debunked with a stream of water. Because it'll repel it, baby boy. No pullity pool on the water. The very thing they say is being pulled by gravity to the earth. So what about it? What do you guys think? A little stream of water outside the Cavendish outhouse and put it next to the door, get it real close to the outside edge of whatever they put it in? You don't want to know what made me think of it. One day somebody told me it proves everything. They was like, Cavendish, Foucault's pendulum, torsion balance. I said, piss on that torsion balance. And I said, hold on, wait a minute. I got an idea. Hold my blunt.
Yo, what is going on, guys? So on today's episode, we are going to be talking about no-fault divorce if it is coming to an end. So unless you guys have been living under it is no secret women absolutely love no-fault divorce because it means that they can leave you at any given point simply because they like it, and then they can go on to take care of your kids and things like this. Apparently, there might be an end in with this new bill that is being put forward, Bill 732. And apparently the women are not happy about it, so we're going to be taking a look at this video and seeing exactly what this is all about. Jump right.
Long ones. I'm not going to text escape. I'll literally never speak to you again in my entire never.
Welcome to The Wall. In today's video, we'll be talking about divorce, how the Republicans with Bill 732 want to change the rules of the game for women. We'll also look at how one woman claims women fare better in divorce, something that apparently no one noticed until now. We'll dive into the heartbreaking story of a man who reveals the true cost of divorce. Your support is super important to us. Give us a like and subscribe to the channel. We're aiming for 150,000 subscribers before the end of the year. Share your experiences and advice in the comments. That's what helps this community grow. Turn on notifications so you don't miss any videos. Now, let's get started.
Someone who shares about their divorce online, I have thousands and thousands of comments and DMs from men and women who are either getting divorced or post-divorce. And something that I think is really interesting is a pattern about the difference between men and divorce is that while divorce
Oh, we did have some action, and now it's quieting down a bit, but still appreciate all you guys hanging around. I'm going to go on mute, and hopefully someone will drop in soon for a discussion, and we'll have something to listen to.
Because Lord forbid,
Guys.
you as a wife, you actually put somebody, for example, your family or your husband, yourself. Now, I don't know how this woman has been, okay, but of course things are better for women after divorce. They are the ones who are walking away with your possessions, walking away with equity, walking away with children, with houses, and so on. Okay, of course, guys do not divorce because they get completely screwed by. This is why men to get married at all reasons, but this is one of the main reasons why men don't have to get married. And it is absolutely no wonder why. I believe that people still don't notice this with some sort of revelation to them. Marriage is something that benefits women, not men, and it is nothing but risk to men. Crazy that people don't seem to understand this and only just learn.
And men, alternatively, go through divorce and have a much harder time finding fulfillment, finding satisfaction. Now, of course, these are like broad generalizations. I know there are many men who go through divorce and are happier post-divorce. But as far as their lives being easier, the trend, again, based on thousands and thousands of comments, DMs, and conversations, is that post-divorce life for women is a whole lot better than post-divorce life for men. And then you start to think, why is that? And while I know why that is for myself, I think the realization is that post-divorce, men realize how much work women were doing for them. How much thought went into making their lives easier.
Holy hell, this woman is delusional. This is crazy. So apparently men are having a rougher time with divorce. Not because they lose everything, not because they're losing their houses, not because they're losing their children, not because they're losing their resources to women who did nothing to earn. However, because they have quote unquote become accustomed to that particular lifestyle. None of these things are true. The reason apparently why men are having a rougher time after divorce is none of it is because they have to do things for themselves now. What on earth is this? This logic is absolutely insane to me. You know what? I think a lot of guys are struggling more after divorce because they're
Hey, is Rayleigh saying something, or is it just his light lighting up?
detail there, which is that the men were happier. Very strange how that works. It's almost like they got rid of the woman, like the woman's gone, she left him. His stress levels have significantly decreased, despite the fact that his life has gotten a lot harder because now he has to pay money to a woman or give stuff to her that he has no business giving to her. This woman is delusional. Let's wind it back and let's continue.
Thought went into making their lives easier. And
like none.
Once women are free from marriage and free from past their divorce, all the energy that they spend putting into supporting their man goes towards supporting themselves.
What energy? You're the one that left. I mean, what is this guy? Like, it's so crazy to me. I did everything in the relationship. It was so difficult. Meanwhile, dudes are out here paying all the bills, and these women are.
Is anyone still here?
Together at dinner. It's crazy to me, guys. Like, women, the gaslighting is absolutely insane here. These women are leaving their husbands because they want to return to the streets and they want to get money for doing it. Nothing more, nothing less. But of course, guys, it's because women are putting in all their effort for their families and their husbands. No, because if they were doing that, then the relationship would stay together. The marriage would stay together. If you actually prioritized your husband and the relationship, you would still have it. Crazy how that works.
And making themselves fulfilled and doing things that make their own lives easier and happier and safer. So while of course there are wonderful men out there and there are men who come out of divorce and they are living that more fulfilled life, it's really, really hard for me to ignore that pattern.
Hey, bro.
If I were to take every man who is alone and finance 50% of his life so he could seek his happiness, I bet the vast majority, if not all, would be happy. The divorce rate in this country is around 80% initiated by women, and 50% of marriages end in divorce.
Great. What, aren't you so excited to sign up for marriage? Now, guys, I have never been married, okay? I never intend to get married. I think it's an absolute scam. But those statistics are really damning, But I think it's 70 to 80% of divorces are initiated by women. It goes up if the woman is quote unquote college educated. I think we all know what educated is now. But it goes as high as 90% of them are initiated by women, and 50% of the marriages are ending in the. I don't know about you guys. I was a betting man, which I'm not a gambler. Okay, I'm not someone who likes to bet really. But if I was a betting man, I would not be placing any of my funds on that particular game there, because those are some terrible odds to want to get yourself into, especially when you have so much to lose as well. Now, you might get into a marriage because you might think that you have nothing to lose. I mean, guys, you start making a bit of money, you guys have kids together. There's something to lose is always on the horizon. I cannot recommend men get, even if they are, in a great financial position. It's a terrible idea. Nothing but risk for men.
Divorces always happen on average after 7 years, which is the same average time it takes to pay off most mortgages in this country. Do you think that's a coincidence?
What a
Of course not.
coincidence.
Many women can rebuild their lives because most leave a marriage without debt. The man, on the other hand, is left with half his that's gone, having to pay child support, needing to rent a new place, and in the worst cases, also paying alimony. How on earth are you supposed to get ahead like that? Think about how easy it is to lose 50% of everything, including your 401k and investments, and then have to live on 70% of what you earn. How easy do you think life is after that? Watch the next video, where a man clearly breaks this down. How much divorce cost him and how he sees life afterward.
Well, how much did my divorce cost me? Well, this is a fantastic question. There's direct and there's indirect costs. Direct costs, I lost $106,000 out of my 401k retirement plan I spent 20 years contributing to. I also lost half the equity in the home, stock, bonds, mutual funds, and cash and savings that I also spent 20 years contributing to.
Let me just say this as well. I think a lot of guys are really nice about this, okay? But when the guys say, oh, I lost 50% of equity in the house, right? I very much doubt that the woman actually, no shot these women are contributing 50% to the mortgage. I'm sorry, but I don't believe it. I really do not. You mean to tell me that these women are out here essentially providing for men? No. So you as a guy, here's what usually happens. You as the man, you're paying most, if not all of the mortgage. You probably came most, if not all of the house deposit to get said mortgage. And then she takes half of it. It's not like, oh, you guys most typically made an equal input, and then so she gets 50% of the equity. No, that's not what's happening here. Let's be real about it. What's happening is women are obtaining equity they have no business obtaining. Absolutely no business whatsoever.
Also lost half of all the non-liquid assets like furniture, household goods, electronics, cars. Keep in mind, I paid for all of these.
What a shocker. What did I just say, by the way? He paid for all of this stuff, but he still lost half of it. Isn't that interesting?
And this is in addition to financially supporting her and her/our daughter for 17 years, which is many hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm now broke, live in a 2-bedroom apartment, and have a negative net worth for the first time since I was 25. Indirect costs: my job, my sobriety, my self-worth, my masculinity, my hope for the future, my ability to trust women again, my belief in God, my pride, my motivation, my physical health. I don't know.
Who's going to repay me for the hundreds of thousands of dollars? Who's going to repay me for that?
Where only the woman benefits. Contract where every man who signs it knows he is gambling his entire future. It's a contract where one party is always favored, can walk away whenever they want, and still come out rewarded. Many men dream of building a home, and it's devastating when you give 20 years of your life and everything is taken from you. That's why I've always said, a man who gets back on his feet after a divorce deserves my respect. Most men don't have a support system. Many don't even have friends. For men, family doesn't come to the rescue. Many, when they're kicked out of their home, end up in rundown motels because there isn't a single person there for them.
Of course this happens. I've said this many times on the channel, but it's not like men and women are very different. You as a woman, not only can you just leave these situations and take a bucket load of resources with you and be totally fine, which by the way, usually you didn't even know. You can go out there and do that. And then you also have a support network. When dudes go through this, I totally agree with the wall here, which is that nobody cares, right? You're a dude, you lose everything. I mean, you might have a couple of friends, I guess, that you could talk to about it, but at the end of the day, nobody really gives a damn. Nobody's coming to save you. Nobody's coming to pay your bills. You can't exactly usually set up your life too well anywhere else. You have to really start from scratch. And I don't mean the women's definition of start from scratch where they still have all of these social resources. I mean genuinely from nothing. And nobody wants to talk about it. We completely ignore this, and people go, oh, men just need to communicate more. And that's why the unaliving rates are so high. Why men suffer from mental illness. It's because they don't communicate. The thing is, even if men do communicate or they go through these horrible things, nobody cares, right? And that's just the way it is. Nobody cares. That's why men don't talk about it. That's why men, pick it up and keep moving on, because they realize that nobody's coming to save them. Now, that sounds like a very sad thing, guys, but I think there is a certain liberation in that, in understanding that you can't rely on other people. And so you need to develop yourself and become competent, I think is a great way to look at it. But it doesn't change the fact that nobody gives a damn,
Top of that, they can't even take solace in spending time with their kids because they're taken away too. Why do you think so many turn to alcohol or other vices to numb their pain? Being a man is tough because we will never receive unconditional love that is reserved for women, children, and animals. If a man doesn't bring value, no one cares about him. That's why you should always focus on yourself. A man who becomes high value can choose his future, making decisions from a position of strength, not scarcity, whether to marry or not. And if you do marry, never do it without a prenuptial agreement.
Okay, I'm going to have to...
You leave, you divorce, you get nothing. This is for life. You're claiming you're doing this for life, then do it for life.
At least I get thrown out all of the... get voided all the time. I personally would not risk half of everything, my sanity included, in that particular risk, without, wouldn't even risk it with a prenup. The reason being is because, like I just said, they get thrown out all the damn time. Woman just has to claim that she signed it under duress, right? It was, she was socially forced to, or some vague terminology like you can get thrown out very easily. I don't think that men should be risking their futures on something that can be so easily thrown out of the room. If you want to do that, again, that's up to you. Do I think it's a good idea? No. Do I think it's fine to do if you have a prenup? No, I don't. Still a very, very bad idea.
Thankfully, the laws are starting to change. Check out the new proposed legislation in the next video.
Well, it certainly didn't take long for bills impacting marriage, divorce, and annulment to start rolling in for the 2025 legislative.
Well, you can tell you can already tell she's like, man, this is so oppressive. I can't just walk away with all of this crap. This is ridiculous. Let's jump in. I mean, I hope I'm proved wrong, but she just sounds like she's not going to be very happy about it.
Session. So we have Texas coming in, which we know is, one of the most conservative states. One of their conservative lawmakers filed 2 bills regarding marriage, divorce, and annulment for the 2025 legislative session. This is from Lone Star Live website, and it was published November 14th. So the latest, and I'm going to read it because I don't know all this stuff, but 2 pieces of legislation submitted. One is House Bill 732, which would repeal a section of the Texas Family Code that allows marriages to be annulled on the grounds of impotency. Currently, it allows for annulment specifically if
tide is now coming definitely in. Levels. Okay, there's our I260 right at zoom out. Okay, next thing